and I remember when I first came to Winthrop, we won like, I want to say like 20 scrims in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And then we played one random tournament and lost to a really good, it was like wild card or something. I don't remember the team. And 2 players got benched going into a LAN.
Yeah.
And it just made no sense.
Do we have confidence that it's going to work out for C9? Because I feel like the consensus is that we don't
Hopefully
like the concept.
The coaching staff has a bit more idea of how to work it.
Yeah.
I do think, well, first I got to say, I mean, I would put my bud in too. I mean, he's my bud. But moving on, I had to. I couldn't resist.
All right, fair enough.
Okay. But I do think eventually they're just going to stop giving scrim time to one half and still say they're a 7-man. Like, that's just the natural progression of things.
Yeah.
We did that on C9 in 2018, 2019. We're like, yeah, we're still a 7-man. Meanwhile, I think back to like the last time X players in scrims. Like, I think Blabber played multiple matches with like no weeks of scrims, and he always performed. So credit to Blabber back then. He was the GOAT for us. Our clutch little
Nice.
jungler,
That is crazy.
little fish. But yeah, I think that tends to happen. I assume that happened to you guys too with your 10-man. Like, eventually you just have better players that get all the time.
Yeah, it was hard though, because the coach would have a little bit of favoritism, and he would put in players that people didn't want.
Mm-hmm.
We ended up having like this guy or this guy. The other guy just disappeared. There was actually multiple of those, but
Jesus. How long do you guys think it would take before, or would you want, if you were in C9's position, to just cut it off?
I think giving half a split is pretty generous. I think that C9 constantly talk about themselves as people who want to compete internationally. Nobody really cares how they play in the regular season.
Yeah.
But I think if you make a change too late into the regular season, then you won't have the synergy for playoffs and the international. So I think you definitely have to make the decision way sooner rather than later. I think you have like 3-4 weeks, maybe before. They announced it on broadcast today. There's something going on in week 6 where you go to Mexico.
We're going to Mexico.
Before then, I think.
I think
that's like the cutoff.
Some teams actually get a bye week because of that, or is it all teams?
That's a good question. I still need to figure that out, but I think it's just I think some teams do get a bye.
Yeah, so what
There's
I
going to
think
be a super week 5, and then teams
okay.
will have
That's-
week
yeah.
6.
So what makes sense to me in like figuring it out is you have to remember a lot of your practice is actually front loaded because you don't want to go into the split rusty.
Yeah.
But the split is a set duration. You can't really extend it. So a lot of practice has already been done.
Yeah.
By the time week 1 hits, like what is that? Probably like 20% of your practice, maybe a little more, is actually done. So when you say week 4, midway through the split, that's probably a little past halfway of your practice too. So even that's like kind of dangerous.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure when they'll do it, but I would be, if it was my goal, I mean, I think roster changes are hard even after like week 2 or 3.
Yeah. Let's go into the future, because I think going on to that topic already, it's might as well let's talk about matchups for next week, because right out the gate, C9 is going to be going up against Dignitas. So that's going to be an interesting one. At least you know what your matchup is. That is a guaranteed lock-in. Thoughts versus C9?
I think we can do pretty decent against them.
Mm-hmm.
We've scrimmed a couple times versus them, and we didn't necessarily get the better of them, but I've seen hope. I think we have a good shot. I think we have a good shot. For me, the hardest matchup I've had so far has been Surdy, to be honest, like in scrims. So I think going into C9, I'll have a pretty good chance against
It makes you feel any better.
those.
Everyone else too, I think.
There we go.
I've never heard those words, but I would believe it. I mean, he does well when we scrim him, so I mean,
I get lucky.
yeah, I mean, it's hard to get
Just all
better.
luck.
Big fudge, big stick.
I mean, he low-key like played like the GOAT today. I don't even know. This guy
He really did.
he got into prime form, and I was like, this guy is not the guy I scrimmed against.
Yeah, I was kind of stunned too. I said after game 1, like, holy shit, Fudge, good work, man.
Yeah,
I was like talking him up.
Stun locked. When I saw
Why do you
him
guys
play-
beat him?
When he played No Ambassador for the first wave, and I was like, why is he playing better than Thanatos did?
Yeah, I was kind of impressed today too, but yeah.
Well, on that topic, DSG versus FlyQuest, you're going to be going up against Gankos. Thoughts on that matchup?
One of us is going to lose in 20 minutes, no mercy.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a slugfest.
Yeah.
You guys play in scrims at all? Like, what's the vibe when you go up against Fly?
Kind of depends. Like, either one team wins really, really hard, or the other team wins really, really hard, and there's no in between.
Yeah.
I will say FlyQuest is the team we've thrown the least against.
Okay.
So when we get ahead, I feel pretty confident against them that we can close it out. But I think they have good players. I think that Griffin's champion pool is definitely something that needs to be taken into consideration. And I think that we're definitely the underdogs for the series. But I think if we play like we did this week, it might be tough.
Might
but
be.
we have a week.
True.
So
going into the dungeon
Exactly.
practice.
I do think Fly is chaotic as hell. It's actually, I went in, I hadn't scrimmed against them, hadn't seen any, and I heard it too, but I was like, we'll see what happens. Scrim them, and these guys are like, it's actually like, in a loving way, it's like three crackheads and two very stable forces with
Yes.
Quad and Masu. These guys are so stable, it's really good. Probably underappreciated because
100%.
the three crazy players, they get a lot of credit when it goes well, right?
Yeah.
But it's hard to see like how much these guys do for their teams, especially Quad. I mean, I couldn't appreciate how much work he does for that team from watching.
I mean, even us on FlyC in 2024, like he looked like the best player in the league by far, but
Yeah.
he was doing a lot.
Yeah, even when they announced the team and you saw a little bit of it, he's obviously the most mature person in the room. And then the gameplay is another thing. Like he's a complete opposite to the rest of the team. Him and Masu. But though Masu, if he gets his picks, he'll play a little crazy too.
Yeah, they're not afraid to play aggressive. I think they just do a really good job of filling the like veteran role within that team, and it seems like it really enables them. They are good.
Yeah. We talked about Lion a little earlier. You were going to be going up against him, Zazel. Thoughts on the matchup, especially versus them with Armeo? Open that up a little bit.
Well, I would still stand by better jungle will win, but really I do think like head-to-head bot lane, I'd hope they're better than us just
Yeah.
because, I mean, we're subbing me in. They were competing against HLE up to game 5 just 3 weeks ago.
But now
very
they're going up
recently.
against Peaks Area.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But they also, did they go up against Kyria?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, well, I guess they don't know yet.
Yeah,
I mean,
T1 lost to G2.
Yeah.
Then they
I-
beat G2.
Yeah.
well, that indirectly. I mean, they haven't beat Zarya yet. They just beat Kyria. So, they beat G2, beat Kyria.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, maybe I still got a chance. I mean, we'll have to see. But, yeah, I mean, I'm going to cope either way. Just to, put my jungler to the flame, I'm going to say better jungle will win.
Yeah.
You got to attack the ego of junglers. That's how you get them.
I like that.
Goated take.
Yeah,
That's a
it
really
really
good
is. That's how you get any jungler to perform. You, like, slightly imply that, it's their fault if they lose. They never want to accept that, but it'll work out, I think.
He'll be on his best behavior.
I'm feeling good about next week.
Denethor, I'm going to ask you for a matchup that none of us is going to represent, so we got the good one on this one. Team Liquid versus Sentinels.
I think Team Liquid will take that pretty easily.
Yeah.
I don't think Sentinels. We didn't perform that well yesterday. We had some pretty rough game 2 and 3. I think in game 3 we're down 4K at 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Pretty rough stuff. A team like won't let that happen. I think they'll take it pretty easily.
All right. I love it. Appreciate you guys for joining me. That's our first episode in summer. And hopefully we'll be seeing you guys in Atlanta in the finals. We'll be seeing you guys in Mexico City too. A lot of traveling. But thank you guys. Appreciate it. Check out the podcast and all audio venues from Apple, Spotify, YouTube. See you guys in episode 2.
See you guys. I went in, I hadn't scrimmed against them, hadn't seen any, and I heard it too, but I was like, we'll see what happens. Scrim them, and these guys are like, it's actually like, in a loving way, it's like three crackheads and two very stable forces.
Welcome, everybody, to the first episode of Pros in Summer. And we have a lot of, I guess, new faces coming into the split. Surdy, we got Zazel, and we got Denethor. I guess I mentioned it immediately right out the get-go. Like, a lot of you guys, I mean, Surdy, technically you came in the last few weeks of the previous split.
Yes.
But you are now starting as the starting top laner for Disguise. And you got, I think both you and Denethor just came in from Korea. Did you go to Korea at all, Zazel?
Yeah, I was there from like June 25th to July 10th, so solid 2 weeks.
Nice. How was that process? Did you guys scrim against each other, or was it primarily solo queue?
We scrimmed each other one time. I
Yeah,
think.
DSG and us scrimmed one time for sure.
How was that?
Yeah,
Oh, it was okay. It went 3-3, so it's
it's
pretty
like
close.
three or two idiots fighting it out. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
basically.
like bar for bar equal.
What did you feel like the takeaway was?
I'm not sure we had a particular takeaway. I mean, both teams probably were testing out like the chaotic MSI metas we were watching and EWC metas. So probably just talking more about like, let's not do that next time as you grief the game.
Yeah. Denethor, you went to Korea. Was this your first time going to Korea for solo queue? Have you done it prior?
I went in 2024 at the end of the year, once before. Barely didn't get Challenger, but this time I got it
Hell yeah.
with a few days to spare.
Did you guys on Dignitas get a few scrims, or is this primarily like coming in as a team?
I was just there by myself. Didn't actually know I was going to the LCS. I was just there to play solo queue and get better.
That's crazy. So you just thought it would just be great for you to be able to like find point to grow personally?
Yeah, I was just there to practice before the second NACL split.
So were
Summer.
both times you went just self-funded?
Yeah.
That's
Oh
some
my
dedication.
God. That is dedication. You mentioned it right there. I guess like coming in, you were on Winthrop, coming in from the NACL. I guess a lot of you guys have had similar experiences coming in through NACL. I mean, both you and Serdia had CLL experience. Do you guys feel like there has been, talk about the structural difference it is on the teams that you've been prior and then going to a collegiate team? Is there a big structural difference for you guys? Like in terms of just like how you structure meetings and scrims or the seriousness?
I mean, for me, I've only been on Winthrop for 4 years. And then before that, I was on a team for like a month. So it's been just basically one team for me. So the structure hasn't been changed much.
Okay.
I've been on a lot. I've probably been on like, I don't know, 12, 15 teams maybe. Like I've been around the block. But I'd say it really depends mostly on the players. The LCS orgs that I've been a part of in Tier 2 have been a bit more professional, a bit more set up, especially because I was playing in 2022 and 2023 where some teams still had in-person rosters. So that was definitely more professional. I'd say for the most part though, especially nearing the end, Tier 2 became like really lax. They still put in a lot of effort, but it seems like you can't do it as the sole thing anymore. There has to be something else going on in your life, either school or work or something. And because of that, I think there's a little less emphasis unless you're on one of the teams that's trying to fight for the promotion slot.
Yeah.
I mean, Denethor would probably know more than that about me because he played this year. But since the promotion slot got like included, I've never played in Tier 2, so.
I did play 2024 or 2025? 2025. So I played a full year with it. And I mean, honestly, it's kind of funny, but it's a real uphill battle because the guest slot in LCS actually has access to like much more funds than these Tier 2 teams. When you talked about a Tier 2 team going all out, these players are, man, I don't want to say numbers since I don't know. This is a Riot podcast, but it's not very impressive. Let's just say McDonald's pays more, but these guys still put in all their effort. It's really hard to compare the quality that you get from like a Tier 1 coaching staff, just resources alone, and access to Tier 1 players. Like my example is, instead of you facing Scary Jerry, who is good, by the way, I still think that, they pulled in Rahel from EU, so a Korean import, and that was mid-year.
Yeah.
We just won NACL first split, and then we're like, yeah, I guess we're against Rahel now. And Rahel was really good at that time, like a huge upgrade for that roster, which was DSG, and made it very hard for us to win. So that was interesting.
True. Because like I remember watching you guys go through that whole year through Luminosity. And it was like, oh, this team is incredibly strong. And then DSG just made the swap.
Yeah.
What was your team's reaction the moment you saw that?
Well, we weren't sure how good Rahel was because obviously the rumor was he was benched and no one really knew why. Apparently it was for communication errors. I guess we need a shot calling 80 carry somewhere. Works for me, but yeah, it was kind of nothing. And then we realized like we were watching and DSG like slowly had this comeback where they played it was like a tournament that was optional, not playoffs, but they went really like fairly deep in that.
Yeah.
Was it one of the esports World Cup or
For
events?
DSG? I don't know what it was.
Last
actually.
year? I just know they were like looking a lot stronger. And their roster is essentially Sentinels now,
Yeah.
but with no Impact, no Hambach. They had Exu and Castle. So they were a strong team. And we were also a pretty good team, but we were taking like a pretty lax way of, as he said, we were scrimming 5 days on. If it was a match day, 4 days compared to LCS. Every team does at minimum 5 days on, 1 day off, 1 match day.
Yeah.
So there's definitely a big difference in not only quality, but also the amount of practice from tier 1 to tier 2.
That's true, because you've been around in terms of esports. You like, when I talk about tier 2, I remember in your Shopify podcast, you talked about like the early days of esports. Do you feel like it's kind of going back to that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, for sure it is to some degree. I think that there's this really interesting transition where obviously Riot is allowing more third-party tournaments. There's more access to just like random things you can do outside of the LCS. And it's a way for tier 2 teams and random players to actually get recognized. So I think right now the only system is really NACL, which is, I mean, Surdy, you came up through a different system that was changed, but Denethor is like exclusively NACL was where he was recognized. And I think it'll be interesting because there's going to be a shift where these random tournaments, teams will randomly do well, and you're like, oh, maybe this guy's not bad. True.
And I think it's a good point to talk to you about Denethor, about your debut, because that was perhaps the biggest conversation, surprise from a lot of people, and a lot of, I guess, excitement that you're being picked up from TLAW/NACL to LCS. How has that experience been for you so far?
Definitely changing. Like, compared to tier 2, it's just completely different. Like Surdy was saying, it's just really lax. Like, there's not as much effort that goes into it. Like, I know a lot of players, won't say like specific people, but they just don't care. They're just there to play.
In the tier 2 side,
and,
right?
Yeah, and they'll just play. And if they win, they win. If they lose, they don't really care at all. And they just go on about their day. But in tier 1, like, everyone's trying a lot harder, and there's a lot more time put into it.
How is that? Because that would feel frustrating. Someone that's you're literally paying out of your pocket to go to Korea to like improve yourself, and then you come back to, and I'm not, of course, there's no names, but being in an environment where everyone has different goals versus in LCS where everyone's on the same kind of focus.
Yeah, it's definitely challenging because you're on a team, but at the end of the day, like, all that matters is yourself because you're trying to go somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just had to focus on myself and get rid of the frustration that some people just don't care, because you can't really change that at the end of the day.
Yeah. How's it been flying from? Where is Winthrop? I am American illiterate. I've been in America for how long?
30 minutes from Charlotte, if you know where Charlotte is.
Yeah.
East Coast.
And coming into LA, what's been the biggest kind of like culture shock?
There's a lot more food over here than on the East Coast. You have like some fast food, like 1 or 2 local restaurants, a Mexican place. And then over here you have absolutely everything.
Yeah.
That's definitely a lot better. But I grew up on the East Coast like my entire life.
Mm-hmm.
So it's nice getting a change.
Makes sense. And so coming in, scrimming, first stage game, has that felt like natural to you, or is there some nerves there?
Definitely some nerves game 1. That was like, I think I bought 2 Retrix on Jake's. So my mouse has rapid trigger, so I double clicked it and it just instantly bought 2.
Yeah.
I didn't notice. And then I had some questionable plays for sure, but I think game 2 and game 3 got over them mostly.
Have you guys had a previous experience with Denethor? I know in the Shopify podcast you talked a little bit.
Yeah, I have. So for me, like, it was kind of funny with Winthrop because I feel like no one really considered them good, but they always were able to find wins. And like, it's like one of those cases where you look at a team and you're like, I don't really know how they win, but against us, they would always like get random ass 3 to 4K gold leads and play pretty well, and then they inevitably lose.
I'm remembering a game against Luminosity where I was on Camille and we had like this insane team comp, and it was like at 15 minutes we were up like 7K gold, and it was just unlosable, and then we lost.
Yeah, I remember you guys lost pooling Baron, I think, topside river. That was, yeah, I mean, I don't know, but I kind of recognized, like, more in hindsight that for tier 2, Fake God was really good.
Yeah.
And, like, I underrated so many of these top laners because even now, like, Fake God is good. When he went up against Castle, it was like Castle didn't even exist in our DSG series. Like, not in a bad way. They just were, like, equal. So it was really easy for me to play, so I underappreciated a lot of tops. But in general, I think that's a trend with tier 2 that I've realized with, like, Dark Wings, Surdy, you as well, where like you don't really know how good a player is till they get access to like actual coaching staff. Like their first good coach is what determines if a player actually has it, like the GOAT status capability. I don't think it's like age, because like Dark Wings comes up and he's just like, in tier 2, Dark Wings wasn't considered good. No one really like, he wasn't considered bad. He was always on mid-tier teams, but when you plan a tier 2 roster to win, you don't put Dark Wings at the top of the list. But then he comes in LCS, gets access to decent coaching staff, or good, I don't really know, but better.
Yeah.
And then he's actually doing really well now.
I said Isaac was our best player on SLU when we won TLAW.
What year was that?
This was 2024.
Right
Yeah, I
before-
think
I
that's
thought
right
Isaac was
before
our
he
best
went
player.
to, yeah, that's really neat.
It's right before he went to Winthrop and played with us for a split.
Oh, I remember that actually. Yeah.
So you guys both have
Wait,
experience.
you have
with
both
that.
have experience with
That's
them?
pretty
I mean,
My
Isaac
debut
slept on my
split
couch
and-
for a month. For CeeLaw, yeah. He just slept on my couch for a month because we all went to boot camp in St. Louis together. He's one of the nicest people I've ever met. He's a genuinely really, really great down-to-earth guy.
Yeah.
That's pretty
My debut NACL split, which started against 30, unfortunately. That was not a good series for me. But I played with Dark Wings, and yeah, like 30 said, he's a really good guy. I really liked having him as a teammate. He's good.
Yeah.
And he was really passionate, and he would take notes on the side of the screen I saw a lot, and he was like trying really hard.
Yeah.
Can't say the same for my other teammates.
One of the big things I said to Sentinels when, because this year the spot was between me and Impact, and one thing I talked to them about when they asked me what I thought about about Dark Wings is that he plays better when he's under pressure, and I think that's a really valuable thing to have as a player. It feels
Yeah.
like the nerves make him better.
That does make sense. And this kind of goes back to your response, Serdi, to the idea of when you were on like academy rosters for like FlyQuest, that was like a really professional environment, right? Like I want you to, okay, maybe not really. Let's unpackage that a little bit, because I think it makes sense with the conversation we're having here, where you get to an organization where it feels like you can get a chance. But now I want to know what that reaction is about.
What was your teammates, just for context?
Shaden,
Oh my god.
Quad, Sajed, and Chime.
Okay.
Nice.
So it was not bad for sure.
Good players.
Good players, definitely good players. A little bit of internal strife. You know,
Oh, yeah?
some communication issues at times. I would work with most of them again. I had a good time. I mean, we won, so can't really complain. I will say, especially after Quad left and we brought Bradley in, we basically, there was a period where we just stopped scrimming completely. Because I think mentals were getting so bad on the team that it was better not to scrim. I wouldn't call it too professional, but I would say we definitely tried.
Yeah.
I mean, I was trying really hard. Every day I'd breathe the league. I'd walk back from the like computer room that we had at the school I was going to, SLU, at 2 a.m. through St. Louis in the middle of the night. No mercy. Completely fine, by the way.
I think the story about the stopping scrims, like the mental kind of challenges, is an interesting one. I will turn this to you, Denethor, as a question, because I think anyone that comes into LCS, there's a question mark of like, what environment are you on? If the pressure is a lot, like you're losing a lot, like I want to know how do you feel like the current environment is on Dignitas joining it?
It's been pretty good
Yeah?
so far, yeah. I think all my teammates have been respectful, and they've also all been pretty passionate, but there hasn't been any crashing out or anything like that. I didn't watch too much of Dignitas' games prior, but I did see XU's interview before I joined the team.
Yeah,
I was
thoughts on
kind of
that?
debating, and I was like, I don't know if I should join this team or not after seeing that one, but it's been good. I like my team so far.
My
a lot.
advice for a rookie top laner promoting into a roster that, I mean, at the moment isn't that good, is the only thing that matters is how you yourself look inside of the games that you're playing. That'll help you join a better team in the future if your team doesn't do well. Obviously, that doesn't mean like focus on only yourself, don't play towards win conditions and stuff, but
Yeah.
you need to put a lot of emphasis on the fact that if like something that would happen on Dig for me, for example, was in the swaps, I'd always have my wave taken from me. So I'd end up being down like 15 CS every game because on the swaps, I just lose farm on
The
VP.
Winthrop Classic.
And I ended up getting blamed for that, which was kind of unfair. But you need to be able to stand your ground and say what it is that you need and what resources you need for your game. And you can't let people say things like, oh no, I'd rather take this Gromp when they can dive the enemy top laner. You have to be firm, I guess, and make sure that your opinion is heard and known.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're really accountable in a way to like how you get played around, I'd say, is basically what you're saying.
Yeah, you are.
And
if you
I think
roll
that's
over,
important.
you're just going to get walked over.
It's
Yeah.
so common that top laners, the quieter they are, the more they get bullied, by
Yep.
the way. It's crazy. You always bully the quietest top laners. I remember just like the way we worked around Fake God would be like, if he doesn't say anything, we're just doing what we want, and just he's adjusting to us.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, that's kind of how top has been for a long time,
That's how
right?
it should be. The top laners should say what they need inside of the game. Like
Yeah.
you as the
Yeah.
support when you're playing Camille shouldn't have to guess if you should come top or not level 1. Or if you need a water lane bush, they should be telling you this. And
Yeah, the way I've learned to work with Fudge is just like, it's really nice. I mean, he's very vocal, that's well known, but he actually says exactly what he needs. And if you say it's like not possible, all he says is, okay, I'll figure it out. It's not like, he doesn't get mad. He understands the context of the game is dynamic.
Yep.
Sometimes you can't cover every top play that they can make, and that's why these support picks kind of work, or they don't really know. But yeah, basically, he says everything he needs. Any chance we have to dive top, he'll say it, and it's really nice to play with a top laner that's like this. I think on the other side, you can be a really good player and be underappreciated. Like, I still think Fake God was really good.
Yes. I was actually going to bring this up because when we were just talking about like silent top laners that are really good, I remember being a part of Academy in like 2020, and Fake God was like the top 3 top laners alongside Fudge and even Darshan that was there too. And I think a lot of it is just being vocal and fighting for yourself. So actually, you being a veteran support who is on the opposite side of things, that kind of wants to be positioning their bot lane to be in a better position, but knowing what you want your top laner to say, but being around rookies. My question to you is like, how do you work on that in environments like that, where you feel like your top laner is not saying what you feel like they should be?
For me, when I work with the team, I think this is part of why I had so much success in tier 2 is I always say like everyone has a job within the game, and your job is to know what, or your goal is to know what your job is at every moment. It sounds really simple, but basically your job changes pretty rapidly in the game. So
I agree with that.
And really what it comes down to is like when you have the resources, it's your job to utilize them. So let's say like, I say like I have tempo and enemy support here, and Fudge has a good position on top. He's going to always say to me like, you can come top here and we can dive, or we can look to burn his flash, something like that. And it's your job to use the resources available to you in the game. But I also think you have to be okay, because some players, they have a vision of the game, and if you like disrupt it slightly, they legit lose their minds. Not like in comms, but they just like will play the same way as if you do have those resources.
Yep.
Sounds like you're hearing this and it's like, I'm connecting the dots. My own experiences.
Yeah, I've had a few people, teammates like that for sure.
No names. But yeah, just everyone has to know their job, especially at a pro level. And so when I worked with Meech and Young in 2023, I really like emphasized to them, like, if you just ask me, I can tell you what your job is at any point. But what I want you to do is learn your job so you don't have to ask. And then if you are lost in game, I'm always going to tell them what I think they should do.
Yeah.
But by default, you shouldn't have to. League is not a game where people actually micromanage. Like at a really high level, Inspired might do it a little bit, but when you listen to a Lion game, I can't imagine Inspired's actually micromanaging more than like a couple times a game where he's like, hey, I'm trying to do this play, so you should do this.
Yeah.
But generally, everyone knows their job according to the team plan at a high level, and the more you have that down, it's so much easier to play League of Legends as a team, and it makes everyone look better.
Let's make it about, I guess, today's circumstances for you guys, because of course you guys played up against each other, but I'm going to ask more about like the background behind it. How has it been? I'll start with you, Serdi. How's it been for you now? You had your Korean boot camp, you've come in and scrimmed, and then of course playing versus Shopify Rebellion, and it was like a tougher loss.
I'd say some of the same issues that we have in scrims happen on stage today, specifically when we die bot at the tier 2. We're not syncing our Baron waves, which is something that you guys did very well in game 1. We weren't syncing our Baron waves, which gave you guys an engaged timer that you shouldn't have been able to get. Obviously, Ziggs shouldn't walk up and satch with a tower when Nas Mega on the right side of him and Vi's in front with, Q and Orphe. But
It's like a paragraph.
yeah, but at the end of the day, this is an issue that happens not just to like Sajad, but to our team in general. We very consistently get leads in the early game. I'd say game 2 was more of an anomaly for us where we didn't have one. But usually versus almost every team, like we scrimmed C9 and Lion this week, and I'd say we had a lead in the early game in almost every game. But we struggle with reading tempo, specifically when we're down in up tempo, and closing out the leads. It's something we really have to work on a lot. I think that you guys did a pretty good job of punishing us on that today. I think it was probably because you guys were communicating a lot with each other on when you had tempo, when you had timers to do stuff, that kind of thing. But I'm obviously very sad we lost today. I thought that even though we were making these mistakes, I didn't think that you guys would punish us on them as well as you did. I think you had a comp that was very good at doing it with the Vi and the Camille. But yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. I think I played way under what I've been playing in scrims as well. In scrims, I'm having games very often where I'm just up like 30, 40, 50 CS in lane versus people. But then today on stage, for some reason, I played a lot worse than I normally do.
Mm-hmm.
And I also wasn't as vocal as I normally am because, like, for example, when Zazel came behind me as Nautilus, we saw you enter the jungle. My Pantheon's on Raptors with ulti, and Jace has no flash melee queuing onto me. So we can kill him before Nautilus can get in range, but I'm not saying this in game. And it's not my jungle's fault for not coming if I don't say it, right?
Yeah.
It's completely on me. I'm just
Back
inting.
to the jobs, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just absolutely inting. But yeah, my communication was bad today, and I think I need to step it up. Like, that's, like, on a personal level, I think I laned fine. I think I was winning lane in both games, 1v1. But at the end of the day, like, it's a team game, and laning really doesn't matter that much. If you know what your job is and you have a slight deficit in lane, it doesn't matter at all. Like, what is it, a longsword?
Yeah, I really could not tell you. I just played those games, and I could not tell you who was winning top lane.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it was close enough that it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
if it's close enough, it's just better team will win.
It's within like 5-10 CS.
Yeah.
So then it's like whoever's fastest plays, whoever's making the right TP calls, etc.
Yeah.
And Fudge did a really good job today of playing team fights and playing the map. So respect to him.
And for the Shopify side, kind of mentioned it, but at least this looked like a much different Shopify than what I saw from last split. Obviously, you weren't there last split, but I thought it was like the team was generally not on the same page. But I felt like that was a big difference this time around.
Yeah, there's something really unique about this team where, for me, there's actually a lot of good plans that get made. But these are like, I used to joke with one of my original teams that like, there's plans and there's masterpieces. And I feel like it's when you overplan and you start like trying to make a masterpiece. I feel like that's like a bad habit some of them get. That's my job's just like, hey guys, I'm coming top. We're gonna play top side, right? It's not even like I'm making big plans. It's just I'm saying where we're going with our resources. And the game like plays itself at a pretty basic level at that point.
Yeah.
If all your resources are on top, you're gonna fight top side, right? When they try to take your zone, things like that. But yeah, I would say what they struggled with before was just like, honestly, some of the basic info and conveying it to each other, because they had 3 players that they have acceptable English, but it's easy to miss context when you're making bigger plans of like, what is our basic goal when we get somewhere, or what are we doing? And sometimes I don't even know what we're doing still.
Yeah.
Like I'll just watch my little jungler get up to no good, or my mid laner, and I'm just like, what the hell's going on here? I'm sure everyone in this podcast here feels the same about their teammates still, even in LCS, which is hilarious. But that's like a problem every team has. You just do random garbage, and it's about stopping that garbage and then minimizing it, and then you slowly become a good team, is what I've realized.
Yeah. I mean, especially since it's the first week in summer, like literally all of your guys' teams has changed. For you, Denethor, you came in, and you guys had a close series versus Sentinels. At least it went to 3. That one game, I think it was like Palafox had like that pop-off Orianna game. How was that? You kind of mentioned it a little bit, but how was that series for you?
It's mostly just focused on myself. It was like kind of a jarring experience. So I didn't feel like, especially game 1, didn't feel like I was playing League to a certain point. But I think people expected Sentinels to win pretty hard. But I think we have a lot higher potential than people think.
Mm-hmm.
And behind the scenes, the team is not as crazy as it might seem, but yeah.
I want to get into the other teams. Before I do, I want to make a reminder for people out there that Summer Split has just started, but tickets are already available for LCS Championships on October 3rd and 4th in the greater Atlanta area at the Gas South Arena. Link is going to be in the description for you guys if you want more information. So please check it out. Any of these guys could be there, so please do. It'll be a good time.
Raz will be there. Right.
I will 100% be there.
Okay. Maybe I'll go. I mean, I'll probably won't
Maybe.
go now.
Where's the
I mean, I
confidence?
don't
Week 1.
No, I just meant I don't want to go now.
Oh, okay, fair
That
enough.
was just me scouting out the field.
Yeah, just making sure.
Yeah.
Are you wearing a jacket or is that just one sweater?
Dude, that's a comfy sweater.
That is so cool.
It is nice.
That is so cool, by the
Because
way.
this room could be very, very cold at some points.
It's kind of
Yes.
chilly. It does look cool, honestly. That's a nice sweater.
Yeah,
I will
got something
say,
on top.
this is a self-report. I have no idea if this is my wardrobe or if I stole this from LCS. I have no
Wait,
clue.
you took it home? Just yours now?
Usually I don't. I have. This is.
I mean,
I
this,
don't have
this
this.
might have to be.
It must be. Because I swear to God, I would never purchase this in my life, but I've taken it home. So
We might have to take it from
Cheers
his
now.
wardrobe.
Yeah, me too.
yeah, just putting that out there. Let's talk about some of the other teams because we mentioned it a bit. Lion versus Fly, specifically for Lion. Armeo came in for Inspired. Inspired said that he'll be coming in week 2, week 3, personal reasons, but it's nothing bad. But they just smashed. Didn't really matter. Did you guys watch that? And just your thoughts on Lion, because Surdy, I'm asking you because you've had experience where you've been on the same organization with Inspired. I know everybody's expectation was that he's the CEO, no Inspired, no winning, but it didn't really feel like that at all.
Well, he's the CEO, but he's not enough of a CEO that if you remove him from the equation, his 4 teammates who are all playing extremely well off of a MSI run where they go 5 games against HLE won't be able to come back and put up a damn good fight against any NA team.
Yes.
I think that credit to Inspired, he's very, very good. And honestly, when I played with him in scrims, because I would sub a lot for the FlyQuest team in 2024, it was like, if you've ever played Call of Duty, it's kind of like having a UAV. Where there's just the little blips on the map show up and you just know where everybody is. Well, at least for me, I know where the jungler is whenever I want, and that's very helpful for me, knowing when I have to crash my wave, trade, etc. Right? He's giving me the information, so game becomes really easy. But all the players online are good. Dokla is not the strongest laner, but as we talked about earlier, if you're down 10 CS in lane as a top laner, it's really irrelevant for the game. He's very good at knowing what his job is inside of the game at any given time. He knows when to send it. He knows when to play slow. He knows which bushes he has to hold in team fights. That's the kind of thing he does very well, and I think he also brings a lot of a very positive atmosphere to the team. From how I've seen him interact, he seems like a very positive, very energetic guy.
Yeah.
Saint is just a complete beast mechanically. I played with him, so he's the GOAT. And Berserk is the best ADC in the league, and Niles is looking like a top 3 support pretty easily.
Yeah. It was interesting, specifically, because when Armeo came in, I was like, okay, that's interesting. I want to see how much solo queue is he playing? But a lot of it is just top lane.
He's a top laner now.
He's a top laner.
So, yeah, Armao is. Yeah, my understanding is he's just here to have a good old time. I don't know. I mean, it's a lot of people. I mean, even in my situation, Shopify needs the support. People don't realize how hard it is to meet the requirements of getting someone to play in the LCS quickly right now, because visa
Yeah, it's
situations are difficult.
True.
You're only looking at United States players. People don't realize that. Canadian visas are still hard.
Yeah.
You're only looking at United States
Yep.
players, and a lot of the people just say no. Even if you ask, there's tier 2 players that are locked down. Those take away a lot of options.
True.
So it's I was telling them, look through everyone. And then they came to me. I told them I don't want to do it unless you go through literally every option. They were completely out of options within a day. And I'm sure Lion's the same thing where they look at Armao, he's playing top lane in solo queue and as a collegiate top laner.
Yeah.
And they're just yep, he's our best option.
Yeah, I mean,
and he is.
there are no junglers for them to take at all.
Yeah, he
At least
actually is.
Not American ones. I know that they asked some other people, but there are also tier 3 players. There's just no one.
Yeah.
But also, Armel is just, I think he's good at League of Legends. So
His play style, he can play jungle and do well and stay even no matter
I
what.
played on a team with him too, and I completely agree with that.
Yeah.
What team was that, actually?
EG challenges.
Oh,
we
true.
played
We went top
finals
2.
against each
Yeah.
other.
Yeah.
He kind of beat me.
Yeah, I'll
Pretty
chatted
hard.
you.
Yeah.
You
I
were
know.
kind of a beast then, though. I knew once
Thank you.
it was your Jax, right? Once
Yeah.
you lost on Jax, I was like, yeah, this is a free
Okay.
win, free series.
Just saying, in that game, I was 1v2ing your top jungle. I thought it was a free win.
It should have been, but that's why I knew it was cooked for you guys.
Also, I was versus Fake God, right?
Yeah.
He was playing really well that year.
Yeah, he had
Especially on Renekton.
yeah.
He was a very, very good Renekton player that year.
that matchup. A lot of people wouldn't play it, right? The Renekton side,
Yeah.
and especially against your Jax for tier 2 is unbeatable.
Yeah.
He just
That's how
didn't
we won
care.
every series, actually. I think I didn't lose a single Jax game in the lower bracket all the way up to finals.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you had the long run in the lower bracket.
Yes.
That was a crazy one. My question, because this is interesting. That is good to know the lore, especially behind Armeo. And Armeo was definitely holding his own. And I wonder, do you think this line without Inspired is good enough to be able to take on like a Team Liquid?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I think that they can definitely make it competitive at the very least. Will they win? I don't know for sure, but I think that it would be kind of disrespectful to the other players on the team to say that it would be a wash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they could definitely be competitive. It's hard to say if they'd win. The only thing like I'd be concerned about with Armao is like if it goes to a neutral mid game, but he has pretty good laners, especially mid bot.
Yeah.
If it goes to a neutral mid game, I mean he has been playing top mostly, so I feel like he's probably not going to be as sharp in like these mid game, late game standoffs around dragons and things like that.
Yeah.
So I would favor TL at least. But I think right now they're probably easily the second strongest, maybe the strongest with Armao in too.
True.
It's mostly Armao, let's be honest.
Yeah. What's funny is like FlyQuest was someone that we were really excited for going into the split because they had played in the Soup tournament in Korea, and they did look good at the end of last split. That was not a great series from them. I don't know if you guys had the chance to see it.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw the Silas spot getting solo killed by the J spot.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that the whole Jace flex thing is interesting. I think that something that isn't done, which credit should be given to their coaches as well. Even though me and Rigby definitely had our differences on Dig, he's a really, really good drafter. He's a really creative drafter. And I think that he gives the team a lot to work with in that way. So I think the drafts were honestly pretty good. I think game 2 was closer than people are giving FlyQuest credit for. They were ahead at some points, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I don't know why it was as one-sided as it was. I think that you'd expect Gakos to come out a bit further ahead on Dokla, and he wasn't able to.
Yeah.
And that makes it a little more difficult as well.
What's your guys' expectation, Denethor? Do you have an expectation of FlyQuest coming into the split?
Not really, to be honest. I think I did kind of expect them to win that game because I don't think Armeo is that good, to be honest. Like I don't think he'll fill the role that Inspired was doing to any extent. At least from what I've seen of him, he's like okay, but like now at least.
Yeah.
And as a top laner, he get
Wait,
him
you
out of that
faced
role,
him?
to be
You
honest.
faced him?
I did face him.
Oh shoot.
It was like 3 20-minute games, complete wash.
Oh my
At
God.
midnight, after playing 2 series that day, we had to play at a LAN that they forced us to play at midnight.
That is
And they
crazy.
got-
At midnight?
They got completely ran
Okay.
in 60 minutes, but that doesn't say anything about his jungle, to be fair.
Yeah.
But I don't think they'll be a top 2 team if they have Armao the whole split, which they won't. But
Yeah, it's just for the first couple of weeks, which I think you guys are going to be facing them.
We play them next week.
Yeah.
So with Armao.
we play them 3rd week, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure 3rd week as well for you. So that'll be interesting. We'll see what the timeline looks like and if they can be as consistent. They're definitely very chaotic without Inspired, which is a funny point.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just going to load into that week saying better jungle will win. I mean, maybe that'll motivate my jungler. He likes to slack when given the opportunity, so
Yeah.
you got to set boundaries, set rules. Better jungle wins next week.
Are you cracking the whip in the?
Yep, I'm putting that statement out there now. Better jungle will win in Lion versus Shopify.
Mm-hmm.
So
I like that.
my jungler better perform if he wants to be considered better than Armao. But that's nothing to scoff at, Armao.
True. Let's talk about. It's funny because like, Zazel, I'm going straight back to you because C9 is doing their 7-man roster. I feel like when you started out in your career on C9 as well, weren't they doing the same thing?
Yeah, I actually thought about this a lot, but I realized a lot of the value of 7-man was that we were actually just a 10-man, but 3 players knew they were like never going to play unless it was a punishment to the main player.
Yeah.
So one time I got benched as a punishment. So I think it was Diamond or Fang got moved up. I was late and I was protesting, like getting in trouble for being late.
Yeah.
But so I got benched for the day. But anyway, the difference is when let's say Sven, APA, Loki, Tactical, whoever's sitting out that day, they're not going to get anything from watching scrims. At that point, they would just watch LCK VODs or like point of view VODs of really good players in their role. So the difference is we could scrim on the second team. We were always scrimming, both teams every day.
Yeah.
So it was a huge difference that I think really made the 7-man a lot more valuable, because it was really, like I said, a 10-man.
Yeah.
And I just don't know if a 7-man has the same effect with 2 players just getting half the scrim time objectively.
That's a good point. Because at least in China, I remember China for sure, because RNG did this whole thing with like Karsa and MLXG. And a lot of teams will do that idea of trying to flex like a 6-man. And the 6-man is just sitting there watching the game with the coach. But like, how much are they actually getting out of that? Is my question. You don't think they're going to be getting too much in comparison to just scrimming instead?
I think what they're really doing is just finding out which player's better.
Yeah.
And they won't have 2 different identities based on players. They're just going to say, this guy's better, and then they're going to run that person until the other one looks like a real big noob, and then they're going to say, this is why we have a 7-man. Put a little pressure, and then the better player will always get the spot. It's not 2 different strategies. The only reason I think C9 had 2 different strategies back in 2018 with the 7-man was partially because we had 2 like distinct play styles.
Yeah.
Because Blabber was like chaotic, very, very wild, and
Svenskeren, I think.
Jensen was very solid, right?
Yeah.
That was like the combo. Jensen had really good laning, but he didn't want to do anything. So he needed like brought around the map to chaos. He was like, you could say he was Blabber's minion, but really, I mean, technically, he needed Jensen really bad.
Yeah.
And then there was the like strong Svenskeren talks about what he wants, says it very clearly, and Golden Glue just plays for it because he's down to move his lead anywhere he wants. Whereas Jensen struggled with that more. So it was like a really nice pairing. But for me, there's no mix in pairings there that can be made, because Tactical and Sven, I feel like their strengths are pretty similar to me. It's just like you're choosing which AD carries better. And then APA and Loki, there is a difference there.
Yeah.
But I just don't know how you would utilize it in like a 6 or 7-man. I'm not quite sure. Maybe like red side mage flexes to mid, because APA is more known for like his zigs, that type of thing.
I mean, Loki's definitely better at the melee mids if they want to play melee mid laners.
Yeah, that's true too. But
Like the,
I guess that goes back to
Kali
my
and stuff.
point. When do you see them using, if they consider Loki to be the better player, when do you see them using APA?
I'm not sure. I don't know why you would. Like, I remember CFO did this with Rust and Driver, but the thing is they had 2 very clear identities where one would play tank, one would play carry. And I feel like the mid champion pools and like ADC champion pools especially are like too melded together. You can't like fracture the identities like that. Either you think one's better or you don't.
Yeah. And the weird thing with Driver and Rest was when you go into a draft, you kind of really can't plan ahead what your draft is going to be.
Yeah.
Like there was one game where Rest just had to play Ornn. So it felt weird in that situation where they're like, oh, damn, we brought you in to be the carry guy. But this game definitely needs an Ornn in the top lane. So that even that one is like tough to think about. Actually, from CLOL, I'm sure there's a lot of fluctuations in like players that come in and out.
We actually had a 10-man roster on Winthrop, like right when I started.
Yeah.
There was 10 players, and I can say that was a disaster.
Who
Especially
were you
without,
competing for top lane?
it was my bud at the time. He actually
bud.
took my spot.
Really?
Yeah, my first like when I competed on Mirage Alliance for one split is because he took my spot, because the Ganasso was our coach at the time, and he didn't know which player was better because we were screaming. And my bud was playing really well at the time. Like that was the only time he ever like played that well. And so he quit.
It's the motivation factor.
Damn.
He's a good player, not like going down.
I
on
think
him.
if I had to choose
But-
Denethor or Mabud for my top laner, it's a pretty easy choice. It's not Mabud.
For most of the
Really?
time,
No.
it was me clearly, but then he was like shining really well, so it was hard to differentiate. And
Yeah, I getcha.
the coach had just come in, and so he took my spot for a split or 2, and I played with Mirage Alliance, and then I came back shortly after. But there was a lot of disasters with that 10-man roster. Mobility was subbed out once for ZKG going into a LAN because there was like communication errors, and the coach was just like, "All right, Mobility, you gotta go," and then we just got completely ran.
God
And the
damn.
director called up, like, get him back in, and then we lost again, and we went right back. We had lost a slew that year at the LAN.
Shoot.
It was a disaster.
What do you feel like made a disaster? Because you mentioned some disaster examples, but what do you feel like didn't make it
mean-
feasible?
Like he said, there's no scrims for the second, like, 5-man roster, at least for us.
Yeah.
And then you don't know. These coaches don't know how good these players are. They're tier 3 players, some tier 2 players. like you have no clue what you're getting.
Yeah.
You play one scrim with them, you can't really differentiate one scrim
Yeah.
for the players, and then they think they can diagnose a problem, and then they think they can diagnose what will fix that problem,
Yeah.
and so they just throw it in, hope it works, and it most of the time won't work
Yeah.
for what they're trying to fix. And I remember when I first came to Winthrop, we won like, I want to say like 20 scrims in a row,
Mm-hmm.
and then we played one random tournament and lost to a really good, it was like wild card or something, I don't remember the team, and 2 players got benched going into a LAN,
Yeah.
and it just made no sense.
Do we have confidence that it's going to work out for C9? Because I feel like the consensus is that we don't
Hopefully
like the concept.
The coaching staff has a bit more idea of how to work it.
Yeah.
I do
Winthrop.
think, well, first I got to say, I mean, I would put my bud in too. I mean, he's my bud. But moving on, I had to. I couldn't
All right,
resist.
fair enough.
Okay. But I do think eventually they're just going to stop giving scrim time to one half and still say they're a 7-man. Like, that's just the natural progression of things.
Yeah.
We did that on C9 in 2018, 2019, where like, yeah, we're still a 7-man. Meanwhile, I think back to like the last time X players in scrims. Like, I think Blabber played multiple matches with like no weeks of scrims, and he always performed. So credit to Blabber back then. He was the GOAT for us. Our clutch little
Nice.
jungler,
That is crazy.
little fish. But yeah, I think that tends to happen. I assume that happened to you guys too with your 10-man. Like, eventually you just have better players that get all the time.
Yeah, it was hard though because the coach would be have a little bit of favoritism, and
Yeah.
he would put in players that people didn't want.
Mhm.
We ended up having like this guy or this guy. The other guy just disappeared. There was actually multiple of those, but
Jesus. How long do you guys think it would take before, or would you want, if you were in C9's position, to just cut it off?
I think giving half a split is pretty generous.
Mhm.
I think that C9 constantly talk about themselves as people who want to compete internationally. Nobody really cares how they play in the regular season.
Yeah.
But I think if you make a change too late into the regular season, then you won't have the synergy for playoffs and the international. So I think you definitely have to make the decision way sooner rather than later. I think you have like 3-4 weeks, maybe before. They announced it on broadcast today. There's something going on in week 6 where you go to
Yeah.
Mexico.
We're going to Mexico.
Before
Yeah.
then, I think.
I think
that's like the cutoff.
some teams actually get a bye week because of that, or is it all teams?
That's a good question. I still need to figure that out, but I think it's just I think some teams do get
Yeah.
a bye.
So what
There's
I
going to
think
be a super week 5, and then
Yeah,
teams will have
okay,
a bye
that's-
week
yeah.
6.
So what makes sense to me in like figuring it out is you have to remember a lot of your practice is actually front loaded because you don't want to go into the split rusty.
Yeah.
But the split is a set duration. You can't really extend it. So a lot of practice has already been done.
Yeah.
By the time week 1 hits, like what is that? Probably like 20% of your practice, maybe a little more,
Yep.
is actually done. So when you say week 4, midway through the split, that's probably a little past halfway of your practice too. So even that's like kind of dangerous.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure when they'll do it, but I would be, if it was my goal, I mean, I think roster changes are hard even after like week 2 or 3.
Yeah. Let's go into the future because I think going on to that topic already, it's might as well let's talk about matchups for next week because right out the gate, C9 is going to be going up against Dignitas. So that's going to be an interesting one. At least you know what your matchup is. That is a guaranteed lock-in. Thoughts versus C9?
I think we can do pretty decent against them.
Mm-hmm.
We've scrimmed a couple times versus them, and we didn't necessarily get the better of them, but I've seen hope. I think we have a good shot. I think we have a good shot. For me, the hardest matchup I've had so far has been 30,
Mhm.
to be honest, like in scrims. So I think going into C9, I'll have a pretty good chance
It
against
makes you feel any better.
Dignitas.
Everyone else too, I think.
There we go.
I've never heard those words, but I would believe it. I mean, he does well when we scrim him, so I mean,
I get lucky.
yeah, I mean, it's hard to get
Just
the
all
better of
luck.
Big Fudge, Big Stick.
I mean, he low-key like played like the GOAT today. I don't even know. This guy
He
got,
really
he, got
did.
he got into prime form, and I was like, this guy is not the guy I scrimmed against.
Yeah, I was kind of stunned too. I said after game 1, like, holy shit, Fudge, good work, man.
Yeah,
I was like talking him up.
stun locked. When I saw
Why
him
you guys
play-
beat him?
When he played now Ambassador for the first wave, and I was like, why is he playing better than Thanatos did?
Yeah, I was kind of impressed today too, but yeah.
Well, on that topic, DSG versus FlyQuest, you're going to be going up against Gankos. Thoughts on that matchup?
One of us is going to lose in 20 minutes, no mercy.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a slugfest. Have you
Yeah.
you guys play in scrims at all? Like, what's the vibe when you go up against Fly?
Kind of depends. Like, either one team wins really, really hard, or the other team wins really, really hard, and there's no in between.
Yeah.
I will say FlyQuest is the team we've thrown the least against.
Okay.
So when we get ahead, I feel pretty confident against them that we can close it out. But I think they have good players. I think that Griffin's champion pool is definitely something that needs to be taken into consideration. And I think that we're definitely the underdogs for the series. But I think if we play like we did this week, it might be tough.
Might
but
be.
we have a week.
True.
So
Going into the dungeon
Exactly.
practice.
I do think Fly is chaotic as hell. It's actually, I went in, I hadn't scrimmed against them, hadn't seen any, and I heard it too, but I was like, we'll see what happens. Scrim them, and these guys are like, it's actually like, in a loving way, it's like three crackheads and two very stable forces with
Yes.
Quad and Masu. These guys are so stable, it's really good. Probably underappreciated because
100%.
the three crazy players, they get a lot of credit when it goes well, right?
Yeah.
But it's hard to see like how much these guys do for their teams, especially Quad. I mean, I couldn't appreciate how much work he does for that team from watching.
I mean, even us on FlyC in 2024, like, he looked like the best player in the league by far, but
Yeah.
he was doing a lot.
Yeah, even when they announced the team and you saw a little bit of it, he's obviously the most mature person in the room. And then the gameplay is another thing. Like, he's a complete opposite to the rest of the team. Him and Masu. But though Masu, if he gets his picks, he'll play a little crazy too.
Yeah, they're not afraid to play aggressive. I think they just do a really good job of filling the like veteran role within that team, and it seems like it really enables them. They are good.
Yeah. We talked about Lion a little earlier. You were going to be going up against him, Zazel. Thoughts on the matchup, especially versus them with Armeo? Open that up a little bit.
Well, I would still stand by better jungle will win, but really I do think like head-to-head bot lane, I'd hope they're better than us, just
Yeah.
because, I mean, we're subbing me in. They were competing against HLE up to game 5 just 3 weeks ago.
But now
very
they're going up
recently.
against Peaks area.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but they also, did they go up against Kyria?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, well, I guess they don't know yet. I mean,
T1 lost to G2.
Yeah.
Then they beat G2.
Yeah.
well, that indirectly. I mean, they haven't beat Zarya yet. They just beat Kyria, they beat G2, beat Kyria.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, maybe I still got a chance. I mean, we'll have to see. But, yeah, I mean, I'm going to cope either way. Just to, put my jungler to the flame, I'm going to say better jungle will win.
Yeah.
You got to attack the ego of junglers. That's how you get them.
I like
Goated
that.
take.
Yeah,
That's a
it
really
really
good
is. That's how you get any jungler to perform. You, like, slightly imply that, it's their fault if they lose. They never want to accept that, but it'll work out, I think.
He'll be on his best behavior.
I'm feeling good about next week.
Denethor, I'm going to ask you for a matchup that none of us is going to represent, so we got the good one on this one. Team Liquid versus Sentinels.
I think Team Liquid will take that pretty easily.
Yeah.
I don't think Sentinels. We didn't perform that well yesterday. We had some pretty rough game 2 and 3. I think in game 3 we're down 4K at 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Pretty rough stuff. Team Liquid won't let that happen. I think they'll take it pretty easily.
All right. I love it. Appreciate you guys for joining me. That's our first episode in summer. And hopefully we'll be seeing you guys in Atlanta in the finals. We'll be seeing you guys in Mexico City too. A lot of traveling. But thank you guys. Appreciate it. Check out the podcast and all audio venues from Apple, Spotify, YouTube. See you guys in episode 2.
See you guys.
Nice flash on good.
But I can send it, guys.
Look at view.
I'm looking hard. Yeah.
Guys,
I'm looking. I saw average it, okay?
Killing jungle, guys.
Guys, keep moving forward. Ross, I'm looking Jin.
No flash corner.
I'm looking Jin. I'm looking Jin.
Yeah,
Go Jin.
no flash. Continue Valor for the win.
I'm fine. I never died though.
Dignitas, right when it looked like they were in a decent spot, it all goes to hell and the fire is hot.
I can hold here. You can pull.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull.
I didn't take him full time.
Portal.
Hey, dude, we can go for it.
Look forward. This guy.
Leave behind.
Yeah.
Think about it.
We can turn on Lee.
Can you one? Okay. Out
Valor
of
no
the
flash.
He's done.
Look, Syndra.
Yeah.
No flash. Syndra.
Oh sh.
Oh, I locked.
Holy, he just screamed it.
Bot lane domination from FlyQuest as they will sweep DSG.
Welcome back to the LCS. Got a stat for you right off the bat. 21.43% of our Summer Split regular season games have been played. Did you know that?
That's crazy.
Time flies.
That's crazy. Feedback to the stats guy. We're stopping at the second decimal point. We can go
Yes.
farther than that.
First of all, use his name, Leo, especially when you're flaming him.
Oh, yes.
Definitely use his name when you're gonna flame him.
MZ
Leo,
Liam
the chosen. Leo, Liam.
Statistically, we have 4 teams in first, 2 teams in last, and 2 teams figuring things out.
We need Dignitas and DSG to break out of 7th, 8th prison.
It's not going to happen soon.
It's gonna have to happen at some point.
The thing is, if someone breaks out of prison, Raz, then you gotta put 2 teams back in prison to replace them.
Do you guys remember the show Prison Break?
Yeah,
Yes.
it was
Man,
good.
that was such a weird show.
'Cause it's
So
something
season
about
1,
the
they break
prison.
out of prison.
Yeah, I only watched season 1.
Season 2, they're like on the run.
Yes.
Season 3, they're breaking out of a prison, but harder.
I did. See, this is where I lost.
How did it, so they got back in prison for season 3?
Yeah,
and then they had
like
to
a
break-
harder prison.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, all right.
And then season 4, that's where it lost me. But I think they were breaking back into prison again.
They went in prison?
Something like that.
I only watched season 1.
Then
so,
they apparently did season 5 like 10 years later, which I also haven't seen.
Okay, I need to check that out personally.
Yeah. We're 21.428571428% through the regular season.
Thank
Leo,
you.
for that.
Thank you. That is an immediate
there we
response to
go.
that feedback. I appreciate it.
I think the reason we're so stats heavy is I have made a very stats heavy presentation.
Oh,
You know, I've been seeing a lot of roaming supports.
we have
What?
all been
Yeah.
seeing a
What?
lot.
You have been opening your eyeballs?
But I had to look into the numbers because, like, how did we get here? And it did some weird stuff. So let's pull this up. Why is Camille's support in all of my LCS games?
He did open his eyes.
Look how shocked!
Experience.
Look how shocked he is.
Very
Yeah,
shocked.
I'm very shocked. I got to shout out our producer, Andrew Grapes, for putting together this presentation. So,
Catch up.
we need to just learn some basic
What was
numbers
that random
about
bottle of
experience.
ketchup over there?
This is the experience needed for each level. It's pretty straightforward. From level 1 to 2, you need 280. From 2 to 3, you need 340, and so on. 100 additional experience every level. So by the end of it, like, you need to get 1,880 experience in order to get level 18. It's not like this is the cumulative experience. The cumulative number would be much bigger. So this is how much each champion is worth when you kill them, depending on the level. So it's kind of interesting, actually. Like a level 6 champion, there's some weird jumps. If it's a solo kill, it's worth 234. As soon as they're level 7, they're worth 308. But a lot of times we're in these games where there's like a level 6 support and like level 10 and 11 solo lanes. And even just looking at these numbers, a level 6 is worth, if it's an assisted kill, which is a weird quirk of the system, this is the total amount of experience that gets split up amongst everyone who kills the champion.
Oh, wow.
So like if 3 people kill a level 6 person, they're getting like 50 experience each.
Yeah.
But if 3 people kill a level 10 champion, they're getting like 170 plus experience each, which is a lot more, okay?
Yeah, they did that to disincentivize so many ganks because people were
Yeah.
ganking so much.
Absolutely. However, this is the catch-up and reduction version of it. So when you have big level differences, so like let's imagine you have a level 6 and a level 10, 60% modifier gets put in both directions.
Uh-oh.
So the low level guy gets 60% more experience, and the high level guy actually gets 60% less experience. So what does this mean, guys? The other
Means
thing,
don't trade your life for a lower level champion.
Hell, I'm never doing that.
Don't
so
trade.
The sneaky thing that I learned during this, Kobe, is that minions are even crazier. If you're 4 levels behind the average minion level of the game, 160%. So based off this math, that's actually over 2.5 times. Because 100% would be 2 times. So you actually get insanely juiced experience from minions. So how do you abuse this? All right? How do you get an entire level of XP off of 1 minion wave?
Oh, no.
Just about.
Whoa!
Whoa! Okay, minion wave. Example 1. You're a level 6 support. Let's imagine there's a couple, like everyone else is basically level 11, okay? So that would mean the average level of the game is level 10, which means the minions are
4 levels.
High level. The whole wave gives 354 experience. So if you killed it all yourself, which is support would never do, but just for the example,
Yeah.
it would be 920 experience.
Oh, my God.
Another thing that people don't 100% realize is when you're sharing experience, the total experience of the wave goes up, but then it's split. So a shared wave, if you're sharing with one other person, is going to be 0.65 of the value. So that's this number is 0.65 this number. So it's 230 experience going to each person. However, remember, this Camille here is getting bonus experience.
Oh, no.
So it's multiplied.
Oh, my God.
Their share of half of that wave is 598 XP, which means they're getting 76.7% of the way to level 7 by sharing a cannon wave. That's a lot of experience.
That's a lot of
600 experience. So, what about team fights? How does experience work in these mid-game team fights?
Whoa!
It's crazy.
He's spinning all over the place.
Team fight example. 3v3 skirmish, couple level 10 solo laners, and these little baby level 6 supports. How does this work? Let's imagine you win the fight. Glorious victory. All right?
Woohoo! We won, Raz. That's us.
High five!
Taking information from earlier, the assisted kill on a level 10 champ, 531 experience that has to be split up amongst 3 people, 177 per person. However, you're getting that multiplier.
Yeah.
You're getting that bonus experience. So 2 kills on high level people multiplied by 60% just for this guy assisting on these 2, 566 just for this dude. All right? Come on now.
Yeah.
The assist on the low level guy is actually pretty worthless. Even level. Because
What
the
the hell?
156 experience divided by 3 is only 52 experience. And here's the kicker, guys. So 618 experience for the team fight for the low level guy. But the high level guy, who's killing the low level guy, this 52 experience gets further reduced because of that previously mentioned 60% multiplier.
No way.
Actually becomes a 60% reduction, which means this level 10 brother who kills this little baby Camille is getting 20 experience for that kill, which is 1/3 of a melee minion.
What the hell is happening?
Yeah, I mean,
1/3 of a melee minion. Worthless from an experience standpoint.
And it's a Hail
That's it.
Blades Camille. He's still kicking my ass.
Any questions?
no, that's why we always talk about the slingshot for these supports. They're abusing the system.
Yeah.
The only thing that balances it is that both teams have a little rat. That's
little rat.
That's
They're both
low
rats
level.
running around.
So then everybody's like, okay, fine. We both have a little rat abusing the system.
Both teams have a little rat, but a Camille with a Hail of Blades is still the one that's trying to solo kill me.
It's so annoying because like it's this little fly
Yeah.
that's hurting you, but like killing the fly doesn't really do anything. You'll
True.
get the biggest reward is the
But this
gold.
little fly has malaria. that's what Camille is. I can die to this little fly.
Yeah, you can.
That's why these types of champions have become so popular because they can be really threatening even when they are these little flies, and then you're killing them and you don't get a lot back for yourself.
You chase them, you lose a melee minion. You're like, well, that wasn't worth it.
It does feel good. It does feel good
You get the
to put them
satisfaction.
Yeah, it
down
does
and be
feel
like, stop annoying me,
Yeah, it does really
you
feel
little
nice.
fly.
As your
Yes.
bounty increases for more than the value of the kill.
You know what's also a super cool thing for all that experience stuff? Even when the low-level Camille dies really early, you still gain experience for champions that die around where you died.
Yeah.
For a good like 10 seconds.
For 10 seconds.
You still get the experience. So even if the support Camille is the initiator Raz and they start this team fight,
and she dies as
you
long
can
as
still
it's within the next 10
soak it
seconds.
all up even if you die.
Gobble it up.
I will say a lot of the changes that Froxon discussed, of course, discussing how 80 carries can survive within the meta versus like mages. So he's hitting all of that. One note, one bullet point that I think is very relevant to the discussion that we were just having is the idea of straight nerfs to support roaming, already using established levers, starting upping out of lane support golden experience penalties from 25% until level 3 to 33% until level 5. You're still incentivized as a support to
this
roam.
actually doesn't do that much. Like,
you're still roaming.
The level 5 thing will matter. Like not getting access to your ultimate does actually matter.
Yeah.
But you will still slingshot at a certain point. So I think it's all little stuff. It'll nerf it a little bit, but I think the roaming supports are still going to keep roaming.
It's interesting though, because with increasing the penalty also up to 33%, losing a third, I feel like it is going to impact the early game as far as how early they're roaming. Big difference for supports between 3 and 5.
The weird tweak with support items though is even if you're getting less gold on the shares, you're still going to get the 1,000 gold out of the item eventually.
Yeah.
So you're just delaying your gratification on that gold. But that's
a lot to think about.
That's next patch. It's a lot to think about. Moving on to the matchup today, here is what Zazel thought about Shopify's chances against Lion today.
They're definitely very chaotic without Inspired, which is a funny point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to load into that week saying better jungle will win. I mean, maybe that'll motivate my jungler. He likes to slack when given the opportunity, so you got to set boundaries, set rules. Better jungle wins next week.
Are you cracking the whip in the...
Yep, I'm putting that statement out there now. Better jungle will win in Lion versus Shopify.
Mm-hmm.
So
I like that.
My jungler better perform if he wants to be considered better than Armao. But that's nothing to scoff at, Armao.
True. Nothing to scoff at.
Armao.
Armao, yeah.
I like how it is Armao.
Armao.
Yeah.
He kept talking about the psychology of junglers.
Yes.
We were talking to him for quite a long time.
You got to check their egos.
Yeah, and he was like, you got to flame. I don't agree with this, but Zazel was of the opinion that you got to flame them a little bit, and you have to talk about jungle diff all of the time to motivate them.
It's an ego thing for
disagree.
junglers.
Yeah.
As a jungler,
I don't like jungle diff.
Yeah.
Oh, the funny thing about any game, if you're not playing jungle, you load in a solo queue and you somehow claim that your jungler got gapped, you're getting about a paragraph in the chat about how that's incorrect. So I feel like that's happening internally. If contracts, they might lose, and if it happens, contracts is going to try and refute it.
Well, his support is already not supporting him.
Well, I actually think this one is pretty interesting because just if you isolate junglers, who would you say would jungle diff? Now, if we're coming into last weekend, I'd be like, oh, Contracts is going to jungle diff him 100% of the time, super easy, because our Mayo's been playing top lane and he's very, very rusty.
Collegiate, of course.
But his performance was pretty dang good,
especially
in game 2.
The funny thing is they did mention the idea of like nothing to scoff out for Armao because like his jungle style literally is plug and play. Like he is there to support his laners, and so putting him into a team like this, even though it is literally inspired, is like I have Berserkers saying I can literally just
you farm and team fight. This is
Zazel's
setting Contracts up to fail, man, because the laners on Shopify aren't as good as Lion. That's what the jungler's going to say lane gap.
They always blame the jungler.
They true, but we're going to get to the bottom of this. Azael is standing by with Contracts and Armao for an interview.
I'm here with Contracts and Armao ahead of their matchup today. Armao, first things first, as Lion proved, beyond a shadow of a doubt, they're the top 3 team in the world, and now you've won with Lion. That makes you a top 3 jungler in the world. So we've got this belt for you here.
Okay, let's
this top 3. But also remember, through the power of transitive properties, if you win today, that makes you a top 3 jungler in the world.
That's pretty
and
impressive.
And Shopify a top 3 team in the world. So pretty big stakes today.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, in our morning meeting today, we said, all right, guys, there's no pressure on us. Like, these guys are a top 3 team. But then Zazel in the interview is like, all right, guys, the better jungler will win today. And so pretty much I have all the pressure, but my teammates don't. So.
Yeah, your team just takes no responsibility here.
Yeah.
How do you feel about it? Is it going to be a jungle diff today? Is it better jungler wins, or is it really just all about the laners?
I'm looking to get carried. Personally, I'm looking to get carried.
He's just going to strap in, get on someone's, get on Dilkla's broad shoulders here.
Yeah.
How has it been playing with Lion so far? Subbing in, obviously, it seemed like it was pretty a last minute thing.
Yeah, it was a last minute thing for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's been fine. Let's just keep up from last week, and I'm just trying to win every game and leave on a high note. So just get the wins and Peace.
Not going to take Inspired spot and win too many games?
I'm good. He's got that covered.
Okay.
You and Zazel got the same mindset going on right now.
So what about Zazel? Is it not supportive? Is jungle not supportive?
He's just here to clock in and clock out at the end of the day. That's what he said.
I did hear that.
He's retired right now.
Yeah,
you know,
currently retired while
he's
playing.
ready to go back to Ohio as soon as possible.
All right. Well, we'll see if it is going to be, in fact, jungle diff or if it will be lane diff at the end of the day. Back to y'all at the desk.
I actually love it.
That's so funny.
Like, that's how you take the pressure off. You got all these other people trying to like really stressing and sweating over these games.
Yeah.
Zazel's just, he's not even here.
Hey, I'm helping you guys, all right? Oh my God.
They're both just like, yeah, I'm ready to get carried. You guys do all the work. Zazel, though, has actually, I feel like, put a lot more into it. You know, he's talked about helping with the shot calling.
Yes.
He's really melding with this team. I thought
He's good.
I thought Shopify looked so much better
Yeah. They
having
did.
him back. And Zazel, he said, you know, prior to this, he wasn't even looking to return to Tier 1.
I know.
But he does seem to be fitting in really nicely. And I hope that he stays. I hope that he gets addicted.
I know. He's just going to mess around and go to Worlds.
I know, right?
Just like
Yeah,
stick around for next year.
It's going to happen. And I feel like, at least from that point of view, it's been a bit of infectious. I think Fudge has been playing incredible. But on top of that, Dokla has been doing the exact same thing. So, like, this top lane matchup has, if you just look at the stats, they played insanely well in the first week. And it's been able to see Big Fudge come into action. So, like, hey, if Shopify Rebellion is going to succeed, it's going to be based off the fact that, yes, Zazel come in and really lit a fire underneath this team. But also, if Fudge is playing at peak Fudge level that we know him from old-time LCS, then I think they will do just fine.
Old-time LCS?
Old-time LCS.
Multi-time LCS champion Fudge. I'm down for this. It's post-2020 LCS. It's not old-time LCS.
Yeah,
COVID
yeah.
LCS.
We literally just had League Classic with like season
Yeah.
1.
Fudge
season
didn't
2
come over
stuff.
until 2021.
Old-time LCS.
But I did, you know,
Everything reset until COVID happened.
you're talking about Big Fudge. Like, how big is Big Fudge
Dokes.
compared to Big Dokes? Are
That's
they
a
the
good
same
question.
size
They're
right
both
now,
big.
Raz? Because
Oh, no,
Big
Dokes
Dokes
is
was
bigger.
looking pretty big in week 1 as well.
Yeah.
I talked with Big Dokes after his NAR game, and he actually said, I think that was my best NAR game.
Nice.
Straight up. Ever. Yeah, because I had noticed a trend from MSI into last week with his NAR
Wait a
where
second.
it just kept
We're
getting
just
bigger and
hot-swapping
bigger.
based
These are
on
their
what
spring
happened in
stats.
spring.
So
From
they
spring to
weren't
summer.
they weren't actually that big in spring.
Yeah.
They were very large
In
summer week 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll see if that continues. But I just thought Dokla's NAR, he was saying he's like grinded VODs. He has a really good understanding of what his win conditions are in lane as well as in game. His team is playing really well around his timers. So like he actually has career a sub 50% win rate on NAR.
Oh.
But recently I feel like it's one of his best picks, which is pretty insane.
Yeah, I think the pressure that is happening internally, even just based off the pressure that happened just last split, if we're talking about what happened last split, like having Castle basically threaten your position, the whole thing coming, both internationals, both First Stand and MSI, like that reality check, like I think that has done wonders for someone like Dokla to come in and really play at his best. So that makes a lot of sense to me.
Do you want them to hire another top lane to
we're
put that pressure, Raz?
I think we're good on the first
You
bit
like
of
that
pressure.
method?
I think we're good on the first bit of pressure.
Okay.
Kobe, are you also a top 3 caster in the world now that we're
Cast
top 3
line
team?
all the time,
Absolutely.
baby.
We're the best casters in the world.
I mean,
top
thank
3.
you.
Okay.
Woo, thank you, fellow top 3 caster.
Yeah. I want to talk about last week, though, with Big Berserker, actually.
Big B.
So I had a theory. Everyone was talking about how good Berserker's Jace was.
Yeah. Okay.
I think he got lucky, Kobe. We're going to debate this. Look at
Let's
this.
see it.
Look at this.
Lucky?
He's 1-4.
Lucky.
Wait, I can't look at it.
They're down 4,000.
Oh.
Look at Berserker.
We're looking at Fudge.
This little guy, 1-4. 1,000 gold up. Oh, I can't see it yet.
Yeah.
It's all good, but I'm just.
I can see it.
The fact I am just shocked that you're saying.
Act it out for
lucky.
us.
Pull it up.
Act it out for us.
1-4. Little Jace running up in river. Yeah.
There he
Trying
is.
to join this fight, but watch this sequence of events. Look at the bounties.
Okay.
Look at the bounties, man, on the side of FlyQuest when they throw this game. Uh-oh.
Whoa.
The end.
The end.
The end of the clip.
That's crazy.
Okay, we're going to get back here.
Yeah, you're drawing, buddy.
Yeah, we're back.
Get that drawing stuff out of
Get
the
this
way.
back up here.
All right, here we go.
We're up. See, this is how
I'm getting dizzy.
Kobe, this is how coordinated FlyQuest was in this moment. This is why Berserker's so lucky. Okay, just watch this.
Okay, I'm ready.
Saint outplays.
Okay.
I just need to show you the goal. He starts at 10,000. Boom.
Yeah.
10,700. All right?
It's a big shutdown.
Yeah, he was 1,000 gold ahead already.
Well, sure, but he's 1-4. Watch this. Boom. More shutdown. Boom. Another shutdown. Wow. 1.7k gold just from those two fights. Then they're going for Baron.
No, don't give him more.
Oh, guess what?
Don't give him more.
The bounties keep coming.
Give him another one.
They keep running in.
He deserves it. Look at Quad.
Another
he
one.
blasted him. That was all him.
Big bounty.
That was all Zerker.
Oh, another bounty. But what this means, dude, he's 4,000 gold up now?
How many
Because
bounties
of
did he
that?
take?
The early game doesn't matter. Kobe, look at
You know what
the
that
early
looks
game.
like to me, Jack? Top 3 80 carry in the world.
He's dead,
Or
Kobe.
Jace carry. Jace carry. Yeah.
He's dead. He died in the early game. 17 CS. He's laning against Silas. It should be
did.
free.
Wait, while
he's
you're
still good.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying it wasn't that impressive.
Yeah, he got a lot of gold very quickly.
He did. That's it. That was kind of the whole point.
Also, it was.
It's rare you see that much gold go over that quickly.
It also was pretty funny watching it again with the Quad walking up right next to him.
Yeah.
He's like, what the hell? Bam! Hammer forms him from like 100 to 0.
The Syndra, like, why is he there?
Yeah.
So is he just lucky?
I would like to pull up some references of the
Okay.
rest of the series,
Okay.
especially these early games in the lane phases, where Berserker is solo killing Masu over and over and over. It started in the, okay, so this is the Jace one, and this is Masu trying to go at the king right now. The top 3 bottom laner in the world. Lays a hammer down, but it's not done there. We've got more solo kills. Berserker from the very beginning of the series was just blasting him. It was crazy. And then look how he keeps on living on such low health. You know, these are calculated moves.
Calculated moves. This is what started the series.
Okay, I'm starting to wait. Hold on.
Cut the tapes.
Whoa!
You win some, you lose.
As discussed earlier, he didn't give over the kill. Level 3 is barely worth any experience.
True. There we go. There we
Zone them
go.
off the way. Zone them off the minions.
He did the math. He did the math. Yeah, denied those minions.
Smart.
Kept them behind.
I mean, honestly, I feel like I like this look from Lion. A lot of people have talked about this and brought it up. You know, like, oh, Inspired is away, so it's like the authority figure is gone.
Yeah.
So Berserker and everybody on Lion feels like they're limit testing here. The entire series, Raz, it was like everybody was just trying to 1v1 their opponent. Everybody was just saying, I'm better than you, and taking all these fights. And in a lot of the cases, they were right, and they won those.
I am so glad that we've had splits now of hearing comms of Lion and hearing specifically Inspired saying to play it slow. To slow it down, slow it down, slow it down.
Now we know why.
Because when you don't have that voice on the team anymore, they're just not doing that.
Unleashed.
They are fighting nonstop. And FlyQuest was the first victim, the first team to really feel it. And I was like, okay, if you have Saint and Berserker and Dokla, and like they will continue to fight, and that was one of the bloodiest games we've seen in the LCS. So that's kind of crazy to see.
They did look very good in their first week without Inspired. If I'm Inspired, he's still going to take credit for this somehow. I'm sure. Well, he taught them how to play well, right? If he had never been on the team.
Enjoy Jace while you can, buddy.
Yeah, that'll never fly with him. Take your time for vacation, buddy, says Berserker. You need to come back early.
My favorite one is Saint here, talking about, I wanted to be the jungler before, while Inspired is gone, but they couldn't find a mid lane replacement, so Saint had to keep playing mid lane.
Yeah, I just told them to put Armeo mid, but they didn't listen to me.
They
could do that today if they wanted to.
Okay. So we're saying that Armeo is the supreme leader, I'm assuming, or Berserk, one of the two.
I mean, it's also funny. We talked to Crowdgen yesterday after their win with FlyQuest, how mad FlyQuest was losing to Armeo.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it made them really lock in for what they ended up doing yesterday.
Yeah.
Because it's just, they're playing so free, but they're also kind of know they're playing with house money. Like, oh, we don't have Inspired, pressure's off, we can do whatever we want. And then in doing whatever they want, they still 2-0'd FlyQuest.
Yeah.
That was some style.
That's concerning for us because that was supposed to be.
For us?
That was supposed to be.
I mean, they are a top 3 team in the world.
That is true.
So you switch out one part of that top 3 team.
Oh, that's heavy,
But look
too.
at this. This
Take
is the
that, Raz.
combined
That's
kills per
heavy.
minute
Feel
of
the pride.
Lion.
It's nice.
Combined kills per minute of Lion in spring, 0.75 combined kills per minute. Last week, 1.21.
Yeah.
They were just flying around the map, dying and killing.
Inspired's also always the one, pointing out if the conditions to approach like a dragon fight or something are not safe for them and are not beneficial.
Just don't fight.
Yeah, they just don't fight. They go cross map. But in the series that we saw already last week, they were fighting. No objective even needed to be around for them to go for the fighting.
And it's so funny because the combined kills a minute shows just for the entire match, but then if you break it down to the 14-minute mark, it was ridiculous. So that's something to watch out for. Is you will be susceptible to throwing. If you are a team that is going to be playing as loose as they are, then there might be a moment in which Shopify can take it back. But I do think if you're Lion, you are happy that the toughest opponent you were able to just take down in a swift 2-0 in FlyQuest. But I am not sure what to make of Shopify right now.
I think they are improved with Zeyzal.
Yeah.
I think when we saw their documentary that they posted after Spring Split, it just seemed like that team had such a difficulty communicating with each other.
Yeah.
And even though when we had Seus on our lounges, he was a very thoughtful, very smart player, in the clips that I saw behind the scenes, he was kind of just a passenger. And I think they need an additional voice whenever they're having these debates, especially when they're working through translators with Zinni, especially when B-Voice starts arguing with Fudge. Like having a calm, experienced, previous world semifinalist support who's played with like Zeyzal. Yeah, you're good.
That's true.
Who's been around like probably 50 different teammates in his career. Like he's been experienced in how team conflicts work, and I think he's just a really trusted voice.
And he does have a very calm,
Wise.
demeanor about him.
Wise
he does.
face.
Is it the
Wise
beard?
face.
Is that what you're saying? The wise?
I think the beard helps.
Yeah.
That definitely does. I feel like beard is closely correlated with a wise status.
Especially when you start rubbing it.
I mean, that's got to be like a easy top 1 percentile beard. Like
Yes.
1 in 1,000 people have a beard that impressive. 1 in 10,000.
Yeah.
Like that's an incredibly rare beard.
And I love that. I love that he's been really open to being on all this content. He's done a ton of interviews and has talked about on this team. He, they are smart players on the team, but he said the specific thing about him just needing to get the conversation going sometimes.
Yes.
To try and get them to be a little bit more proactive with setting up their plans. And everybody from watching that Shopify team in spring was like, yeah, they need to do a little bit more planning in some of these scenarios. So maybe Zeyzal is exactly what they needed. Sometimes it's not the thing that you're seeking. It comes out of a circumstance where they weren't expecting to lose Seos, but it was necessary, and then they picked up Zeyzal, and it might be just what they needed.
And on the opposite side, I think it's more of a story about players leveling up, and I think a lot of people's expectation was that if Lion didn't have Inspired, they wouldn't be the same team in terms of like dominating the LCS. You still have Berserker and Saint, but I think to me, I focus towards Isles, who has improved, I feel, exponentially over the year.
Yeah.
Where there was real concerns that he would be able to play at the level in which the team had wanted him to play at the beginning of the year. And now he's at a point where we are seeing him to be an all-pro support. So I think it's going to be a fun one to watch to see him develop specifically.
Saint just have no mouse and keyboard and just meditating. It didn't look like he had anything to play with.
We need to see this.
Yeah. he doesn't have gear.
He's creating the mental link right now. He's linking up.
I am practicing my Lucian combos with my brain. Where's his stuff?
He's visualizing.
The camera just can't see it.
Visualizing the win, Jack. You got to visualize the win first, and then manifest it. Well, I just wanted to tack on to Raz's Isles focus, because Isles literally went from like bottom 100 support in the world to top 3 support in the world very recently. And now Isles is number 3 support in the world. So
very impressive.
Agree with the improvement.
Yeah, big
He's going to be holding this trophy up, hopefully, this championship after the series.
Or it'll go to Zeyzal if he.
Or to go to Zeyzal. Zeyzal will be a top 3 from retired to top 3 in 2 weeks.
What are the predictions? I think we're all predicting Lion.
Yeah, we're all predicting.
Yeah, okay.
We're all predicting.
Good check. Yeah. But you never know. 2-1, because they're playing so loose. They should have lost that game. I think they should have lost that game 2 to FlyQuest, for sure.
Yes.
And I think even when Lion had Inspired, there were some really close games they played against Shopify when they played their best of 3 over in spring. Like, they can actually play this team tight, especially when Contracts gets rolling. He's really good at playing around a specific lane if that lane gets going.
That's the question. If there's going to be an upset, it's going to be in the jungle, and the fire has been lit under Contracts. How will you respond, Contracts? The only way to find out, let's start the show.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of week 2 of the LCS Summer Split. A lot of action ahead of us today, as later we'll have Red versus Blue as Sentinels take on Team Liquid Alienware. But first, it's the Kings of the Jungle versus the Rebels as Lion take on Shopify Rebellion. You got Kangas, you got Emily Rand, you got Azael. When it's me and Azael, it's the Asgas. And then with Emily Rand, I guess it's Asgas Rand. Is that the combo? We don't really have names for three-player cast or three casts.
I was just going like as Gasly.
As Gasly.
Yeah,
that's good.
Like the Lee from,
That's good.
because like the LY adds on to a lot of things.
Oh
right?
yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Just like Emily Rand.
Yeah.
There we
I
go.
guess.
Addition to the
Always
cast.
a great addition to the
thank
cast.
you.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Very fun opportunity ahead of us. I'm going to put it that way.
Okay.
Opportunity.
I feel like you already know, in case the audience didn't know, Kangas, you have a little bit of a Shopify bias here.
Maybe slightly. I still believe in what this team could achieve. It's up to them to do it.
That's very CLG of you. Do you remember the word potential?
The potential, yep. Faith.
Within
that was
the
another one
pantheon
thrown
of
around a lot.
history.
Yeah. But it's going to be the best opportunity Shopify could ask for, as it is still Lion without Inspire. That's a big conversation that we're going to keep talking about. But man, Lion still looked pretty good through their solo lanes last week regardless.
So Locke still not banned just yet, so it would be interesting to see, if that actually goes through. A lot of the kind of considered must bans these days are still up. Jace, Nocturne, Locke, Vayne, some of the champions that are getting kind of chain banned around the world these days. And so Locke is up and available, so we'll see if someone is willing to actually just straight up blind it. We saw it get played last week, and obviously there was that planned answer from C9 of Akali, which is supposed to be a really good matchup. Did not work out for them, but that is up and available.
Yeah, and it was interesting hearing from Quid, right? Because he was like, I actually didn't want to pick it because Akali was up. So we'll be able to track this through the draft as well. As Shopify decided, you know what? We actually want the Jace. An insanely strong pick. Technically a flex pick. We did see Berserker play it in bot lane, but he can be flexed between mid and top as well.
It's also really interesting because now if Shopify don't take it here on 2-3, then Lion can take it on 3 and throw protection bans. Right? So now it becomes a little bit more risky because you can't necessarily get that Akali matchup if you are Shopify. So
you can blind the Akali, but then it's a
but
blind
then
Akali.
Then you're blinding Akali.
Yeah, they're gonna pick something else, right?
Exactly,
So I think that is kind of the question here is like, are they willing to give that over plus allow protection bans, for that Locke, because Locke is still very, very strong. And we might just get Camille Ziggs, to be honest. I mean, early Ezreal, obviously, if you do go support here and then they go Locke, then you get this kind of support advantage. You can have some support bans going through. So there are some trade-offs here. And it is going to be, Camille Ziggs pairs really well with Jace. You're setting up for a poke comp here pretty easily. And now I'm just curious, do you match support or do you go Locke here plus protection bans? I would personally love to see Locke. I just think it's kind of fun when we get to see the new champs come through. But Leona also makes sense. I mean, we've seen the meta kind of shift towards attacking the support pairing rather than attacking the Ziggs, right? So when you go Camille, you go Shen, or you go Leona, you go something very tanky, that when the Camille goes forward, you jump on the Camille and you actually just punish the Camille themselves.
Yeah, and we see the Shen coming through. As you said, another counter to that. Interesting that Locke dropped through all the way. Probably going to be banned on 4 or 5 now, but both teams prioritizing bot lane a lot more. And specifically, I think the shift that we've seen in bot lane has been really interesting to track. in the LCS, we have only had 5 total lanes where it's been in like an ADC versus a mage. ADCs have a 60% win rate. Mages have a 40% win rate, and 50% of those wins are Ziggs.
There you go.
Because I just think Ziggs is something that bot laners were or should have already been playing. Plays a little bit more like an AD carry, but then also is just
really well
better than a lot of the other meta mages that we've seen popping up.
I mean, right now we're obviously just seeing kind of disjointed bans because it is, Armeo has already grabbed his Jarvan, so they're going to be banning out some of the AD junglers here that they think are high prio. Zin going to be taken out, and Fury going to be taken out, and on the other side, you're just banning top laners. We are now assuming that Jace is going to be going top. Yeah, of course, it could still be flexed. We've seen it played jungle, we've seen it played mid, but generally it is played top. So they're just banning out some of the top lane matchups that they don't necessarily want to see going through, and especially the pairing with Jarvan is really more what the Rumble is about rather than the 1v1 against the Jace.
And it seems like Armeo is really buying into that narrative that Zeyzal gave us. Better jungler wins. That's 5 jungle bans total against contracts right there. They are really trying to shut this guy down and limit that champion pool. There's not a lot of AD junglers left.
There's always so many, though. Like I just feel like it's not really that big of a deal. You can still go Wukong. You can still go in towards Trundle. You can go in Pantheon. We have Skarner. We have Kiana. We have a lot. There's still like a lot of options that you can go towards. So I feel like game 1, you're trying to just push him down the tier list. Clearly, Lion's prep is that contracts will carry or no one will carry, I think, based on the bans. But game 1 of Fearless, you can never ban out someone entirely. It's just, unless their pool is horrible.
That's not what Contracts is known for. He plays a lot of things.
Plays a lot of
It's Cassante locked in for Lion side here. Dokley going to be piloting that one. So let's see what Shopify, where they want to send that Jace, because a Vayne hover signal is not Jace top lane.
Ooh,
yeah, I mean, you could
like
easily just flex Jace into mid lane, right? Like, he still has a lot of really good matchups there. They can also still technically, if
Jungle
they want
Jace?
to. Yep.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh.
As I was saying it, we get the Galio locked in, and I was like, we could flex it to jungle.
I was going to ask, how's the Jace matchup into lock? Because that's still up, and I think theoretically Lion could lock that, but I don't know if you want to play lock into the Galio anymore. It's going to be harder to make action happen there in the mid lane. I don't know what to expect from a Jace jungle, though, for Contracts here. It's not something that I've seen very much of, personally.
Yeah, it was actually really interesting watching Contracts last week, right? Because we typically expect him to be this super high kill participation jungler, like super involved with his lanes, as we see that Ahri get locked in for Saint. A Saint special, something that he does really well on. But he actually had one of the lower kill participations of all LCS junglers from week 1, and it did look like he was a little bit more disjointed. Him and Zeyzal tried to meet up on a lot of things, but they were disjointed. We have kind of the opposite happening with Isles and Armeo, with Armeo being the one kind of subbing in and Isles being the contracted player. So
this is going to be really interesting because, on one hand, obviously there are 4 squishy targets here. So if Lion, you hit any CC on Ziggs, on Camille, on Jace, on Vayne, you can probably follow up and kill them off. But at the same time, they have a tremendous amount of damage. They have very good setup with the Camille Galio, the Ziggs ult to follow it up with Shock Blast coming in. And if the Ahri or the Ezreal die early, you have very little damage left in the comp because it is kind of a 2-threat team here for Lion. So it's going to be interesting to see how it does play out. Obviously getting a little bit fancy with all the flexes. The Vayne matchup is going to be a big one up on the top side that is very good for Fudge. And if he can create a big advantage, that can be pretty nice for him. And, you touched on the Jace. As far as how Jace jungle is kind of expected to play, it's generally power farm, show up, Shock Blast to just kind of poke through in lanes. Generally, you're playing First Strike and you're kind of just power farming and then showing up and being annoying, just throwing some damage on a lane. You hit an empowered Shock Blast on someone, do a couple hundred damage, and that's kind of just like the incremental edge that you're getting. And then from there, you're kind of just playing it out like a Jace would from a solo lane, right? It's just about that similar poke style alongside the Ziggs.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the pair with the Ziggs is going to be oppressive, right, Emily?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing to me also looking at these 2 teams is not even necessarily jungle, because again, we saw both of these junglers kind of step back and power farm, as it looks like we
might
have
be bot gap.
a bit of a pause.
I don't know if Lion's bot laner showed up today.
Berserker has vanished.
He's really buying into the just jungle gap.
Yeah.
I don't even need to show
Let's
up.
let the junglers go in 1v1 this game. They'll solve it on their own. I love these camera angles we get here.
I mean, Saint was like meditating earlier. Did you see him? He was just like
he's getting in the mind
zone. Yeah, he was in the zone. He was in a flow state. But for me, it's also going to be when the supports get out on the map, right? Because I know Jack covered the catch-up XP stuff, but support roaming is so huge, and that's where I'm looking at these two kind of disparate support jungle duos where we haven't seen either of these work super well as a duo together for obvious reasons.
So a quick update, Berserker had to run to the bathroom, so he's taking a quick restroom break and then we'll be back, but obviously that is the delay. We have to wait for him to get back until we can start the game. They are in game, but it is paused as you can see on their screens. And I'm going to be pretty interested to see how Isles can actually keep up with Zeyzal. I do think, Shen is a good answer into the Camille, but I also think it's so much easier for Camille to, be really fast on the plays and to move around and to be able to find more action, where Shen is kind of tasked with predicting where the Camille is going to show up and answering the plays, because your offensive looks are really a lot less threatening. The range on taunt is so much less than hookshot flash and some of these really long range things that you can set up for the Camille. So Isles has to be right place, right time. Post level 6, it gets a lot easier because you have to stand united and you can kind of just show up and answer a lot of these plays.
Yeah, and that's why I really do like the Galio pairing. We'll see how well Contracts is going to be piloting the jungle Jace, but this kind of mandate Galio in the LCS, I'm pretty sure Zinni was actually the first person to kind of bring it out on the new build that he has.
Didn't work great.
No, not that time, but it worked. It worked.
But he did build the item.
Yeah, he did.
He showed us the potential.
And I'm pretty sure he was
didn't show us
pretty
the
sure
potential.
he's the first in the LCS. Yeah. But it'll be interesting to see, because I know one thing that they've constantly talked about is getting him better integrated on the team, because he does have a lot of really strong opinions on how the game should be played. And I thought he did look more well coordinated last week in Shopify's win.
And also, it's kind of a similar get out of jail free card that the Shen is, because both of these champions, if the enemy's diving onto one of your carries, hey, press R on them, try and help them out, make sure that they survive the initial engage. So with both of these, one a global, one a semi-global, we could get a lot of action happening in the side lanes. Whenever I see a Vayne, I immediately think that's where action could start happening if this Vayne's able to get unleashed and start taking over that side lane.
Yeah, and we'll see where these junglers each want to start too, to see if they do want to have any sort of early interaction. There is a world where I can just see the Shopify comp being like Camille engage, Galio on top of it, Zigzald on top of it, Shock Blast. Vayne is also there.
She's got a little flags waving them.
She
go team.
has a lot of space.
Vayne is
doing
killing
a lot
the
of
tanks,
damage.
okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody's got to kill the tanks.
She's probably making a lot of space. But yeah, like there is a world where we see them be able to coordinate this, and it's just massive amounts of poke damage.
Yeah, I mean, if Berserker gets one shot at the start of the fight, you expect that SR is going to win that fight, right? Whether or not they can actually set that up and make that happen, that is the question, because there are a lot of tools that Lion do have to keep their AD carry safe. You have the Shen peel, you have to fight through Dokla, you have to fight through Armeo. That's not necessarily easy, but again, because Ahri is not a high, consistent damage champion, if you kill off the AD carry, if you kill off Berserker, it is possible. And on the Ezreal, as safe as this champion is, if you get in range of that Camille ult, well, there's no getting out of it
shift
unless
out
the
of
Camille
Hextech
is dead.
ultimatum. Yeah, you just kind of get rubber banded back in to the center of it, as we see an early invade coming in from Shopify, drop a ward down, spot out where Armeo is going to be pathing. Emily, you were talking about
11
the
gold lead
of pathing.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Wow.
Look at that.
First strike.
So when I see the first strike Jace, I immediately think the solo queue thing in my mind would be just show up to a lane, shock blast, walk away. You're just farming a little bit of gold
That's
off
also
that
the
first
pro
strike.
thing.
Yeah,
That's also the pro
I was
thing.
going to say, I'm pretty sure that's how it still works.
Perfect. So if that's the case, I like Contract starting topside, pathing towards the top, because if you just land a shock blast on Dokla, already a tough matchup if the Vayne's able to get ahead, and just helping out Fudge there could be the early game plan for Contracts. Let's see where he ends up pathing overall, though.
Yeah, and like I said last week, Contracts was less involved with his lanes than we usually saw. Interesting, though, to note that Lion are kind of beating the MSI hangover allegations, Isaac.
Yeah, it was a liquid IV that they had right there.
Exactly. A little, it's a Lion IV, actually. They come back. And generally, these teams with a brutal schedule, right after an international, they come back and usually they start pretty slow. And especially with Lion having a sub, their big star, Inspired Not Here, a lot of people, myself included, were thinking, hey, they might have a really slow start. TL might have a really slow start, but they both started off looking really dominant, and all the players I've talked to are like, yeah, they're the best 2 teams in the league right now. They're on a different tier.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most impressive part is that Lion stepped up. The rest of the squad stepped up. Berserker, Saint, Dokla, Isles, every single one of them had fantastic series last week against FlyQuest. And even talking about the support, you know, Isles on the Camille was completely out-roaming Cryogen. Now he's got a lane against the Camille, roam against the Camille. But when you looked at how good he looked on the champion, I imagine he's going to have an idea of where Zeyzal is going to want to be on the map once we get into those support roam timers. Currently, it's a reset for Berserker, getting that early tier off the first back and going to start stacking that up early.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the other thing is Isles did play the Shen at MSI, and I thought it was a really nice response. And I think, again, like, the Camille should still have, like, prio in terms of moving around the map, especially really early, like at the typical level 3 swap we've been seeing. That changes once Stand United enters the picture.
Absolutely the case, but I mean, on the Shopify side, someone who had, nice sidestep there from B-Boy.
We see Zeyzal coming in, looking for it onto Isles. Does not land the hook shot. Isles walks away.
Yeah, should be the end of it. Fudge had a really good week 1, and I think, you know, especially with him on the Vayne, that is going to be so important. Fudge, to me, this year has been a bit disappointing. I feel like last year he was performing at such a high individual level, even when the team wasn't looking that good, and I kind of had that expectation for him coming in this year, but he really has not been able to live up to it. Week 1, he looked great, though, both on the Jace and the Gnar, and again here, they set up this flex pick to give him the counter pick in top, to give him the Vayne into the Xante, and we're going to have to see if he can really make Lion pay, if he can be able to actually make that pick worthwhile. All of the draft is basically set up for this. You know, Jace Jungle is not an amazing pick. You're willing to flex things around to get Fudge this edge, so he has to make the most of it.
Yeah, we did already see Contracts kind of fainting up there as he finished his clear, didn't see an angle, but still, like, you see the thought process behind the fact that they know they really need to keep this Vayne safe and get her to a point where she can take over team fights.
And you can see it's not fun laning against this here for Dokla. I mean, Dokla's already down 10 CS, and you know, we'll be able to even it out a little bit, assuming he gets all this under tower. But it's really hard to farm range minions in these kind of matchups, because generally when you step up for the range minions, that's when you're eating so much poke. Of course, in this case, Fudge is basing, so he is fine to do that. But in general, it's pretty easy to get the melees, but the range ones are really, really difficult without losing a ton of HP. So you kind of just have to pick and choose which minions you're actually going to fight for, because if you try to fight for every minion, you just die or have to base and end up losing even more.
Nice for Dokla to be able to stick around and get this wave in. Fudge did go for the reset, so Dokla will go for the first back and be essentially even in CS. It's only 3 down. So yes, Fudge got the health bar low, but wasn't actually able to deny enough minions for it to really be a substantial difference. As now we see some roams into the mid lane. Supports and junglers both hovering around here. It's going to be Zeyzal walking up first. Going to soak up some of that XP in the lane. And still Contracts in Fog of War. Same can be said for Armeo and Isles. The Shock Blast will go out. They're looking onto Saint. Hits level 6. Spear rushes away as now the Hero's Entrance comes in. First blood secured for Zeyzal with the Ignite, and the taunt lands onto Armeo. It's the Rebels picking up 2.
Yeah, really, really nice setup. And again, this is what I wanted to see from Shopify. The path to a Shopify victory is this support jungle duo working better together than we kind of saw from them in week 1. So even though Lion was there to respond, it was a really nice response. And Zeyzal, right there, better jungle will win. Did you know the Contracts jungle Jace? Maybe he believes
shock
in
blast?
it.
That was great.
That's the better jungle.
It did a lot of damage.
That was a chunky Shock Blast right there. He's able to start it off.
Okay, I have free time still. They could be on Drake here. I
I'm
want to
slow
walk up
push.
here a bit.
I'm going to take space then.
Just try to get his ult. Okay,
fine.
good. I'm on J4, J4,
Yeah,
J4.
hey, we can win, we can win.
J4.
Ari's dead too, so
I
we
can
keep
I
chasing.
can J4, Ari.
Well played,
Nice job,
Ari
guys.
flash, baby.
Love that call from Contracts there as well, just repeating J4, J4, J4. Yes, the Shen's right there, but they made the call. No flash on the jungler, so Armeo goes down. Now, out of the replay, it is Dragon to Lion, so they pick up a neutral objective, but Shopify currently with a 1.4 thousand gold lead.
Yeah, doing really well in those early stages. I mean, they have a very powerful, kind of skirmishing comp right there in the 3v3. Obviously, Zinni was level 6, was able to get a really high value Hero's Entrance, and even though the charm landed on Zeyzal, well, he already had the passive shield up, the magic damage shield, so he didn't really take that much early on. And they just weren't able to actually burst anyone down on the Shopify side. Zeyzal lived. They got so much value out of his initial engage, and Shopify end up with a pretty significant edge here now. You have a losing top lane that is going to be almost impossible to win 1v1, and now mid lane, jungle, support, all kind of put behind.
Yeah, and we already see Lion swapping their bot lane top, so that bot duo will be going up top, and I assume Fudge is going to move to match post this wave.
Let's see where Bevo
Ziggs is recalling, so it's very likely that they will try to do that. I mean, Vayne has no wave clear, right? So if you put Vayne in a situation where you are going to get pushed in, it's very difficult for Vayne to defend the tower. At the same time, though, it can be B-Boy maybe getting some alone time on that bottom tower, so he is heading right back out.
I mean, Dokla just picked up all armor. No health picked up there, so I guess they say, no, let's keep the AP into that lane and just send Zeyzal top, because as long as Fudge has the support with him, much lower chance that he gets dove or is in any kind of trouble. Shot Blast lands this time onto Isles. Has level 6 now as Zeyzal looks for it. Shadow Dash away from Isles, and he gets to safety. But pretty early level 6 for the Shen. Has not been doing as much roaming here. Gets it before Zeyzal does. I think Zeyzal after this wave might have enough, I would imagine. We'll see there as Armeo is going to clear out this ward. The Grubs have spawned. It seems like both teams are jockeying around the area, as it's currently 8 total members on the top half of the map.
Yeah, a lot of people up there definitely wanting to try to set up a fight around the Grubs here. Zinni has his ultimate back up, and Contract's just trying to set up and get some poke down prior to this fight.
They see Saint come out of the brush now. It's going to be a fight for the Scuttle. And Shopify have full priority around that, so they bully Lion away from the top river, get the Scuttle Crab. Now, will they start up the Grubs? They do. Seems like that will keep Lion in the neighborhood. And looking at the summoner spells, TP is available on Dokla. It's not available for B-Boy, so there could be a numbers advantage for Lion if they really want to force it.
Also worth mentioning, Isles is 6 and Zeyzal is not, so they do have that support level advantage.
Flash out from Contracts as the engage comes in from Armeo, and he's just popped like a balloon. Shopify Rebellion say thanks for the free kill, but what an engage coming in from Isles. Taunt onto 3. Charm lands onto Zeyzal. Saint's trying to make some magic happen, but Berserker's the only damage as Saint's almost out of mana. Zinni and Fudge backing away. That Mystic Shot will not land. So Lion, they will trade kills on Jungler 1 for 1.
Yeah, it is just a 1 for 1 at the end of the day. That was an incredible taunt. Look at a 3-man taunt flash there from Isles. Really well played by him, but they just don't have that much damage to actually follow it up. So they're not able to really make the most of that. At the end of the day, though, it is still a pretty even trade, and 2 of those Grubs are up and available still. So we'll see if they want to return and just brawl it out one more time.
Could be. I was surprised that Armeo actually looked for that right away, because he's the one that starts this off.
Yeah, I mean, it's the flash out from Contracts that really gets him. He goes in with the Flag and Drag, it gets flashed away from Zinni lands, but then that is a beautiful play there from Isles. 3-man taunt flash. Saint is around, but Saint is Zoom, and they don't have enough damage to really follow through, and Berserker knows if he shifts over the wall, he might just get stunned and taken out.
And then we'll take the action also happened bot side, just flash for flash right there. Good reaction time from B-Boy.
Yep, and we'll see them kind of resetting on the map. Now, Shopify did end up with those 2 Grubs taken. They went back and scooped those up. These were our 2 teams. Obviously, very small sample size from week 1, but they both had 100% Grub rate going into this game. So someone was going to lose their control over
the most important
Grubs.
statistic.
I know.
Well, does that
Lion
count?
in shambles.
Does that account for when you get 2 out of 3? Does that count as winning the Grubs, or do you have to get all 3? Because right now it's still tied.
As far as I know,
then.
it just counts as taking Grubs, so that would be a 2.
Okay.
A 2 would count towards that.
Interesting.
The king of the Grubs.
Statistically, yeah.
Well, not looking good for Lion then. Ooh,
yeah.
Shopify.
More examples of jungle diff. 2 Grubs to 1.
Contracts really took those words to heart. 5 jungle bans don't matter. Give him a mid laner. He'll play it.
Frozen Heart already done here for Dokla, which obviously going to be quite nice against Fudge. And it's going to do something against Contracts, but it's mostly really just against Fudge there. And it is interesting that he decided to go that route instead of building something that at least has a little bit of HP, because there are some pretty significant sources of magic damage with the Ziggs, as well as, Zinni's going to be dealing some damage there as well.
Damage from Zeyzal. Yeah. But, hey, at least in that 1v1, he's going to feel much more secure. Is in that lane matchup as Fudge is heading topside. Dragon's been started up by Lion. Contracts and the rest of Shopify Rebellion are approaching from the bottom side here, as Saint is controlling the approach from mid. Maybe just Shock Blast steal, and it does not look like Shopify want to go for it. So Dragon secure, that's the second Drake to Lion.
Yeah, that's really well done by Lion. You know, even from this deficit, they're able to get both of those. Armeo's low, but they want to fight.
Landed, they're just going to Cataclysm in. Lion want the fight. Here's Entrance, will keep the carry alive for a little while. 1-for-1 trade so far. The knockup will land on the Saint, but he's Spirit Rushing away. Zazel goes down, a double kill to Saint. Fudge TP'd in, has to flash away over the Dragon Pit wall, and Saint wants even more. Will land the charm, but not a lot of damage to follow up. Still 2 kills for Lion.
Yeah, Lion's starting to pull this game back pretty heavily in their favor. The gold lead doesn't really mean much of anything anymore. And Armeo probably knows this is a one-way trip, but he's just going to start it out for the team. Saint goes in, Berserker is there early, and B-Boy's getting pushed out by this TP, which makes things pretty difficult because the Ziggs can't really be involved. You can see he's over the back wall of that pit because Dokla zoned him out. Zokla comes in and then pushes Fudge out as well. So pretty significant plays there from Dokla, even though he's not involved in any kills or assists. He kind of won them the fight.
Yeah, it's really big keeping B-Boy out of these fights for Lion, especially since in that entire exchange, Berserker was pretty much untouched. Saint was allowed to do whatever he wanted, and we talked about, okay, what do these good Lion fights look like? These are the 2 carries that have to stay alive. So that went really, really well for them.
And I will say, if it's, you know, the Ziggs combo plus Galio ult, like all these ults layered onto one big engage, if it's only the J4 that you're hitting, that's only one member that you're using big cooldowns on, and they get the one, but lose the fight after.
Exactly, and I mean, Jarvan is happy to give his life in a situation like that. You know, as I had said early on, it's really about Saint and Berserker, right? They are the main consistent damage sources, especially Berserker is the highest DPS champion. So if you're killing off Armeo, sure, that's great, but like he's starting off the fight, he's drawing all of these spells, which then allows Saint and Berserker the freedom to then go forward to play more aggressively as soon as those are out of the way. So he goes in, he dies, but has done his job.
Yeah, supporting cast role right there.
Hey, he said his job is to get carried. In the interview, he's like, I'm going to get on their back.
Give him
a couple wins.
He was very honest about what he expected. Yeah, but no, it also just showcases that Lion really know how they want to play this out, right? Whereas despite the fact that we talked about how easy it can be to set up for fights with the Shopify composition, we saw just last week that sometimes they're not all on the same page, right? And especially with something like where you really do want the Galio, the Camille, and the Ziggs to really be working in tandem. Woof.
That was fun.
Ziggs, he's a fun champion.
Yeah, Berserker is going to have to go for a much later reset. That's a TP now from Saint just to catch this mid wave, and Armeo's here as well, so Summoner Spell down.
Yeah, they don't want to allow Zig to just take down that tower early. Obviously, Ziggs has so much turret damage. They had really good poke between both Contracts and B-Boy to push Berserker back, and then the ult to delay the recall one more time. Might have been able to kill him if he hit the center, but of course you're expecting Berserker to react to that, and as a result, they do get that TP out and maybe get some lane assignments that they're going to be a little bit happier about.
Pro players do have good reaction time.
It's very rare that you see them caught window shopping. Still happens sometimes.
But it does happen.
It does happen still.
Happens to us all.
Yeah.
True.
It's like one of the. I love experiences that are shared between solo queue and pro play when you're like, hey, I do that too sometimes. Yeah.
How come all the experiences that you're sharing with them, though, are bad ones?
Yeah, I was going to say, the only time I ever
You're like, I'm just like a pro. I get
Azale,
window shopping.
I also make
I get first blooded. I miss cannons.
Azale, you've played enough with me to know the reason why. Shopify Rebellion currently have a tiny little gold lead, just a hint of one, but it's not enough anymore. They had about a 1,500 at one point. They've lost that. Lion are stacking the dragons, getting to the Herald faster here, and controlling the Rift from the mid-game onward right now.
Yeah, it does look like Shopify might want to try contesting this. At least poke from Fog.
Ooh, good poke right there. And now they're going to full engage onto Saint. The Hextech Ultimatum is used, plus the Ziggs bomb, and the Ignite might be enough. He gets a shield, and Saint lives! The Triumph Proc will heal him up, and he gets out of there.
Zinni with a pretty big mistake, though. Zinni just kind of walked into the middle of the play and tried to use his ult right in front of Lion and just got interrupted. If his ult went off, they would have killed off Saint for sure. So Zazel ends up giving his life, but the mistake from the positioning there of Zinni ends up meaning Saint lives.
And that's what we've been talking about with the Shopify team not necessarily all being on the same page at the same time, or how these individual mistakes can lead to a misexecution of this team composition specifically there, where in a perfect world you have the Ziggs ult going down, you have the Galio ult coming on top of it. They should be able to get B-Boy a little bit of time in front of this turret, though.
I imagine they will. Oh, no, Armeo actually threatens it. Has the Cataclysm available. Does not use it. But let's take another look at that. Yeah, because it starts off, it seems like they're going to get Saint with contracts landing the chunk and then Zeyzal going in.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's going to be free, right? But Zinni is spot on the side, and look where Zinni ults from. He's literally ulting in melee range of Isles.
Yeah.
Like, that is just bad, right? And it's a pretty big mistake, and as a result, Saint barely lives here. The Stand United coming through last second as well. And that is a tough one. I mean, even if he just didn't use it and just walked through and landed a Q or anything, it would have been fine. Or if he taunt flashed, flashed on, excuse me. Of course, he can't taunt flash anymore. But yeah, it's a bit of a rough one.
Yeah, and I mean, he was spotted on vision that entire time, right? So they not only saw him coming, but then he makes that mistake of going to ult in, like literally in Isles' face where he can easily stop him. Also, Lion cleaning up that third Drake. So, Kangas, I was actually, before that fight broke out, going to break some bad news to you, which is that Lion are actually in a really good position in the game because of their Drake stacking.
Well, I'm happy for them.
Because of how they've been playing, and also because any of these...
I don't believe you.
Any of these contests that Shopify have tried to make, they haven't actually been able to get anything else on the map, right?
Yeah.
Like, that engage from Armeo was actually so good because it kept them, like, pinned there after the Drake take, so they couldn't spread out on the map and do anything else after what was kind of a soft contest.
I've been really just kind of concerned about Shopify, even from pretty early on, where they got this early advantage, but then they weren't even trying to actually take these dragons. They were showing up late, and it felt like if you can't fight from a significant advantage, then you're probably not going to be able to fight at all. There's a nice little satchel there onto Berserker, but...
I thought he was going for the turret at first, but yes, he was just looking for Berserker. Was not enough to take the turret.
Even with all this poke that Shopify have, they still have not been able to get this tier 1 turret down because of how well Lion have been defending it, right? And recognizing they don't want that to go down. They don't want to give this map over to Ziggs. So even though you do see things like Berserker getting chunked out, previously getting chunked out here, they've still been able to defend that mid-tier 1 really well.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost 19 minutes into the game, and no towers have actually fallen on either side. Bot lane tier 1 is on one plate, mid lane tier 1 is on one plate, so there are some towers. Top lane tier 1 as well. So there are some towers across the map that either team could grab pretty easily, if they are given the opportunity. But of course, first turret gold is pretty significant, so both teams are trying to defend that as best as they possibly can.
Yeah, and it's pretty rough for this Shopify composition specifically to have no turrets down. Maybe I do see Ziggs in front of a turret.
Come on, B-Boy.
I also see Berserker and Armeo there to defend it.
He gets hit by the True Shot
No,
Barrage. They're going to walk up. First turret taken, 1927 into the game. That is, when I think of a Ziggs composition, I think if this is the champion that's supposed to be taking turrets by like 13 minutes. This is very, very late, and it's almost answered immediately by Lion just 10 seconds later.
Answered immediately by Lion, not only with this push on bot side, but then TLAW is actually able to push top all the way in. So yeah, I mean, for a Ziggs Jace composition, obviously the Jace is coming out of the jungle, he's not in lane, but for this high poke composition, getting the first tier 1 down at 19 minutes, especially with a Ziggs, not ideal.
It's not the checklist. When I think of checklists of champion strengths, I'm like, that's, Ziggs pretty good at those.
But they did get first tower.
Yeah.
They did. True. Now, how close are they on the others?
The gold is pretty even. Lion do have 3 Drakes, so,
One plate in the top lane, so maybe just send Ziggs up there, try and get one more satchel.
It's definitely possible you could. I mean, the tower, actually finishing off the towers isn't really that big of a deal at this point. Most of the gold is in the individual plates, and they got first tower, so not the end of the world. But, I mean, to me, this game is going to come down probably to the next Dragon fight. Lion has had way better setups around these objectives. And Shopify, after those couple early kills, after that big skirmish win early, they haven't really been able to do anything. And Lion is kind of just playing a slow, controlled game here that they are kind of famous for. That last fight should have, I think, been a win for Shopify, but Zinni had a pretty big mistake, didn't follow up correctly and wasn't able to kill Saint as a result. If they win this next fight, you can kind of continue on in this game. But if you lose that fight, you lose Soul this early on, it feels like it's probably cooked for Shopify.
Yeah, and we see Lion are already trying to set that up, right? With this push mid, dropping Herald there, sending TLAW to push in bot wave. Although Shopify were able to get that tier 1 on the top side,
Gold for
what
Fudge's
this is
second item.
doing is it's just setting up this really nice vision line that just makes it very scary for Shopify to go in and set up their own vision or set up for this Drake, as they are using the Ziggs push to push out mid, though.
Yeah, B-Boy would really love to get a second item here. We'll see if he's going to find the opportunity, because Saint and Berserker are both super strong right now. Saint is on 2.5 items in there.
Ooh, Saint goes over the wall, not hit by the taunt. That was pretty scary, though. That's Flash down and the Spirit Rush used, so Ultimate and the Flash Summoner spell. Big cooldowns for Saint to not have as Dragon spawning in 20 seconds.
Tried to look for a Charm Flash, I think, over the wall there, but didn't find the angle and ends up losing his ult, and now as a result, I don't know, Lion might not be able to actually fight this. If they try to force it, Shopify definitely could win out from this spot.
Big poke there onto Berserker as well. Throws out the True Shot Barrage, not going to land, so the poke is not answered. Shopify Rebellion have half health for Fudge. That's the scary one, as he's the one that has to get through the front line. Dokla, if he finds an angle, that could be scary, but again, with no mobility abilities on Saint, it's going to be hard for the damage to actually follow up. Dragon's been started now. Dokla's going to walk it back. Try and aggro it to the bottom side of the river. All members of Shopify on the top side of the river. Lion are looking for a front to back, as Isles will now separate from the pack and potentially go for the flank. Opts to not and goes back towards the rest of the team. Saint will go for the charm through the Dragon Pit wall. Isles goes for the engage on the Zazel taunt in, as he just looks straight for Berserker. They got the AD carry and they got the team fight. Shopify Rebellion pull off the combo this time. And Dokla and Saint, the last two members from Lion, to try and get away. Dokla will go down. Saint will escape for now, as he will limp back to the mid lane. But that is Dragon Soul denied and a team fight win. But Saint wants a little bit more. Goes on a rampage, as he will outplay Ziddy, dodging the charm, or the taunt rather, and is able to survive. So fancy feat from Saint, but still a win for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, I mean, Saint's Ahri is just kind of bonkers, right? It's one of his best champions. But that was a team fight that Shopify were looking for, right? Because even though Zazel is going to end up getting really chunked as soon as Dokla gets in, Saint is all the way around here, and immediately Zazel gets onto Berserker. Berserker is the target that they need to kill. They get the shutdown onto the Ziggs of all people too, which is really, really good. And then there's some Saint shenanigans on the backside of this, but Vayne is also exiting this with a double kill. This is a massive fight for Shopify, and they stop the Drake stacking.
I know, but I don't want to give up control here, so like I don't know how to help.
Obviously, kind of discussing. Probably have two minds on that fight, you know. In my mind, Lion should have never tried to fight that. As soon as they actually lost ult and flash on Saint, you're trying to fight where your most fed member has no ult, and Ahri is trashed without ult. You don't really have much threat whatsoever. I mean, Saint's ult came back up, and he gets the kill on Jace at the end of the fight, which is cool, but Berserker was down at half HP. Saint was not really able to be involved at all. Almost all his damage is at the end of the fight. It's kind of fake. And so,
but it looks cool.
It does look cool. But I mean, you gifted a 2,000 gold lead over to Shopify, right? And it's like, it's fine to look for that charm flash. It's fine to look for an aggressive play early. But when that doesn't work out, you have to kind of realize your place in the game. And Berserker, you know, is not able to finish off Zazel when they go for this taunt flash. They go for this play because Saint is not playing beside them, so they don't actually have the damage to burst him. And then Berserker at half HP gets ulted, gets killed, and I just feel like Lion kind of gave away a freebie there, and that's, I'm assuming, what the discussion was with Dokla. Maybe some people thought they shouldn't fight it, some people thought they should.
Yeah. As right now, the fight for Shopify is for bottom turret. They will send multiple members to hover. Fudge will get the turret.
Yeah, and I think the other important thing is look at where that gold is going, right? Like now B-Boy is 3-0-2. He's a lot more comfortable than when he was previously. Fudge is now up almost 2K. Obviously, some of that was just from his laning lead, right? But he exited that team fight with 2 kills on the back half of it as well. So it's these carries on Shopify that this whole team composition is designed to set up for that came out ahead in that fight.
The big combo is going to do a lot more damage now that B-Boy's working towards that third item here. I will say for Lion's side, though, the main character is Saint. He's the one with the gold lead for them, and he's got a 3K individual lead. That is more than the combined gold differential from the top 2 of Shopify's side. So he's the one kind of keeping Lion in this game currently.
He absolutely is, but I mean, Fudge is really been set up for success as well. You know, he is going to be having his 3rd item done here pretty quickly, and his solo queue record. This is his first pro game on it, but his solo queue record 14-3.
Nice.
So very comfortable on the pick.
Not too
Has
shabby.
been playing it, has been prepping it, and is set up really, really well. Because honestly, there's not a lot of threat for Fudge against this team. Like there is Taunt Flash, there is Charm Flash, but there's not that many different things you have to watch out for. And if they spend Taunt on someone else, if you see them use Charm, you can kind of just hit Ghost, hit Ult, and go crazy because there's not that many ways that Lion can really kill you. Like, I just don't see Fudge dying without getting charmed unless he drastically misplays.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if Saint's able to find that charm, or if maybe Armeo is able to find that Cataclysm, but it's going to be tough for Lion going forward. They're still on Dragon Soul Point, and we have 50 seconds until that next fight. Shopify going to try and deny it once again, and they're in a good position to do so.
Yeah, now it's Shopify who are pushing in. Previously, it was Lion before Saint got his ult blown, right? But now, Lion have essentially set it up so that all of these Drakes have to still be fought. So if I'm Lion, I am thinking, okay, how are we going to make it so that we're in a more advantageous position? Shopify are doing a really good job of pushing up in this jungle, setting their vision down, making sure that bot wave is pushed in courtesy of Fudge. So to make it a lot more dicey for Lion to check into this.
I'd also say Contracts is just doing a great job of hitting Shock Blast.
Yeah.
He's being so annoying for Berserker, and Berserker does have
Hazel just found a pick potentially here. Looking at Armeo, Hexac ultimatum to dodge the damage. Here's Entrance comes in, but they didn't even need it. Armeo's just out of there. Jungler pick, Shopify Rebellion get this dragon.
Yep, and
the fight continues though. Looks like Lion want more. Zinni still a little separated from the rest of the team. The Ziggs bombs are doing some damage here, but Dokla goes all out, gets the kill onto Zinni. Now Fudge is pushing out the rest of the members of Lion, while the dragon is still the focus for Shopify. It's a trade of kills, mid laner for jungler, but Shopify once again deny the soul.
Yeah, well done by Shopify. Again, it's just difficult for Lion to have enough damage. They think, okay, we can just burst down the Camille, but Armeo was already quite low when he went forward, and Saint goes in, but it didn't feel like Berserker was really able to follow up too much. It didn't feel like Dokla or Isles were really there. And if you pile in too much, then you can get screwed by the Galio ult.
Yep.
So they weren't able to finish him off. They lose their jungler, and that means they lose the dragon here once again. So Shopify with some pretty good setup.
Ooh, Saint going for the flash charm. I believe he's trying to predict something right there, as now Isles will go in with the Stand United. It's a 1-for-1 trade, as Zinni will go down. B-Boy still barely alive. Berserker once more, flashes in, double kill, make it a triple to Berserker. That's a lot of gold going over to the 80 carry for Lion.
Berserker says we are not done yet. Like, we can still make those plays. It looked pretty dicey with Zazel kind of coming in off the top ropes on there, but Lion were immediately ready to respond, and instant triple kill for Berserker. I feel like he always forces these plays and finds multi-kills off of them.
Yeah, he was able to find a pretty big play. I mean, this one was forced by Saint, though. Looking for the Charm Flash, he was predicting a flash from B-Boy. He thought, I go Charm Flash, he's going to flash towards the tower, so that is why he is missing by that much. It is a prediction, but B-Boy sees where the Charm is going, is able to, you know, kind of take that in, and doesn't use his flash, or doesn't flash into it, but Berserker makes up for it.
나이스. 이거 노 플래시, 제이슨.
The old clap. I love it when teammates clap for you after your play. That's a good feeling right there. As these two players, man, Berserker and Saint, have had a fantastic run, not only so far this summer, but all year here. You look at some of Saint's stats so far on this beautiful Riftbound-inspired stats card. 10-0-7 on Akali. That was a great
This is
stat
their
line.
MSI. This is the MSI poll. You know, you're cracking some MSI packs.
MSI
These are their
foils.
MSI performances. Both these guys were huge for Lion, a big part of their success. Took down a bunch of #1 seeds, almost took down HLE. The tournament winners went to 5.
Yep.
And Berserker and Saint were a really big part of that. This one, a bit of a whiff from Saint, but, you know, sometimes your teammates are there to catch the ball when you drop it, and Berserker definitely was this time.
And you forgot the most important one, Azale. 3-0 versus G2. I just want to make sure that we got that out of there.
We've done that one a lot, you know. It's
It's not even impressive
It was on the
anymore.
card.
It's just another Tuesday
you know?
at this point.
But maybe people weren't looking, you know. Some people are like making food, or they're at the gym.
Yeah,
they
you
just
miss
got
it
the
'cause
audio
it's so
on.
fast.
So you got to make sure that we repeat, we beat G2 3-0. There we go.
A couple times now.
Do you watch League of Legends at the gym?
I do.
I do, actually.
Actually,
as
I was
well.
doing that
Yeah.
yesterday. Yeah. I was doing a leg day.
Nice.
Squats for volume. Can't you tell? Do
Uh,
I still have the pump? I don't have the pump still, but very sore. All right, well, I'm not doing nearly as much carrying right now as Fudge in the top lane here. 3 items completed, ready to just be unleashed on Summoner's Rift here. Nobody can really answer him in that 1v1, and he's also ready for the front to back. Speaking of, Lion looked to be forcing that as they're pushing in mid lane here. They have a little trap over the wall, but Shopify Rebellion do not walk up B-Boy. If that had been a second earlier, actually might have just gone down.
Yeah, and they had an idea of it. They had that blue trinket that just got dropped over by that Raptor pit, so they knew they could be playing over the wall. They were hugging their side of the map, playing towards that top side, so making it difficult for them to look for it, because Saint is very, very strong. If he goes in, he hits that charm on someone like B-Boy who has no defensive itemization whatsoever, it is going to be threatening, but got to respect this Baron take here, because Vayne can kill this in a hurry. And they do pull off, so not going to be too big of a deal now, but we'll see if they are looking for any sort of a pick maybe from Fog.
Love these shock blasts repeatedly from contracts, even one for the Serpent's Fang. So things like Stand United, much lower shield on that. You know, it's getting a lot of value whenever you're able to find somebody out of position, get that big chunk, and stop them from blocking that.
Yeah, and I did like that little setup from Shopify, right? Like, they made sure both of their side waves were pushed in. They made it so that Lion kind of had to check into them. And even though they weren't on the Baron, we've talked about how much poke can come out of this team composition. Shock Blast, bouncing bombs from Ziggs. Like, it's just really difficult to deal with when Shopify are in Fog and Lion have to check it.
I will say, though, the later the game goes, I mean, obviously Ziggs is doing more damage, but Berserker now has 6 stacks on Gluttonous Greaves, now has Endless Hunger, so now he actually has quite a bit of lifesteal, quite a bit of sustain from that. So, yeah, if you're hitting him constantly, he's going to be low, but he gets access to the wave, and his healing is going to be going up a lot more. Every one of those Qs is healing him for 70, so he is going to be able to sustain through a lot more of this, and that early Shock Blast has pretty much been shrugged off.
It's already about 400 health he just got back right there from hitting the wave and then hitting Zinni. As speaking of Zinni, now half health walking in. Dragon has spawned. This is once again a soul fight for Lion. They did a great job stacking those early dragons. Can they get the reward of the Dragon Soul? Shopify Rebellion are controlling the approach from mid. Azazel's actually jumping straight in onto Berserker. They're trying to full send out the 80 carry once again, and they get him once again. The Ignite taking him down. No, the shield from Stand United is enough. Berserker is alive as Isles keeps his carry safe. Shopify Rebellion tried their hardest to get the AD carry down. Lion will find a 3-for-0 fight.
They threw everything at Berserker. Berserker still lived. Really great setup from Lion, sending Armeo to the Drake, forcing Shopify to come into them. Zazel saw the angle. I would love to see how much HP Berserker had.
Let's watch this one more time.
Before the shield comes in.
I mean, Berserker got incredibly low. Locket was there. Stand United was there. Exhaust was there. He full sends it onto him, but people aren't really able to get through and actually back him up. It is just the Ziggs ult. Fudge couldn't actually get in range. I wonder if Fudge could have played this fight more aggressively and just flashed in, because one more auto would have killed him. Fudge tried to slow play it and then got caught by the charm. Wasn't able to flash that either. And so that is definitely a tough fight, because, you know, if the Vayne flashes in, maybe he gets taunted and dies, but at the same time, Berserker is dead instantly, and then maybe you can play the fight out from there. But the fact that Berserker did not die when you sent so many resources onto him and live with barely any HP, and then you get charmed without flashing anyway, is a bit of a disaster fight from Fudge and from Shopify.
Yeah, and now look at the map for Lion, right? They're already on Baron. Top wave was pushed in, had to be responded to. Mid wave was pushed in, had to be responded to. There's really no way outside of some sort of lucky poke that they would be able to contest that Baron. And the game is fully back in Lion's control.
And I kind of feel like, I mean, I don't think Berserker's actually going to go for it, but from against a comp like this, okay, he did. Seekers. I was going to say, like, you just go towards Zonies here, and now there's no win conditions basically for Shopify, because you full send it like that onto Saint, he's just going to Zonias. Now you full send it onto Berserker, he's just going to Seekers. And that is kind of the end of your initial engage. So now you have to try to layer the CC and not just full send everything at once, but that is very, very difficult. He has a lot of sustain to this point, and they have a lot of damage with that Infernal Soul secured, with the Baron buff secured. So the job for Shopify just got way harder. They might have kind of just seen this game fall out of their grasp.
I mean, Lion did a great job getting those early 3 dragons and pressured 3 dragons in a row. All it takes is that one mistake from Shopify, which they already made a couple in the early game. And then Lion are able to capitalize, get the Dragon Soul, and Shopify Rebellion. Man, they really made you believe for a little bit there that they could do it, but from this position, you have to favor Lion. TP coming in here from Saint, a deep teleport, as it looks like they're going to just push in for this bottom turret, tier 2. Take that one down. Saint will stop the approach. As Shopify Rebellion, they're just grouping together. At this point, it's like a nice try and death ball with your poke comp.
Yeah.
Seems to be the name of the game.
I mean, Shopify, I think we're hoping that Lion were going to split with the Baron buff, and that they were going to be able to find someone with Camille and just kind of pick off someone on one side, right? That was their hope there. But Lion were playing pretty respectful. They all stayed down towards bot. They didn't play through multiple lanes. They just pushed mid, went bot, took the tower there. And Berserker not easy to engage on now. Now if you full send it, again, you have to deal with the Seekers. You have to get that out of the way early, and then you have to be able to deal with the response that is going to be coming through from Lion. And now that they have eyes on everywhere Shopify is, you can see multiple members moving back and forth through the jungle. Isles and Armeo are just kind of bouncing between these lanes. And their soul laners knock down that mid lane tier 2. Now they're going to take away the jungle camps, push out top, and they're just starting to extend this gold lead.
Yeah, they'd already set all of this up, and like you already pointed out, like Shopify are still going to look for these plays. In their game against Disguise last week, it actually looked like they were about to lose until they did get a really nice Vi engage from Contracts and were able to pull off that particular Galio composition. But it's so difficult the way that Lion are playing this out on the map, and especially since, as Azale already pointed out, it's just now near impossible to burst down Berserker like you would want to start off a fight. So you basically have to find an isolated target that you can kill. And
ooh, and getting picked yourself is not step number 1 for Shopify. Lion, with a nice charm from Saint, will take down the enemy support and have a numbers advantage.
It is step number 1 for Lion, though.
Exactly.
Now, the main engage tool there is gone. You know, Zinni's not going to be the one who can just kind of throw himself in first. He generally more wants to be that follow-up. So now Lion can press across the map here. They're not really that scared of them getting engaged on. So Saint is pushing through bot. Berserker could be in some trouble.
Big damage onto Berserker. He uses the Seeker's Arm Guard early and is still chunked down by the Shock Blast. That will be Stand United, as now Dokla's the focus, and a shutdown to B-Boy means signs of life for the Rebellion. Huge chunk onto Berserker, puts Lion out of position, and Shopify capitalized.
Yeah, that was really, really well done. Berserker got a little bit too confident there, pushing forward, kind of walking up, I think, to probably try to auto the tower, and seemed like he took some damage from Fudge. He obviously got smoked by B-Voy. Had to use the Seekers pretty early on there just to actually immune the Ziggs ult. So let's watch one more time how exactly this did happen, because I think he was just trying to siege. Shifts into tower range, gets satcheled back, taking full damage there from Fudge and B-Boy. Just a pretty big mistake from Berserker. Felt very confident because the Camille was dead. He does end up surviving, but it did mean that Dokla loses his life. And look how fast Dokla dives to this Vayne. I mean, the true damage just shreds you.
Guys, he's fixable.
That's a fair reaction to the shift.
Yep. Sometimes you just gotta laugh. You know, if your opponent gives it to you, you take it. And Berserker didn't want to use the flash there, so instead his top laner loses his life. This gives some breathing room for Shopify Rebellion, but they're still down gold. Lion still have the Dragon Soul. I think Lion are still in a really good position, but currently Shopify control the approach to the Elder Dragon, but in goes Saint. The charm on the top laner. Fudge is out of there. Here's entrance once again, stopped by Saint. Goes into the stasis. And now Berserker's just going forward. They got the damage for Zinni. Shopify Rebellion losing their fed Vayne will also most likely just lose the game right here. Lion have the wave mid, but said they're going to peel back for the Elder Dragon spawning in 2 seconds.
I mean, that is just huge. Again, Fudge dies without being able to flash, multiple times now. Saint has caught him with the charm. I did say this is the only way he can really die. That's the only real threat onto him. But every time Saint is finding him and he's unable to react, just gets burst down again after getting caught by that charm. And now this will be Soul and Elder, and Berserker, he wants more.
Yeah, immediately gets the Elder buff, going for Zeyzal. Oh, the bird is enough. And Zeyzal dies. That's now 6k gold lead, plus the Dragon Soul, plus the Elder Dragon buff. Resets will come in for Lion, but you have to imagine this next push will spell the end of the game. Let's get another look at that from Saint's POV.
Yeah, Saint coming over the wall. He has a 6,000 individual gold lead at this point, and gets eyes onto Fudge. And this is from Fudge POV. Obviously, they do not have vision on him, and it's Charm Flash so hard to react to that. And Shopify just did not have the proper vision in the area, and Fudge was very far forward. Felt like he could get some damage down onto Armeo as he was walking in, but Saint makes him pay big time.
Yeah. Oh, I feel like both coaching staffs must be going through it in this game, to be honest.
We got to get Revan a helmet if he's smacking his chair like that.
Yeah,
Don't worry, those are comfy chairs.
Okay,
There's
fair
lots
enough.
of cushioning.
Fair enough.
Very ergonomic.
He's also got the great head of hair, too, to give him extra padding.
Another thing I liked from that fight was how Dokla was dealing with making sure that Contracts and B-Boy really couldn't participate as well on the very bottom side of it. Because, again, you kind of have to spread apart the targets to make room for Saint. And I think in some of these team fights, Lion have done a really excellent job of that.
They have, and I mean, this is kind of like two sides of the same coin. If Fudge dies, Dokla is not under threat from anyone, right? If Fudge is free hitting on Dokla, Dokla dies instantly. But as soon as Fudge is dead, Dokla's just going to run at your carries and create infinite space for Saint and Berserker. There's no other threat. No one can deal with him. It's going to take forever for a Ziggs or a Jace to actually kill him off. So here goes.
Oh, Saint with another masterclass solo kill under the top turret. They're just styling on him at this point. I mean, the work's been done. Yeah, this is a ridiculous carry performance from Saint as Fudge will try for the outplay. Is able to dodge away from Armeo, still knocked up by the hero's entrance. Berserker goes into the stasis as Armeo is diving under the turret into the GA. Saint still alive, Berserker still alive. This is still the end of the game, but Shopify are at least making him work for it for a little while longer. Armeo now joins the team on a rampage here, as 4 will fall from the Rebellion. It's only Contracts left alive. Lion can walk in the Baron-empowered waves and close it out. GG, Lion will take game number 1. Do they want to die for it? Do they want to go for it? They have the Elder buff. Shut down onto Armeo, trying to get Contracts. Oh, the Elder has expired, but Berserker gets the double and the ace for a game 1 win.
I mean, Lion may have won, but Contracts just solo killed Armeo there, so Jungle
did.
Oh, man, that has got to be one of the biggest individual gold leads I've ever seen. That was 8,000 gold by the end of the game there for Saint. Monster RE game from him.
It's joining Silas as one of those champions you just cannot let him have. He is, spoiler, my player of the game. I'm curious to see who the Lounge has as theirs.
That makes him the player of the game.
Yeah, we're aligned.
Yep.
Well voted, Emily.
Thanks.
Well
Good job, Emily.
voted.
An applause to Emily for that take.
Azael and Kangas, your vote doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to hear it.
Yep.
Emily got hers in first. She's joined the team.
Yeah,
Everybody
we have
else.
majority. We've done it.
It's insane though. That was freaking crazy, man. Every time they need a charm, even after they lose a fight, he goes back in the mid lane one where he 2v1s them.
Yeah.
Raz, how good is Saint?
He is insane, and he's going to be the focus of the Samsung Rift Vision breakdown because
Rift Vision?
Yes.
Rift Vision?
Let's talk about the vision of the Rift. To me, this breakdown was really cool because he is, if you think about what he is incredible at, it's Ahri and finding angles on this champion. And so I'm going to look at the perspective of Shopify Rebellion because they're the one pushing through mid and an Elder is in a minute's time. So let's play this through. They see, so far, nobody on the map. They see
Where is Saint, Raz?
Where is he?
There he is.
Staked down in his control ward. So let's play this through because now they get control of this objective. But you see Saint coming through. Why does he come through? Well,
there's no vision.
The minions.
He waited for the minions to
He
pass.
waited for the minions to go through. And so from his POV, he waits until the minion wave comes through, crosses, and so now you see Shopify Rebellion that hasn't had an eye on Ahri the entire fight to then be immediately shocked. Fudge walks up, immediately gets charmed. And so I thought that was incredible. The patience from Saint to then wait the entire time in the control awarded bush on the opposite side of the map and then wait for the minion wave to come through, wait for all of Shopify Rebellion to come through. And he was the reason why they ultimately ended up taking this and Elder. That was perfect play from Saint. So it makes a lot of sense. I feel like there was a lot of highlight plays throughout the early portions of the game.
He was hiding this whole time, Kobe.
The entire time he was ready
He
to
was right
behind
here.
you.
Boom! Charmed. What do you mean? You're supposed to come here and
No,
come here and give me a little kiss,
No,
man.
no. Get that away from me.
Saint Ahri right there. Okay.
Player of the game is Saint. Good job.
Well deserved.
Yeah.
Got all our
He was
votes.
about 8,000 gold ahead by the end of the game. 6 out of 6.
Nice.
Yeah, everyone's clapping for Saint. Azael's vote did matter. It's unanimous.
Yep.
I have seen larger goal leads. Elk had a 10K goal lead in LPL at the start of the year.
Yeah.
Some of the 80 carry gaps, but it's still a lot.
It's still a lot.
That's the biggest I've seen for mid laners.
That is a top 3 mid laner in the world right there. That's what kind of performance that was. That was insane. Okay, well deserved. I voted for him. Player of the game to Saint, insane Ari. I want to shout out Isles too, man. Yeah. Isles Shen for a lot of these early plays when he went back in with the taunt to get the 1-for-1. Lots of these stand Uniteds, lots of the taunts landing.
Last second stand Uniteds, a lot of them were last second stand Uniteds. It was like Ignite ticking, 20 HP, and he was like, no, I got you covered. You are not dying here. I thought that was a really good game from Isles against the demonic Ziggs, Camille, and Galio composition.
A lot of hard engage, but another big conversation we've had is Zazel changing Shopify's comms. What does Lions sound like without Inspired? So we had our team pull one of the team fights where we can hear some of the comms from both sides. Let's take a listen.
Can we blorb? Okay, they're on it. 9K. We should look. No.
I'm gonna start
I can.
Oh, it's gonna be hard to enter with Ari, but
I can go.
Ari on banana.
Okay, I'm gonna send it on Ari when we're in range, guys.
Yep.
I want to look. I'm looking. Here.
Ari's low.
I'm running.
Look, Ari, just on me. It's one shot.
Coming low flash. Coming.
Okay. Look.
I'm fine now.
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine.
You should defend mid. Couldn't come here. Oh, our base and open through here.
I have no ult now. I have to base.
Yeah. Okay.
Even this play, which I really like to highlight on the comms.
Yeah.
I can't help but look at Saint and how Saint, he goes just to the very edge of the Hextech ultimatum outside of the Ziggs ultimate.
Yeah.
He takes 0 damage from it. If it was even a tiny bit inside of that, any little bit of extra damage, he dies.
Yeah.
But I did like Zazel's comms there. It's so much more focused. He sets up the plan, and it's on his teammates for
exactly. I think if Zinni plays that better, Saint's just dead. Right? Because that was the fight where he point blank ulted in front of Shen. Isles taunted him, interrupted the ult. He could have just flash taunted. He could have queued. He could have done any of that
Ziggs
stuff.
bomb is a little bit further down.
That's the thing. This composition is so good. Just a little bit of change, and that would have been Shopify Rebellion hard winning that topside map. So a little sad if you're Shopify. Even seeing the coach Revan.
Revan was a lot sad.
He was mad.
He was very
he looked
sad
mad to me.
Mad.
When Fudge died, he looked mad.
Yeah.
Although he didn't have the vision toggle. Maybe he thought they saw Ari, but they hadn't seen
I think
Ari.
he's just frustrated his team is dying right at a critical moment. He's like, I
thought we were gonna come back.
Saint is so good.
Berserker is still alive. There were so many fights where Berserker was at like 5% health, 1% health,
That's
2%
the most.
health.
Yeah.
That's a tilter.
That's the real tilter.
When you're a little bit behind early from the fight's not going well, and then every fight in the future, because he has like an extra level here or there, and you're down half an item, he would have been one-shot in pretty much all these fights.
He buys Zonias, and it just feels like it's impossible to catch him at that point.
Yeah.
And he's got Isles on his team as well. We're gonna toss the break. Game 2 is right around the corner, though.
All right. Shopkeeper time. What are we doing for this build?
First pick, 564 miles of range.
This should last us a while. What's next?
Lane economy is key.
Okay, how about 30 miles to the gallon then? It's a high tempo pick.
We can't neglect power. How about 329 HP?
We can buy one more item. What about vision? The map's fully lit. We're not missing anything.
All right, let's get this show on the road.
And Rez, hey, support means support. No running off this time.
That was just a one-time thing!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
I'm hitting the dragon, by the way. So
Me.
Okay. Help, waiting.
Baby die.
No.
Look away.
1 HP.
Yeah, okay.
I can chase Galio.
8,000 gold by the end of the game there for Saint. Monster Ari game from him.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 of Shopify Rebellion versus Lion. Lion were able to make it happen in Game number 1, despite the fact that Shopify had a couple of really clutch moments, especially in that early game. But the Dragon stacking got too much. Lion were able to get that soul and close it out. So now the question, Emily, on my mind is, can Shopify make me believe again? Because I believed for about half of that game.
If that's your question, then yes, because
Okay.
you're always going to believe in Shopify.
That's all I needed
and
to hear.
They don't have to do anything. But
we don't require a lot. We just need a drop of
yeah,
man.
exactly.
Yeah. One
I
stolen
think
jungle camp's all I need.
I'm gonna make fun of you, but also my sports teams are ass. So like,
okay, yeah,
I don't have a leg to
So
stand
you get it.
on.
You get it.
I do get it.
Real recognize real.
Yeah.
Yes, recognize. All right, yeah, continue.
Let's not go down that road.
Yeah. I think for me, and I know we brought it up on cast, Azale brought it up on cast, and we were talking about it off camera, but there were points in time where it felt like Shopify really could have pressured their lead a lot harder, right?
Yeah.
When they were winning super early, when there were opportunities for someone like Fudge to be able to get in and assassinate Berserker. So from Shopify, I know they've been internally talking about how they want to reel in some of their aggressive tendencies while still letting others, like, be there. I think that's a really difficult balance to strike, but I'd like to see them be more aggressive when they are in a winning position, right? When they have the vision, when they have the setup.
Yep, and I mean, it's kind of, there's two parts to all of it, right? There is the ability to say, Fudge, you died multiple times without flashing charm, but the other side of that is, damn, Saint had really good angles, was coming from fog, charm flashes, playing around vision. So, Lion is making it look hard for their opponents because of those good angles that they're coming from. And Orianna is banned, but Nocturne is taken.
Yeah, Nocturne is taken, and it's a really interesting pick because they banned the Akali. Lock is up. The Akali answer is not up, but it's an interesting draft choice, although now they just locked in Rise. So I guess we're not going to see Lock, or Saint or Berserker are going to pilot it.
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty exciting to see if they want to go for it, but obviously the draft pile wasn't super high in it last game, so I'm kind of starting to get the vibe that it might just be going through. Might just get Lucian Melio with the Lucian locked in, so that is going to come through. So securing a really powerful bot lane duo for Berserker and Isles, and Berserker is such a reliable win con for the team. And I feel like Isles is so good on enchanters. People always like to meme about enchanters, how they just play themselves. There's not really any skill expression, but this guy has really good timing on his peel, really good timing on his abilities. His positioning is very, very good. I feel like he is on point. And especially when he's playing champions like Lulu, like his Wild Growth even
I actually
are used
think his
to
Lulu is cracked.
Interrupt
even like
dashes
himself
constantly.
are pretty good.
Yeah. We see the Nautilus locked in for Zazel, another pick that he's going to want to get out and roam on the map, as opposed to dealing with this really oppressive Lucian Melio. I was wondering if Shopify might opt into something like the Cog Lulu or kind of answers in lane that we've seen. But they're going to, as it looks like from here anyway, try to keep Zazel detached and moving around the map.
I'm going to be really interested to see what they want to actually go for here. Does Lion ban out mages, like mage pairings with the Nautilus? Because if the Nautilus wants to roam, you have to have something that's self-sufficient, in that 1v2, because you cannot be roaming if your bot laner is just getting dove on repeat, right? So that is something that they have to really think about. So when I think about some of the safe pairings, there are things like, if you want to go wave clear heavy, you can go towards some of those mages. You can play things like Victor bot or even like Syndra bot, which can be pretty effective at just kind of clearing waves and staying safe. Volibear ban is very interesting and does feel like a nod towards top lane. So I'm kind of thinking what would Doka be playing that he's scared of Volibear? And that makes me think of like Ambessa, for example. So maybe he's trying to open the door for Ambessa, and Fudge has been playing some Volley. And there is that Syndra ban, so it's actually going to be Shopify banning it out here for mid lane. Obviously, it is a pretty good answer into Rise.
They had harbored the Victor earlier. They didn't lock it in. They locked the Nautilus instead. So Lions still have one opportunity to at least ban out that mage. Let's see if they opt for it.
And maybe they're not concerned about it at all, right? Maybe it's not going to be an issue for them. But when I think about what Nautilus wants to do, he really does not want to play the 2v2. He generally wants to roam. So I think about trying to force B-Boy onto a champion that we can punish.
Yeah, I think unless the ban comes through here,
There's Victor.
Yeah, there we
Okay.
go.
Makes
I
a
was
lot
going
of
to
sense.
say, yeah,
I like
because they had hovered the Victor previously too,
Yeah.
then locked in the Nautilus. I know you're not supposed to pay attention to hovers, but I did think it would have been a good pick, right? For
Yeah.
all of the reasons.
Also,
that
historically,
Azale just said.
NA Lucians have not done great into Victors, so that's been
Berserker's a very good
Yeah,
Lucian.
look, I trust Berserker.
So
I
is
trust
Jan.
Berserker
Our
Isles
Lucians
Lucian
are on the
Melia.
up and up.
Okay,
And
there we
Jace
go.
and
You
a
know-
Lucian, it's an old meme. It no longer
this is
checks
improvement
out.
for the region. Okay.
Is NAJ still a meme?
No.
Actually,
It's not. They're
I
scaling.
think that's done as well. MF Nautilus is another response that I remember seeing a ton of in LPL specifically when Lucian Melio became super, super oppressive and kind of the super high prio pick. And that is what Shopify will be going for, and then saving that counter pick for top lane. Alternatively, they could always flex Rise into the top lane as well if they really wanted to.
But does this match the expectation of allowing the Nautilus to roam around it? Because when I think Misfortune, it's low mobility. It's like you can use your ult to wave clear, but it's not that same level of like a mage that can just delete a wave. Right?
No, you definitely can't delete a wave, but you can get prio in a lot of these matchups. MF has
Sure.
a really strong early lane, so sometimes getting push is enough. I really like this Olaf Annie as their last two with the pairing alongside Nocturne, because Nocturne turns off the lights and all of a sudden Annie's flashing over a wall, stunning you up. Olaf is ghosted and ulting in on you, and that is pretty crazy, but this is a blind Olaf, right? So that is the other side of that. You know, he's kind of saying, you know what, you can't punish me. Volibear was what I was worried about. I'm not worried about anything else. It is going to be Jax, which is a great answer into the Olaf because it's, he can ult out of your Counter-Strike, but you just leave the Counter-Strike running.
Yeah,
you actually
can't auto use
you never early Counter-Strike. You just pop that, and between that and your ult, all the resistances you're getting, it is very difficult for Olaf to actually burst down the Jax because you are so auto-attack based. So you do have really good answers as far as that is concerned. Obviously, you're going to be able to Counter-Strike block autos from Lucian, from the Nocturne as well. So Jax is going to be quite resilient in that. But that being said, you do have the Nocturne in your back pocket, so you know it can be difficult if you're getting jumped on and kind of being put behind.
Yeah, and this is the first pick where we did call out some of Armeo's like J4 ults in terms of being really, really good in the way that they like separated out priority targets. But this is a lot more in his hands, right? As an initiator, so it's going to be really interesting to see how they control the CC on this team. If he's going to be the one making those calls, still kind of integrating himself here. Doesn't really fit the whole like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna sit back and like let myself be carried.
He kind of has to get in there.
From his interview, right? Yeah, because he does. He absolutely has to get in there.
Which also was the story of game number one. It was his body for the win. You know, he was throwing himself in there just to make sure that nobody else could follow up, and he was the only one dying. Nocturne, sometimes the same can happen, because if you ult in, it might just be a one-way journey if you don't have that like Orianna combo. Obviously, we already highlighted the positives of like an Annie being able to get in there too.
He does have the Melio too.
True.
For healing and shielding, right?
All right, let's guess right now. Over under. Armeo 5 deaths. Thinking more or 5.5. Let's go 5.5.
Under. Easy under.
Under? Okay.
Yeah, easy under.
All right.
I don't think the pace of the game is going to be fast enough that he's going to even have a chance to get that many deaths.
Yeah, I also
They have been
see
playing fast games last week.
You see a world win or lose.
last game.
Yeah.
Last
game
let's
was a
just
return
omit
to
those stats. You know, we have a graphic for last week's
not
stats.
at
We
all
don't have a
sketchy.
graphic for this week's stats.
That's
that
called
you know of.
designing stats to suit your own personal narrative.
Yeah, isn't that our
which
job?
Which we are not supposed to do. Well,
No.
yeah. Or alternatively, it's all of our job.
Emily's like, we're not supposed to do that, and Kangas is like, isn't that our job?
I got a different memo.
Two
Look, I'm
opinions.
trying to be honest.
Yeah, you were a journalist first
Now,
here. As a
the
nice
real
little
question,
sidestep.
though, this is the question. As a journalist, always you have to ask the hard questions.
Okay.
Should they just keep Armeo?
I mean,
100% win rate, 3-0.
Look
a
at that,
paltry
Azale. I mean,
63%
obviously,
win rate with Inspired.
the stats that are not specious at all. Tell me.
Inspired shaking in his boots. May come home to no job.
Yeah, Lions moved on from this one. Exhaust early from Dokla, taking the combat summoner spell top lane. So that will be Fudge and Ignite, or rather Flash and Ignite out of Fudge.
Fudge and Ignite,
Yeah.
that's
Fudge
true.
and Ignite.
The
That's
point
it.
stands. And now it's a Flash advantage here for Dokla. And Dokla is trying to make sure that Fudge can't actually get the wave in here. Fudge needs his Counter-Strike back desperately, but that is a pretty spicy top lane. Ignite Flash versus Flash Exhaust. He's trying to bait out the Counter-Strike early, but Dokla is basically out of mana now, so Dokla needs level 3 to even try to threaten a fight here. So I think Fudge has successfully gotten the wave in and will avert disaster, uses both his sums, but gets it in.
Ooh, and a potential dive coming in here. Great from Zazel and B-Boy. Flash away, trying to get damage back into Isles, and that is a double kill for Shopify, but first blood to Berserker. 1 for 2 trade in the bot lane.
This reminds me a lot of what we saw in week 1, right? Where they have the push, they're going to go for this dive. I believe, yeah, Zazel just hooks Berserker, and he decides he's just going to go in onto B-Boy anyway. Turret damage kind of does the rest there. But that reminds me of the play where Berserker's just diving forward on Cassio to try to get onto Masu.
And I mean, it looks silly, but they actually screwed him on the wave. I want to go back bot because we denied a full wave on that dive, and then the wave is pushing away from him. So that is actually super worth, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Look how many more minions there are for Berserker to farm. So that is kind of the untold story. You're like, you went 1 for 2, dummies. Well, you denied a lot of experience. You're denying a lot of gold as well. And there's a bit of a better buy here for Berserker. He got double longsword, and now the wave is pushing away from you, and you may just get stuck into a position where you have to fight again.
Goes for another trade there. Zazel pulls him back into the minion wave, but I mean, yeah, with the Melio behind him, warm hugs, Berserker is fine.
Yeah, and now B-Boy, it's going to get even worse, because now they have him chunked, and you can see Nocturne is moving in on potential invade. They're trying to push it in and see if they can even threaten a redive here. Nautilus has got to go help him out. Was that a flash from Dokla? I think it might have been.
Yeah, Dokla right now in the 1v1 pushing in. Can't quite see if he's got that summoner yet, but we'll give an update on that in a moment here. I was looking bot side to see how much more damage would come through.
He flashed away from the Counter-Strike. That's what I thought. So Fudge, this is the thing. That Ignite is a shorter cooldown than Exhaust. So if you trade Ignite for Exhaust as a top laner, you want to try to force an all-in before the Exhaust is back up. So Fudge is trying to set this up.
Taking a lot of damage now. One more Undertow might be enough. It's not as the stun comes in, but Dokla still lives through it. One more bonk. A margin of error so slim.
He just needed to wait. He just needed to wait. It's like a couple seconds and he wins that.
Oh, that's tough. And now the Ignite is up as he respawns onto the map. Now Armeo's looking for a play bot side here. Flash forward from Berserker. B-Boy pops the barrier and still goes down. Armeo gets the kill there. Zazel's going to follow. Lion pounce in the bot lane and get 2 kills.
Yeah, and this was kind of set up a little bit with that earlier play of Berserker and Isles getting themselves into a really good position. This is also why I believe in Berserker's Lucian, right? He's playing this so aggressively, as you should, right? Like, you really want to bully your opponents out of lane, as we're going to take a look at this top lane play again.
Yeah, this is this fight one more time. I just feel like it is a pretty good angle from Fudge. Obviously, the Q through with the axe did take him down. You know, that goes through the Counter-Strike. But he just needed to wait for Ignite. The Ignite was a couple seconds off. I just feel like he went too early. You know that it is a shorter cooldown than the Exhaust. Dokla with no reaction.
Dokla didn't even react. He's just chilling.
He's just chilling, man. But that is big for Dokla. And I want to talk a little bit about the fun that Berserker's been having in the bot lane.
Yeah, he's been having a lot of fun.
But Dad's coming home soon, and the fun might be over. So these kind of shenanigans, Inspire might be...
He's got to get it in.
Exactly.
Inspire's got the belt ready.
You need to get diving. You need to get your Jace picks in. You need to do some inting because Inspired's going to be having none of it.
Well, Berserker's looking for more of it right now as he's chasing forward and will find another kill.
Oh my god.
Isles keeping his 80 carry alive forever as that Undertow not going to land. Berserker's just going to go back forward. Zazel goes down. That's a double kill to Berserker.
That is beautifully played there by the Lion bot lane, and now it is a big CS lead. It is 4 kills to 1, and Berserker already 1,000 gold ahead here at 6 minutes. The real story, Armeo about to go to 4-0.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe we just let Berserker take over the team.
Berserker is now the mastermind. Yeah.
Berserker's like, I like this jungle. He doesn't tell me to do anything.
Berserker is that Toy Story meme where he's dropping the toy down. He's like, I'm not playing with you, Inspired. I got a new jungle. He comes down and ganks his level 4 Nocturne. I like that. Top lane right now, we see Contracts fighting against Dokla. Pops a Ragnarok, but he's in a 1v3. Shopify surely have the damage this time around, but Dokla makes it a 1-for-1. Not too shabby from Big Doke.
That is crazy. For a second there, I thought he might have actually had the damage to survive and kill off Contracts, but does get taken down. But in a 1v3 with no flash, he just got a kill. And Lion are laughing because they're taking the Dragon on the other side. They're already dominating in the bot lane. And Doklo soaks all that pressure and comes up with the kill.
And this was the lane that they had picked to try to get ahead, right? Like, this is the lane that Shopify really wanted to have counter pick. The ult comes down, Zinni just shows up here. And then, yeah, he just does so much damage.
Sheesh. Yep, I mean, that is pretty crazy. He put quite a bit of damage into contracts at the start, obviously.
Rainover's also laughing.
The coach cams tell two very different stories.
He thought he could get the second.
Man, he really wished. He thought he had more, and Shopify will punish him this time around, so they finally get a kill on the Big Dokes.
Doklo there saying fudge, the top laner that he's playing against.
Exactly. And that's, I think, because, you know, they sent B-Boy up here, right? Because he's just like, look, I can't. This Lucian is murdering me. But yeah, getting a little bit back for Shopify in this top lane. But, I mean, Lion are still in such a great position. Having this accelerated Lucian, it's another really easy early Drake take, and that is what ended up killing Shopify. Was they weren't able to push their advantages into a lot of objective gets in the early to mid game when they did have advantages. And
first paranoia of the game, and it's set up by Saint. Flashes in for the stun. Rather just walks up, drops the Tibbers down. Either way, it's a kill over to Isles for Lion as they make the play happen mid lane.
That was beautifully done, and I was wondering, okay, I want to see Armeo's first ult, how comfortable he is initiating with the team. Super well set up by Saint, immediately gets the stun down. Combo with the Nocturne, immediately is able to rotate onto the Grubs. Lion are just taking over the entire early game.
And Saint, you know, I talk about, I have rarely seen individual gold advantages that big. That was the third highest in LCS history for mid laners.
Yes.
Wow.
Did you hear who he's behind?
No. Who is he
They
behind?
said it was Bjergsen, and wait for it, a Blaze Olive were the two others with the higher individual gold leads.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. I wonder what they were playing. You know, if it was something that was like fake gold, like TF or something like that.
Or maybe like the back in the jungle funnel meta when mid laners would go like Taric or something.
That one doesn't count.
No. maybe.
We're taking those away retroactively. Any and all records achieved through funneling. Strict from the record books.
Yep.
Well, you know, Emily, you were talking about how they couldn't take advantage of the edges that they had in game one for Shopify. Good news for them. No edges to worry about.
They have to come from behind to win.
Don't have to worry about that now.
These are some blunt edges right now.
Hitting them with a wooden spoon.
On the flip side of that, you do have a Lucian that's up 1K over your MF,
and
which
he
died
has
3 times.
some pretty good items. You look over at the other side and you see steel caps and some scraps that will eventually become a BT, but it's an early Essence Reaver. He's already working towards the second item. Berserker is monster fed, and you're playing with an Enchanter, so it's very easy to utilize that lead to play more aggressively because of all of the help that is going to be behind him there from Isles.
Yeah, you got your plated steel caps in your support, essentially, with the shields coming in, the healing coming in as well. But I will say, Zeyzal said it himself. We said it already. It's going to be a jungle diff game. Hey, look at that contracts. That's 90 gold lead in the jungle. Just got to point it out.
That is true.
Saying
However,
there's a chance.
You're not wrong.
Look, my eyes see numbers on the screen. My mouth repeats the numbers.
Yeah, you can read them out.
I can read.
I would argue that Armeo actually has had a little bit more of an impact with his bot lane gank.
Okay. That's kind of messed up.
And his
Why
really
would you
good
argue that?
My feelings.
After
ultimate
Kangas just
mid
tried his absolute
after
best.
the setup. I mean, we're all about using statistics in our favor, aren't we?
True.
To support our own narrative.
You know what? I support
if we're
this.
doing that,
So you've caved,
you've
Emily.
turned me into a
Emily
demon.
has changed.
Yeah, no, this is a win
Her
either way for me.
journalistic
This is a win
integrity.
for
It
me
only
either
took
way.
one cast with Kangas.
guys.
One
It's
cast with
dead.
Kangas. She no longer cares.
It has nothing to do with the fact that her stats are also enforcing
That's
the correct
just the power of
narrative.
Kangas.
Nothing to do
the
with that.
Kangas.
Yep, the Kangle. It calls to us all.
The Kangas angle.
Yep. Usually that's when that's what
I
my
was gonna
friends
say,
call it
is
when I
this some sort
pantheon
of crazy
ults
support play? Yeah.
into the Baron solo while the enemy's taking
If
it.
you're my support, I am murdering you for that.
Oh, it's a good thing we've never played League together. You want to play sometime?
Sure.
Been playing a lot of Classic lately. Pantheon support, let me tell you, not as good in League Classic, but
Yeah, now that I can
it's
play
neither
again,
here
my
nor there.
hand's no longer broken. I feel free.
Ooh,
You know?
unleashed. Solo Q will never be the same. Lion right now pushing in on the bottom lane here, trying to siege his turret, and I think that they might just have it. Remember that last game? It was like, what, 19 minutes? And the stats told us earlier it was the second longest first turret take in a Ziggs game.
Second latest.
Second latest, yeah. Second latest turret in a Ziggs game. The other one was like just over 20 minutes. This time it looks like we're going to get that first turret a little faster, I'd have to imagine, if they keep pushing to this bottom side. But right now, Shopify are actually making a play here into the river. It's Zinni that goes in alone. The bolt time does a lot of damage. Saint gets out of there. Armeo takes out Zinni and still manages to get away. Lion hold the line as Shopify Rebellion have to retreat.
Yeah, Zinni's been studying those Loki Rise VODs.
That
was a deep realm
warp. Realm warping into his doom. Honestly, like the fact that Armeo did recognize that he could move and get on the backline was also really nice.
Didn't even burn flash.
Saint did almost die there, right? So it got a tiny bit dicey, but again, this Lucian is such a strong point that they can play on the map. The setup for that was so good with them pushing in bot, immediately rotating onto Drake. They're in such a great position to basically force Shopify to do something that's ultimately going to be very risky, like that Realm Warp.
Yep.
Maybe not necessarily exactly where he wanted it to go, but
Ooh. Second undertow misses, but the exhaust comes out. Dokla, we've seen this movie before. Flashes forward, the dredge line will land, but it's CC immune. Dokla's trying to run away. Zeyzal cannot get the last stick of damage in there. Dokla almost falls due to Zeyzal from the top rope coming in to interfere with the 1v1.
Yeah, very, very close there. Dokla did a good job using the Stride Breaker to just kite out that Counter-Strike. He leap strikes on you, he pops the Counter-Strike, but he Stride Breakers and just kind of runs away, hits the undertow slow as well, and then looks for that all-in.
Zinni's walking forward, trying to threaten with all the damage that comes from a Catalyst plus an Empowered Merc Tread's Rise.
Surprisingly, quite a lot.
Yeah.
More than you would want it.
More than you would think.
Amount of damage, honestly.
The Cassante of mid lane.
Wow, he was the original. Isn't Cassante the Rise of top lane?
Is that what we call him?
Cassante has the meme.
Rise,
so.
yeah.
So he takes precedence.
What memes does Rise have?
Probably a lot of old ones.
Yeah.
He's been reworked 30 times, you know?
Yeah, it was all the rework memes, but it's been a long time. He's losing his memes. They're losing the power.
We're forgetting the meme. We're losing memes.
Yeah, exactly. Bjergsen, so he was actually playing Akali, and Blaze Olive was playing Tristana in the two biggest individual gold diffs in mid lane for LCS history. So
I want to go back to see that Akali game.
Yeah.
That
I wonder
must
if it
have
was
been
that
a
playoff
monster.
one.
Yeah.
I have this playoff game from Bjergsen burning my brain where he just monster carried.
Well, I have some action happening on screen in front of me right now as Contracts and Zeyzal are finding a pick in the side lane, and they will pull it off, but ooh, it's Zeyzal that takes the kill. Contracts not cashing out for that one, so Shopify at least get something done.
Yeah, looking for a side lane play. Meanwhile, Berserker and Isles are going to take a few more plates off of this tier 1 turret mid. But again, like, this is what Shopify kind of have to do, right? Like, if they find someone alone in the side lane, can they make a play with Contracts? Can they make a play with this Rise as Armeo's going in?
Brenoy into the bottom lane. Ooh, great Realm Warp from Zinni to get out of there before the fear comes out from Armeo. So it's just an ult for ult trade.
Yeah, an ult for ult trade, but that's going to favor Zinni quite a bit, honestly, as Armeo's is a very important ult, and Zinni can still just continue to push this one right in. Lion, though, maintaining an over 3,000 gold lead. They still have not yet taken the first tower, but that is very likely to go their way. And you can see it is Saint heading out towards top lane, so they're trying to see if they can actually find an overload on one side of the map, find a kill onto Fudge, and look for that to be the catalyst to grab that first tower. And Fudge does have a read on the play, so he is just fully backed off and abandoned that top lane tower. They didn't actually get eyes on Saint, but no one is bot, and I think that is the key thing, is that they're trying to make plays on opposite side of the map and just no one showing up bot.
And this is going to end up going to be so good for Lion with Berserker being able to take down that mid tier 1, with Saints kind of faint towards topside to attempt the dive and Fudge backing off, them being able to take down this topside tier 1 as well and get immediately onto the Rift Herald.
I mean, this is a pretty rough trade for Shopify Rebellion. Lion get mid turret and top. They just TP'd Fudge into the bottom lane to now take that bottom outer turret, but Armeo's already on the Herald, so this is essentially a 1-for-2 turret trade plus the Herald in favor of Lion. They just cashed out big.
I mean, the tough part is they just couldn't defend, right? They weren't in the right position to defend. They were trying to look for a play on bot side. You know, Contracts was down there with Zinni, so they were expecting Saint's going to come down here. We're going to go for a 2v1, kill him off, but Saint doesn't show up there, so they have to abandon ship on the top side. They can't contest the Lucian, who's just so fed in the mid lane, so that's just kind of the reality of the situation.
Also, a reminder, LCS Championship is heading to the ATL. That's in Atlanta at the Gas South Arena. Tickets are available now. Scan the QR code to grab them as Armeo goes in for the Paranoia top lane, but it's straight into the waiting arms of a support. Isles is here as well, so it's a 2v2 for now. Contract's now joining in. Zinni has lived for now, but Berserker's walking up the bullet time over the wall. Not in range for enough damage. Zinni falls. Flashes from Zazel and Contracts to get away, but their mid laner's already out of there. Lion find the play and even get that bottom turret. Dokla wasn't even with them.
Yeah, I was going to say, in the meantime, Dokla's just taking down this bot tier 1 all by himself. It's so impressive how Lion have played. Again, like, we were missing this from Shopify when they were in advantageous positions. Here, it's another ult coming in from Armeo, knowing that Berserker is going to be heading up.
And we see here during the replay, like, it's nice that Zazel's in the area, but Zinni still just doesn't have enough damage to turn onto Armeo.
I mean, Berserker's just so much stronger,
Yeah.
right? Like, he got this early culling onto B-Boy, put him down to about half HP, sidesteps the hook.
Oh,
played
yummy!
All right, now we're getting some fun reactions from Dokla. Now he's ready to have some fun on the Rift. Also want to point out, Azale, you were mentioning last time you've never seen a mid lane, gold differential that strong, and
Rarely,
it was the third
for
highest.
sure.
Rarely it happens. What about 80 carry right now? Berserker's 3K ahead, and B-Boy hasn't even finished the, your little side quest here. He's not even getting as
This
much
one's
gold
rough,
on the minions.
but 3K you see from
Yeah.
time to time.
You see it, like, actually pretty frequently.
Okay, fair enough.
I feel
But
like
the bigger thing is,
a lot of lopsided 80
Got
carry
some bad
games.
news for you, buddy.
Yeah.
I've never seen an 80 carry
This-
not have the role quest completed at 19 minutes. And I
would-
think we're going to get there.
I'm going to guarantee you this isn't even in the top, like, 100 80 carry deficits.
Emily's got some bad news for you.
Hmm?
You're breaking Kangas' little heart.
I am.
No, you don't even have the stats for this
quest
one. This
is
is just
sad.
your gut telling you
The
this.
quest is just sad. And also in that fight, you do see
Okay, now
how
he's got it.
difficult it is to set up for this MF because she's so far behind, right? Like, when you're picking the MF to try to be able to contest this 2v2, you ideally want to be able to maintain push
Ideally,
against,
don't get 2v2
against
kills
the
right at the
Lucian
beginning of the
Milio.
game.
That didn't happen. They tried to rotate her in a different lane to try to catch up. That's easily matched. In these team fights, there's really little opportunity for her to get set up for a really good ult. And even then, she just does not have the damage that's coming out of this Lucian.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Dokla has not had to move for these fights because Shopify are so far behind. They're going to look for Berserker now, though.
Another Paranoia comes out. Shopify trying to get into the pit. They have their 80 carry there to try and get forward to get some damage down. Fudge is almost out of there. B-Boy flashes the wall. Berserker still unleashed. He gets one. Can he get the second one? There it is. Will eventually fall to Contracts. Big shutdown there. But a double kill first means that Lion have already just sealed the fight. 4 members to 2. They push back Shopify and get the dragon.
Pretty good angle, though, honestly, from Shopify. They got to go for something. They know they are just bleeding out in this game. They're losing all their camps. They're losing all the objectives. So they do get on the Berserker. They do take him down. Dokla maybe in a little trouble, but I think he should be fine.
Oh, can he actually chase him down here? No Ragnarok, no Flash, but Armeo's nearby. Also, Dragon definitely not coming up here for another 245. It just seemed like because we were in the pit, something else had happened right there. But either way, Lion find a big cash out. 7K gold lead for themselves. Let's get another look at the replay there.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just an angle for Berserker. They're grouping up. They know they basically can't do anything except force fights, right? You are 5 members strong here. You're just trying to overload one side, trying to get in onto Berserker. But Berserker does a good job of delaying things, dashing over the wall. And Dokla is just running through the team. Yes, they eventually do get Berserker, but they've gotten stomped on the other side.
Where's my Leo?
Where's my Helio?
Where's my
He
Helio?
flashed. He followed, man. He's trying his best over there.
Well, Isles flashed out first.
Yeah, he was. Isles was chased out of the fight a bit. Oh,
No, Dokla right now, straight back to live, and they just run him down! B-Boy's out of there! It's a 5v2, and they can't even keep their 80 carry alive. Dokla finds a double kill. Armeo's still alive. It's a slaughter for Lion. Right at the Baron, a clean ace for 1 trade, and they're going to start up the Purple Worm.
Can we get a hope check-in for Kangas here?
how you feeling?
We're at about a 0% on the
Yeah,
old home meter right now.
I was like, they got onto Berserker. Like, you have a little glimmer of hope there.
See, the problem is that just meant that he could go back to base and spend all the gold that he picked up from the
Bought
double
an
kill as
IE
well.
after that,
Yeah, that's 3 items completed on Berserker, and that
Saint's
was
gonna-
a disgusting fight.
Also, during all of that, they also popped Rift Herald. Saint was able to pressure the topside wave and push it in to get tier 2.
Yeah. 10K at 22 minutes is pretty big, as Dokla has just been flexing his muscle in this game, got the early solo kill, and has been a menace in these team fights. Hasn't had to join in a lot of the fights, but when he has shown up, he has been such a problem. Yeah, he eventually does go down, but again, he's just standing, fighting, soaking up all of that damage, and still walking away with kills. And then Saint has been great with the follow-up. Him and Armeo feel like they are on point with these engages.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Armeo well under that 5.5 deaths.
Yeah, Kingus, I think
currently
you
at the
lost
big
that
donut
one.
I did tell you that.
Yeah. I think you both were pretty correct for your predictions. Well done.
Yeah.
Well done.
We have had
Good
a
LCS
higher,
analyst.
combined kills per minute in this game.
True.
However, Armeo has died a total of 0 times.
25 kills at 23 minutes, just under.
We're back. We're so back.
We're so
to
back.
Week 1 Lion.
Yeah. I mean, that game number 1 for today was much slower, but last week we saw some high-octane gameplay already in this game, too. At the start, we could tell it was going to happen again when Berserker and Isles dove B-Boy and Zazel for that early play. Berserker has not really let up since then, as the Dragon is spawning now. That is Soul for Lion, and I do not see a world where Shopify can contest. They're not even going to leave their tier 2 turret lines. As you look at also the total
has as
gold.
much gold as Fudge.
Wow.
Oh, that's not ideal.
That is definitely not ideal.
Fudge got the counter pick.
There you go.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, as Dragon Soul is going.
I was waiting for you to follow
No,
up
no,
on
I just
that.
wanted to point it out.
No,
Just
no.
wanted to
unfortunate.
remind
All right,
everybody.
Okay.
That's accurate.
Yeah, it's not great.
Sometimes you just make statements.
I do want to point out, I have really enjoyed the synergy between Armeo and Saint. I think Armeo has had, like, pretty quietly a really good Nocturne game. Again, I was wondering what would happen as
Big
B-Boy
only comes in. Zazel flashes away, just tries to keep his AD carry alive and will give up his life in the process. And he can't even accomplish the mission. Dokla just runs past everybody, chases down the AD carry. That is a rampage for Saint. This is the end of the game. Lion slaughter Shopify Rebellion in their own base. It's only one member left alive. In the battle of who wins between the junglers, Contracts will have to watch as his team falls around him, and the minions will march into the turrets. Lion with the Baron-empowered wave will make quick work of Shopify Rebellion. The Kings of the Jungle quell the rebellion. Lion take the series 2-0 against Shopify, as they'll even take down Contracts and Zazel to boot. GG, Lion 2-0.
I gotta say, Lion are looking so good. Even without Inspired, I thought they were gonna have a slow start. I thought they were gonna have the MSI hangover, drop a series or two without Inspired, then lock in and be probably the top team. But they are just showing it doesn't matter. Inspired, no Inspired, we are the top of the table right now. We are the team to beat.
Yeah, and I've loved watching their game plans, right? Because they're so thoughtful of playing around the points of pressure that they do get on the map while allowing their carries to run wild, right? Like Saint and Berserker both had insane pop-off moments in these games, and Armeo has slotted in really well to this roster. He's working really well with the rest of the team. They seemed more than ready to kind of guide him through this, and it looks like we're going to be hearing from Saint on the lounge. We'll throw it over to them.
Woo! Absolutely correct. You're going to be hearing from me and Raz. No Kobe, though.
No Kobe.
He wanted no part of this.
He didn't even want to talk to Saint.
No, he didn't.
Messed up.
Weird.
I'm going to have to ask him afterwards.
Yep. He's got beef with Saint. Either way, Raz, that game 2, really one-sided. So
extremely
messy game 1, incredibly stompy game 2.
What's up, Saint?
Yeah.
Oh my God. That was a decimation in game 2.
Where should I shoot?
Oh, you're right here. You're good right there. So did you know that in game 1 you are third highest goal difference of mid laners in the LCS history?
Oh,
You're
in
number
history?
1 in history.
Like overall?
In a game, yeah. You were
in a single
8,000
game.
gold up against Zinni's gallery.
Nice.
Yes. And how has life been without Inspired as it on the team?
I mean, to be honest, we had something problem during our scrim because we like, I don't know, I can say, but we just losing every single game without Inspired. But
this recently, in the last couple
like
of weeks.
Recently.
Yeah.
And we sometimes mental boom and like blaming each other. But yeah, happily we win.
How have you guys been able to sort that out?
I mean, we will figure it out. we didn't. Yeah.
Okay.
This game 2 got really out of hand. Like, what do you think led to you guys being able to win game 2 so easily? What went well?
Just big dog, Olaf.
Just the Olaf?
Yeah.
Big dogs?
Big dogs, Olaf. Like he was, I remember the Liber fight. He was 1v3 Rise, Xinjiao, and enemy top.
Yeah.
And he killed Rise. After that, I think game is gone for us.
How's it been coming back? Because you guys have been traveling nonstop, and we haven't actually gotten a chance to talk to you about that. Like, has there ever been a fear of burnout? Because you guys, A, went to Korea, B, went to Paris, and now coming back to North America and immediately starting out with the split.
It's my first time like non-stop season, so
Yeah.
I kind of feeling like burnout. But I like to win, so we will just try hard for win.
Yeah. It sounds like, at least with you guys arguing a lot in scrims, you're still really trying to win without Inspired, rather than it being the team just, you know, taking a break and kind of having fun. Is that correct, or is there a little bit of fun times while Inspired is gone?
And to be honest, I'm kind of confusing because when I came here and I heard Inspired and our coach Ligby is not coming, so maybe time to break or
yeah, just have fun.
That's what I thought, but my teammates wanna win, so I was kind of confused. But now I have mind to win.
What have you been personally focusing on? Because going through multiple international events, there's obviously something that you have come as a takeaway and something that you really want to work on yourself. What's something that you feel like you need to get better at?
More stable.
Yeah.
And just find the like rune champions more like correctly. I think that's it.
Okay. You go for it.
Going back to game 1, is Ari your most comfortable champion, or is it a different champion? You look so good on Ari every time.
I would say Silas or Yon.
Silas or Yon?
Yeah.
Ari's not. Ari's below?
Yeah. Also today was really cold at the stage.
Yeah.
So I was. Do you remember the E-Flash when I in the Dragon Pit and fight the Jace?
And then out of the fight.
Yeah. I was like during E-Flash. I was yeah, that's why I miss.
Yeah.
So maybe I should bring Jackie tomorrow, like next week.
Yeah, a sweater.
That might be a good call. Berserker got player of the game. Do you agree with that?
Sounds like big dokes.
Yeah, sounds like. I mean, should be big dogs. Like.
Yeah. The Olaf 1v3.
Yeah. After the game is just gone.
The fans agree with you. The fans agree with you.
Yeah. Fan can see it. Nice.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Saint, for joining us. Good luck next week. 2-0 with no Inspired.
Yeah, I didn't expect this, but nice.
Yeah, nice. All right. Looking forward to watching you guys next week. We're going to head to a break right now. Team Liquid, Alienware versus Sentinels is up next.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here? Yep, that's my mom. The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys, apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T Wireless and Home Internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T Wireless and Home Internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Red Bull gives you wings.
use my Herald for you, Dokla.
I'm coming. But we're far, okay?
Coming. I'm going to go flash. I'm coming. Please, look.
I think it's good. I think it's good.
Okay. Coming. Oh, Penta. You're dead. That was a Penta.
Go. Man, they got me.
Lion take the series 2-0 against Shopify.
Welcome back to the LCS second series. Team Liquid Alien Warrior versus Sentinels. They've always played each other pretty tight, actually, even though Team Liquid is coming into this one as the favorites. And we need to go back.
All the way back?
All the way back
to last week.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Right.
when Raz had a hot take that Core JJ is going to be the
True.
best support in the league, but Emily had a hot take that by the end of the split, Huhi and Hambach will be the best support jungle. It
Yeah.
feels like those two takes are at odds.
I feel like today is the day that I lose and have to dump a bucket of ice water on my head.
You don't even have faith in yourself.
It's week 2. It's the end of the split. You can still argue this.
I think TL are looking really good.
Yeah, that's true. They're looking pretty damn good.
I think they're looking really good.
Hambach did amazingly last week. I had
He
him on my
did.
fantasy team. He was like double-digit kills every game, and that's partially because who he was with him. The supports, we know that these supports love to roam.
Yes.
This meta is perfect
They've
for both
just
of
been
them.
Look at them. They're banging their bot laners.
So that's the difference between spring and bot, or sorry, spring and week 1, bot lane proximity. Who he only spent 37.8% of his time before 14 minutes.
He's like, Rahel, you're on your own.
Near his 80 carry.
That is hilarious. I mean, it's funny because their entire career, they've been known as the supports that will
Those
just
poor 80
leave
carries
80
left
carries
home to do
behind.
chores.
Yeah.
Now the
maintain
meta-
the
They
lawn.
both have to mow the lawn.
What more chores do they need from them? Doing the dishes while they're out too, taking care of the dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Guard
Hui's
the
dogs
turret.
are nice
Yeah.
and cute, so might as well.
True.
Guard the turret.
Yeah.
I like that one. So predictions for this next series. I'm going Team Liquid. Emily's probably going Team Liquid.
want you
I'm
to
also
know-
going Team Liquid.
Your bet is on the line. You have to have some
I
level
am
of faith.
honest. I think it's gonna. I think TL are looking
Yeah.
really good. Like
Yeah.
I think they load into the game. They know exactly what they want to do. They've played out their compositions really well. They're all working together really well.
What you got there?
Yeah, so Rob Moore was handing these out. These are
The
just
opening
Yeah,
packs?
well, there's a holographic player card for Sentinels here.
Ooh.
I'm really curious that if I open this and if the holo card is going to predict which Sentinels player plays the best.
You know what's
Oh,
crazy?
okay.
Yeah.
There's a
So-
really rare holographic for Grayson, for Golden
True.
Blue.
No, he's the most common.
He's the most common?
Yeah,
For foil?
3 out of 8. Yeah. Okay,
haven't
so we
gotten
got Huhi,
Okay.
Rahel,
All right.
Darkwings,
Nice.
Hambach. I got the Golden Glue. They have to win.
So they're gonna
They have to win in
stop
draft. They
It's a
have to win in
It
draft.
has to be a draft gap.
Otherwise, it doesn't not going to work.
Okay, Kobe stole my
Yeah.
Golden Glue. Can I take that Golden Glue?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, it's the most common card.
I
Apparently.
mean, I have rarely gotten. I opened up like 3 packs.
Kobe just tucked it in his pocket and walked away with it after
Yes, it's-
opening it.
Kobe's
All
doing
right.
a lot of running away today. I wonder if he's at the caster desk. Kobe, you there?
Answer for your crime.
I'm here, and I did take that Golden Glue card, and I'm gonna come take that one too, Raz. Give me that second one. I need a
Collect them all. A deck is allowed to have multiple copies of the same card, right?
I need a pair of them. I use them to go when we go play games versus Golden Glue. I bet them with my rest of my friends.
Use your Golden Glue
my, my Golden Glue tender
as Gamba currency.
So I need more of them. Thank you in advance, Raz, for your donation to the cause.
There you go. Into the Kobe coffers of Golden Glue cards.
Let's see, though, because the analyst said, all right, they, put it to the gods of chance.
Okay.
And Jat pulled Golden Glue, so that means that they have to have a draft diff.
Okay.
Flowers, game number 1 needs to be Golden Glue draft diff. Let's put it to the test right now.
Let's go ahead and do it. Team Liquid have elected blue side. Sentinels are on last pick. Poppy, Vi, Caitlyn banned out by Team Liquid. Sentinels focusing the jungle pool. Honestly, this feels like a pretty standard play against TL these days. Jose Dioto was looking fierce back at MSI, looking good in week 1. So they ban away his Lee Sin and Nocturne alongside the Akali as first pick goes over to TL, and they will happily lock in the Ezreal for Yawn.
Flowers.
Yes, sir.
Both of these junglers have champions that are target banned against them, though, and only one team has banned the target champion. Lee Sin for Jose checks out. He's one of the best in the entire world. But what about Hombach Skarner? That one drew bans previously. He's also already displayed, killing intent on his Kiana. Was very, very good. On the Wukong, on the Nefiri, a lot of dangerous champions for him, but the Skarner really was one of the very big ones that Sentinels relied on pretty heavily.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
And we also do have the Kai'Sa immediately locked in response here for Sentinels. So no mages bot this time around. Jan and Rahel going to be piloting those AD carries. Sentinel sees the Ezreal. They know that supports want to roam in the current metagame, and Kai'Sa can assassinate that Ezreal in that isolated situation. So they'll draft that one alongside Jarvan here for Jose Dioto in the jungle, or for Hombach in the jungles.
Yeah. Our Kai'Sa versus Ezreal. Very, very old matchup here. Looking for the dive comp. So Sentinels just going to fully commit to the dive comp early on with the Kai'Sa, with the Jarvan. Now, Jarvan into Ezreal specifically is not necessarily good, but they're looking for general dive anyway. I will suspect. It also means for mid lane, Quid is going to want to pick something that can deal with Cataclysm very easily as well, and is going to be thinking about dives. Something more on the safe end, not towards like the Orianna that has been left up here and has been dangling. These low mobility control mages that in game number 1, are kind of floating around. It's going to make Team Liquid specifically want to veer away from those, seeing the early picks from Sentinels.
Well, we've got some engage power as well as some defensive capability here with the support pick for Team Liquid. Leona can be good at protecting targets that are getting dove, but can also function as a go button here for Team Liquid in their own right. Alongside that, Xin Zhao also a very potent frontliner and space creator with the power of the Crescent Guard. And Sentinels are not going to continue copying role for role here in the draft in the first half. Instead, they will leave support for the second half of the draft, lock in the Gnar for impact instead.
And then I expect them to ban, like Vayne and, maybe Corki as well now. With people playing Corki in the Gnar, top lane as a counter. Like Yasuo counter, these other types of things to protect the Gnar. Because when you pick a Gnar at the end like this, it's like pseudo blind. Yeah, the enemy doesn't have their top laner, but also you get 2 protection bans.
Yeah.
And Gnar doesn't really need more than a couple protection bans. Usually even just the Vayne, a lot of people are fine with. But there are options, right? There's the Corki, like we mentioned, Twisted Fate top lane. You can do as well. So we'll see. The Jace as well. These range options into the Gnar are generally the preferred ones. Now, if Team Liquid want to just stick Morgan on a tank, they always still can do that, but I think they're going to go more of the lane style.
Well, we do have that Jason Vayne banned out like you're talking about on the Sentinel side. Nico, the ban from Team Liquid, targeting some powerful support capability there, as well as removing the Cassiopeia potential pick for Darkwings in mid.
It is interesting, too, because, we're talking about, okay, so TL are going to want to shy away from the, mid laners that are going to be vulnerable to Jarvan ganks. But Sentinels and Darkwings very well could still go into it. Like, they do have really good engage on their side, good dive for like an Orianna Shockwave to complement them. And they're going to make Team Liquid show what Quid is playing first to know if they're safe to actually pick it, because with Jarvan and Rakan and Gnar, you have already really good dive options to set up for Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
And then whatever Dark Wings wants to counterpick Quid with.
All right, Team Liquid, what are we going to do here with these solo lanes? Going to have to reveal them both, so to have any sort of flex potential, it would have to be something that could go, two things that could go to either one of those solo lanes. 1 and 5 here on Ambessa so far in Summer Split for the LCS. Not a particularly effective win record for our arcane antagonist here in the first week and a half of gameplay, Mr. Kobe.
Yeah, I think the champion is fine, though. I think that's a user error on the, the loser's part.
the car runs good. The drivers just don't know how to keep it on the road. Okay.
Exactly. Okay, so this is Quid's decision here. He's like, okay, fine. You have Jarvan jungle. Whatever, I'll just get some mobility for myself, even though Sylas is a risky laner, being melee and having to trade your health pretty heavily for push on the minion wave. He does have mobility, and he does scale well with this team as well, since they themselves have the Ambessa, the Leona here, and now with the Sylas, they've got a lot of tools they can turn right back around onto Sentinels and just use against them.
And I also really like Sylas when Gnar is on the enemy team, since you can steal the ulti away, and it kind of cures what is the intended part of the counterplay for Gnar's ult, having to play around the Gnar bar. Sylas don't have that. Just slam people into the wall.
True. He just steals your Gnar ultimate. No Gnar rage required to be built up. And then also has a lot of other good options too. The Rakan ult is super nice for Sylas. Faker most notably probably making a very good use of that one in World Final stage. We'll see if Quid can emulate here.
Yep. Kai'Sa ulti also available for some of that emergency defensive repositioning and the massive shield that you can get in the middle of a fight if he has to play something a little bit more on the back foot. Now, yesterday, we saw some Rise gameplay in the first series, and the Realm Warps did not lead particularly where Cloud9 would have liked them to lead. Here today, Sentinels is going to, I think, have to have a much greater efficacy on those Rise ultimates if they want to make these plays happen.
So did yesterday, that would make you, would that break your trust now when you see a Rise Realm Warp on your team?
Oh, yes.
You're not jumping in that thing head first. You're pausing, scrolling your camera around, wait a second.
Where is this going?
Yeah, where exactly are you sending me, and how many of you are coming with me?
Yeah, but this time at least, I like the fact that you have Rakan with the Rise, because Rakan goes through Realm Warp, just immediately has quickness already primed and ready to go. It feels like he can spring that trap pretty effectively. Yeah. So I do want to keep an eye, particularly how well Dark Wings and who he worked together with those ultimates in this game. But just looking at everything that we've got across the board here, we do have a teleport advantage on the side of Team Liquid, since Dark Wings is opting for the double mobility summoner spells with the Ghost in his mid lane Rise choice. So TL will have a little bit of extra map presence as our game goes on, but there's no summoner spell books or anything like that to add extra questions throughout the game. Good luck, Captain Canada, says Jan, to which we receive an XD from the net.
Captain Canada. All right, let's see. Honestly, actually, this is a good time to pull up the history here for Impact versus Team Liquid.
Okay, what do you got?
Because Impact did very well in his time on Team Liquid. Not as well against them, but this year it has been 50-50. So that's better than his all-time versus Team Liquid. And of course, he shares a lot of camaraderie with a lot of players in the LCS, because he's played in the LCS for so long.
Yeah.
And has moved around, but especially, with the likes of Jan and Core JJ, of course, still on this team. And so always some friendly banter and some inside jokes as well. This is also Emily's matchup of the week.
Oh, we have a jingle for it now. I like that.
Turn it up, actually. I didn't really get the
full...
Oh,
you missed it?
I didn't get the full immersion. I think we should start to I guess that we're testing it now.
Yeah, we gotta make sure
if it goes over well, then we'll increase the volume each time.
Yeah, it's got to be calibrated correctly, as Team Liquid has their bottom lane calibrated for that early push. And Quid's got to be careful over in mid, though, knocked down to about 56 HP, and he's got to take his first recall. Not really ideal, I wouldn't think. Only 13 minions collected. This first purchase not going to be particularly you know, exciting. Let's see what he decides to return to lane with. And the
brown
answer
bags.
is lousy shoes. Some real crappy shoes.
Yeah, they're definitely not name brand.
No.
But we'll see if he can use them to roam, maybe. He got no sustain flowers is the key. Out of your recall here, out of your teleport back. No sustain for him. Meanwhile, Darkwings with the refillable potion on his walk back to mid lane. So we'll see. Jarvan wrapping around here through the back of the Raptor, back of the Dragon Pit, and Hambach looks like he's decided bot lane is the better choice.
Okay, Hambach will be the first jungler to arrive into a lane, finds his way towards this 2v2 in bottom side, but CoreJJ, the heal is all he has to spend, still has 2/3 of his HP left.
Yeah, it was nice from both sides there. CoreJJ, he immediately throws out the E towards the Jarvan to try and use him as a taxi to get closer to the tower. Hambach expecting this, sidesteps backwards, but that still gives CoreJJ enough space.
Ooh, Huhi getting stunned up now. Nice engage again by CoreJJ. Sentinels has to be careful. Leona is such a powerful ball of stats in these melee engage style of support head-to-head. She can kind of just stat check anybody else, so as soon as she finds that good angle, means Huhi and Rahel have to back up.
I do like that it's intuitive as well. If you put Leona side by side with Rakan, you would know from looking at them which is more tanky.
One is heavily armored with a shield, the other is some guy with feathers.
Full plate mail, giant like sun shield, and versus Rakan.
Versus some guy who doesn't even have a shirt.
Yeah.
He's probably not going to be able to...
No shirt versus full plate.
Yeah, it's probably not going to tank quite as much. But, however, the lack of shirt has allowed him to move briskly and dexterously across the map to make his way over to mid.
Meanwhile, Leona has also moved.
Yeah, she's clanked her way over here as well, having to walk with 100 pounds of armor on. But it looks like Huhi still wants to see if he can get something here. It's like you said, that lack of sustain for Quid, although he did make a second recall. He went back and got his refillable now, but it's out of sauce. And he also has your favorite item in the game, Glowing Moat, that has such incredible impact when it's in your inventory.
It really does give you a lot of confidence when it's glowing.
It certainly doesn't give any real...
It doesn't give you stats. It gives you confidence.
Just like, look, man, my inventory's not empty.
It's glowing there in your pocket. Meanwhile, Sentinels, they're going to be taking that dragon for themselves off of the mid lane push. Silas constantly getting forced back. Again, as we said, no sustain on the first recall.
Yeah.
So Quid gets forced out of lane. He's got to go back to base, and that means they get the dragon. Meanwhile, top side, some friendly trading between top lane compatriots.
Yeah, Morgan goes in for the early public execution there on Impact. Does manage to hit him with a little bit of combo as Impact throws out the Mega Gnar. Doesn't get a whole lot of value besides clearing the wave out of that one. So both ultimates down. Of course, that's going to favor Impact since the Mega Gnar ulti comes back significantly more quickly.
Yeah.
Neither one of their teleports are available, but it's also important to note that teleports are pretty desynced here in the top lane. Impact has almost 3/4 of the cooldown already gone on his. He'll have it available here shortly, while Morgan is not even halfway there. So depending on what we end up getting a fight over, that could be impactful. However, I don't really think so, considering the first Drake has already been taken by Sentinels, and we've got another 2 minutes till the Grubs are around.
Yeah, we'll see how it ends up because, side lanes are going to be a pretty big factor in this game with both comps. Later on towards the mid stages, and Morgan is the guy that replaced Impact on Team Liquid. So there is a lot of extra, extra mentality behind this matchup here. A little bit of extra incentive to do well and to win. And so far, Morgan is doing quite well, extracting a lot out of the 1v1 here. With the Ambessa versus Gnar in the early stages, getting that much of a lead, plus the turret plate, is very nice for himself. Gets the wave bouncing back right towards him into a really good spot. So Morgan definitely showing up so far.
Ooh, and meanwhile, bottom side, as soon as they have the level 6 on Yon, CoreJJ takes the opportunity to jump in after Rahel before the Kai'Sa unlocks her own ultimate with the Killer Instinct. That would have done a lot more damage. You could see Yon went to prime Rahel with the W and then try to proc it with a True Shot Barrage, but Rahel is able to get out of the way of the ulti in time. Would have been a massive chunk if that would have connected, but nicely played from Sentinels to avoid disaster.
Yeah. Meanwhile, push will continue in mid lane as well. Want to see if this Ryze is going to be able to take advantage of that to roam. Realm Warp Ghost and Flash, so much mobility for Darkwings, and makes the look towards bottom as they were crashing a wave, and had Hambach coming over as well to drop off some vision, but since it's just going to be the reset timers for the TL bot lane, they're going to just reset themselves anyways, so Darkwings will pick up his full Catalyst here. Catalyst and the tiers.
Ooh, nicely done here from Impact, going in after Morgan, but now he has to be a little bit careful. Public execution from Morgan does make sure that he can return a little bit of damage to the top laner.
And it's spicy because the grubs have already been started by Hambach, so with the top laners trading that heavily to get the push of the minion wave in, there's possibilities for action as the supports roam timers have come up here too, but it looks like off of that push from Impact, they are going to be able to secure the first 2 for Sentinels.
Yep.
And extricate themselves from the objective.
It's just the general simple strategy for grubs. Get the first one without your smite, secure the second one. Cool, you got 2 out of 3. If they show up, you can bail away from the pit. But now in the bottom side, this is what I was talking about. Kai'Sa trying to assassinate the Ezreal. Yon going forward, but he misses the last Mystic shot. And Sentinels brings in the backup to make sure they get first blood.
Team game, Flowers.
Team game.
It's a team game. The bot laners have been having a lot more 1v1s than usual with the supports perma roaming with the meta, but when the team does join, they get the extra. And the only price you pay is Sylas pushing on mid for 1 wave here. That is going to be, at least a little bit. Quid's actually going to be able to work off 2 turret plates from the mid lane, so not bad from Quid. He actually does punish a decent amount for the Rise roam, but that's the whole idea. Look at the roam. You can see on the minimap right now, very early, they're heading down. Rahel's idea the whole time, I'm just setting up, but Yon lands so much there of his skill shots that he got Rahel low enough they could go for the flash. It's just the final one does not hit the Mystic shot as he's running away.
Nice try. She's there.
I mean, it was a nice try. He almost got him, right? Yeah. It's kind of just you have to call the shot. Is he going to go right or left at the end with the Mystic shot? He shot left. Rahel walked right. Unlucky, and that's first blood for Sentinels. But we do have 30 seconds on the clock until our next Dragon spawns. Sentinels did secure the first one, no contest. They got 2 out of 3 of the grubs. They're owning neutrals early on.
Also, when a play like that happens, I think the only calm you can really do is nice try.
Yeah.
That, or somebody talks about the information on the roam and like, maybe we need to call a little bit earlier that the possibility there for the Rise moving and stuff like that, or the vision control here between mid lane and bottom lane is the most critical pathway for vision to be kept up, because it is so frequent for those mid laners to roam as well as the supports making use of that pathway. So definitely a dangerous one, and Sentinel is really happy with the early stages. I mean, this is such a great start for this Sentinel squad with the Dragon and the double grubs and the gold leadoff kill.
And now CoreJJ with a quick stun onto Huhi. But worth pointing out, you could see that Darkwings completed his Rod of Ages 10.5 minutes in because he got the money from that first kill down here in bottom lane. And I think that might be very important this game because of the fact that the second dragon is spawning right now. So as long as these dragons are dying close to when they're spawning, you're going to get that Darkwings full stack power spike right around the time that the 4th Drake of the game comes online, which, if Sentinels continue controlling these, that could be a soul fight.
Yeah, the extra level is crazy good for Rise, so getting it really early is quite nice. Steals the Jarvan ult.
Yep, they're trying to go in now as Darkwing's in some serious danger. Stunned up, gunned down. Yon takes the kill, gets revenge for the earlier play in bottom side here. And now with the enemy mid laner out of the picture, Team Liquid has total control over this bot side river. Yes, he's hanging around, messing with the vision a little bit, but it's still Jose, Yon, and CoreJJ maintaining control. Quid's still around with the stolen ultimate from Hambach's Jarvan, so there's not really a chance for Sentinels to try to step up. TL's going to secure themselves that Ocean Drake as Quid goes in. The True Shot Barrage flies through, but Rahel and Huhi are both able to get away from the Cataclysm with a nice combo of Killer Instinct plus the Battle Dance.
And I gotta say, as the play's not even quite done yet, as long as Huki's able to get out though, that was just a large positional error from Darkwings, and that was with full information. Sentinels, they had the little vision set up on this dragon. They had the ward in the banana brush. They had the ward from mid lane as well, and so they fully saw Quid. They saw this Sylas, but Quid's able to get really easy access to the Rise and just connects and instantly kills him, earns the objective, and quickly takes away that momentum we were talking about building it. So here, look at these wards that we're talking about in the banana bush, in the mid lane there, and Darkwings is just throwing damage at this Leona, and it's just quick and easy access here for Quid straight to the Rise, who has no way out. So that is just not respecting your opponents while you don't have your summoner spells, and now
he's caught by the solar flare. Core JJ trying to stun him up and stop him here, but Darkwings manages to escape with a realm warp, gets himself out of danger. But I'm not liking the pattern that we're seeing here, Kobe. Darkwings continually finding himself in these troublesome positions. Jose Diodo does not connect. The win becomes lightning stab, so he can't try to catch up to Darkwings any further here. Rahel, Huhi, and Hambach all making their way over. They know that TL is overloading this bottom side, and they need to be able to stop it.
And even when you do stop it, look, you give something towards mid. So while they don't kill Darkwings this time, Team Liquid are getting a lot out of punishing his cooldowns on his summoner spells. They force him back. They force the extra person off the map for Sentinels, which gives up extra minion pressure. Whether it's going to be bot lane or it's going to be mid lane, depends on the rotation from Sentinels. And Team Liquid really doing a good job here towards the last couple of minutes to retake control around this part of the map. It also has meant top lane, the island, just kind of continues up here. And, as soon as the Gnar does get to the steel caps, it's really safe and feels quite nice. So Impact's been able to stabilize pretty easily up there. And you're going to have to look at how each one will affect the team fights. Kind of as you were alluding to earlier, who's going to have the bigger impact on these team fights. And when they both have flash, there's a lot of playmaking from either of these top laners.
Yeah, we've got the Rift Herald spawning in less than 45 seconds. Morgan already has his Eclipse fully completed, so that'll be a massive power spike if we get a big team fight up there. Impact still putting the pieces of Trinity Force together since it costs more than Eclipse in general, plus he went for the fully completed boots like you were just talking about. But both of our top laners do have the teleports ready to go, so if Impact needs to recall before a Herald fight, make those purchases, he can definitely get it done. Darkwings shoving up the wave here in the bottom side. Hambach and Huhi both hanging around, but now Huhi's got to be a little bit careful. Does use Grand Entrance to make an exit as Jose Diodo making a counterplay up here in the top lane at the same time. Sentinels continues walking away in the bottom side as Impact jumped on by Jose, gets the Mega Gnar into the wall after the audacious charge, throws back about half of Jose's health bar in damage as Wind becomes lightning again, will not connect with the stab. Jose won't be able to chase any further, but hey, they already got a win. That's Impact Force all the way off of the turret. He'll lose out on the wave. Morgan's going to farm some plates. TL feeling good.
Yeah, nice power move because they don't give up a weak spot on the map while they're doing it. They are able to get the reset out and teleport over for this Rift Herald.
Oh, baby. All right, here we go. It's down to half HP by Sentinels, but Team Liquid is already arriving in time to try to contest, and immediately Quid goes in with a stolen quickness. The damage onto Hambach is huge, and Core JJ's already got the first kill. Huhi about to die with the projectiles in the air that chase him down. Rahel barely hobbling out. Quid goes over the wall, but he will not hit the abduct as Rahel has also flashed and cleansed. He's done everything to try to get out of this one. Quid chases, and he slams the chains down on him. Darkwings now trapped underneath the turret here in a 1v3. Impact trying to provide a little bit of relief for his top laner as Morgan trades aggressively, and Quid goes in for yet another one. Just like that, Kobe, a game state that wasn't even 500 gold apart explodes, and it's Team Liquid watching fireworks.
It's the Quilus! Quid is unleashed, and he teleports in with the stolen Rakan ultimate. You don't even have time to blink before he just wins the whole team fight for his team with the engage. Impact was walking bottom lane. Sentinels did not, expect this teleport from Quid. I guess they did not, pan their camera up there either. Impact's channeling his teleport now. Guess what? The fight's over before the top laners even arrive with him engaging with that quickness, and they quickly finish the job there as Morgan gets the public execution off as well, and Quid is gonna be rich now. I mean, Silas already 7 stacks on the Dark Seal with these extra kills, with the extra money. This is Team Liquid's Summoner's Rift now.
Gone are the days of a man with lousy shoes and no potion to drink. Quid has found his way to the promised land. He is living the summoner's dream out here. 2-0-3, full kill participation, has his Chovy belt already done with the Haunting guys in inventory along with the fully upgraded quest boots. This Silas is feeling great, but you know who's also feeling great? Jan's Ezreal, man, up 2,000 gold over Rahel on the Kai'Sa. Trinity Force got completed a long while ago. He's got the Manamune already fully built. Will evolve into Muramana here with just 60 more stacks worth of mana stacked. I'm starting to struggle to see how Sentinels come back into this that doesn't involve TL goofing.
Well, maybe they just create some action in the river. Let's see what happens here.
Well, for all the action we just saw, Morgan's health bar is still looking pretty good. Flashes out of the Cataclysm now as Sentinel still trying to commit onto the top laner of TL. They finally get the shutdown, but it's going to cost him at least one. Solar Flare forces Flash out of Darkwings. Holds the Odo here with the audacious charge, ready to follow it up. Wind became lightning shortly that time, and Jose strikes twice. It's Jan picking up the kill. So even though Sentinels send the whole kitchen sink after him, yes, they get their man, but it costs them even more. 2-for-1 play for Team Liquid, with Quid continuing to apply pressure in the top lane at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, Jan is on the Dream Spike, as you just said, with his 2 items compared to the 1 for Kai'Sa. And the damage follow-up there from Team Liquid was more than enough to collect the extra kills. I think we're going to have a quick one, Flowers. This one already going so heavily in their favor, and I think it's going to continue that way.
Yep, and you can see right there, it's another stolen ulti used against the man he stole it from. Impact buried with a Mega Gnar as TL sends extra backup to the top side, making sure they continue taking plates, taking kills, taking names. 8-2.
So Flowers, yesterday, when our game was very heavily going the way of one team quite early in the game, and we had Tactical up here, and we're casting with him, we started talking about the size of the dogs in the LCS.
Okay.
And the biggest of the dogs, one of them was Team Liquid, the other one was Lion.
A dog the size of a horse.
Both of those dogs looking quite good today. I think they were appropriately sized at the top of the LCS standings. I mean, it really does feel like both of our teams that we sent to MSI, this international play really did improve them. It's like a Dragon Ball Z episode where they're
hyperbolic time chamber.
They're training in the hyperbolic time chamber. They were already our 2 best teams.
Yep.
And then they also got time training.
Goku was already the main character before he went in there and got stronger.
Exactly. So, like, you set up the 2 best teams, and the 2 best teams got to go practice against all the best teams from around the world, and did very well versus them. Top 3 region, by the way.
Yes, sir.
Upon returning to the LCS here, both Team Liquid and Lion have not had any sort of hangover that people, will sometimes bring up that is very possible when you go off to international competition and you're under the stress of constantly playing, constantly practicing, but doesn't seem to be affecting TL or Lion at all, even with Lion not having inspired. They have not even slowed down. So both these 2 teams really do look like they are going to defend their spots towards the top of the standings that they had in spring and continue with them in summer.
And Hambach is on the run, but I don't think his feet are taking him very far. Jan unstoppable. Team Liquid just prowling through the enemy jungle, looking for whatever they can find. And sure enough, when you find the enemy jungler and the clock reads 21 minutes, it's Baron time. TL, 7,000 gold ahead. It's about to be around 8,500 or so as soon as they secure this objective. Nobody on the Sentinel side can do anything about it. Quid will teleport down to the bottom lane to guarantee that Impact doesn't get anything in return as the Baron is claimed. There's the 8,500 I was talking about, and now you've got 3 minutes of hell for Sentinels as they try to endure the Team Liquid push.
So if they've got 3 minutes of hell ahead of them, what were the 21 minutes behind them like?
Super hell. This part's actually a vacation. Yeah.
Gotcha.
You'd think hell's bad. Wait till you go to super hell. It's really bad.
Oh, man. They just keep leveling up these video game levels.
Well, yeah, man.
Well, Impact's that's his own personal hell right there.
Yup, it's getting a little toasty down here in the bottom lane. as Team Liquid, they have a 5v4 now for the next 35 seconds. They've got everybody grouped up down here in the bottom lane, except for Morgan, who's applying that second point of pressure over in mid with his Ambessa. Now Sentinels are going to try to have to figure out how to hold the line here. True Shot Barrage takes 40% of Rahel's health bar all the way away, as Yon and the rest of TL just going to push up, brute force their way into the base here in the bottom lane, take out the tier 3 turret. Morgan was right there to guarantee that Sentinels wouldn't be able to try to do anything to stop it. Now they're going to switch their attention over to the mid lane right thereafter. The minions are still doing plenty of work, chipping away at this bottom inhib. Quid stays nearby to keep them enchanted. Now they're going to knock down tier 3 mid, inhibitor bot, inhibitor mid is exposed. That one will go down next. And just like that, Quid with his single pick in the bottom lane turns into 2 inhibitors gone, and the game might just end right here. It's already 1 kill. Make it 2 is who he drops. Team Liquid are bloodthirsty, and Sentinel's got a whole lot of blood still to spill. Team Liquid, though, forces them all the way back into the fountain. Sentinels in a 3v5. There's not a lot to do. Impact wants to try to teleport in there just for the extra shield. Jumps in the middle of everyone, gets a 3-man Mega Gnar, but it is not enough for even a single kill. Core JJ with a Protoplasm Harness healing himself up, and now Yon goes godlike, Rahel goes down. Sentinels all dead here at the same time as a Solar Flare hits the fountain at the very end. 15-2, Team Liquid slammed them.
It's a 23.5-minute game in 2026, Flowers?
Yup.
That is hard to do with all these turret plates and everything. All right, I hope that the analysts are ready for the toss, because Sentinels were not ready for the loss.
Ready or not, here we come. Go.
We're always ready for the toss.
I'm not ready.
Raz, pull your pants up.
Get dressed.
I'm checking my zipper.
I mean, holy crap, that was an absolute stomp from all angles by Team Liquid.
It looked good at the early game. I was like, okay.
It was subdued early game.
Yeah, subdued early game. Rise got to play bot. I was like, okay.
No real advantages for Sentinels. And then
Herald.
Yeah.
Immediately.
I mean, this is what I think makes TL so dangerous since coming back from MSI is their ability to, whatever they're playing, as soon as they load in, they know exactly what they want to do, right?
Yeah.
So like whenever they find the angles, they immediately collapse. And it should come as no surprise to anyone. Who do you think player of the game was?
So we don't know the full results.
We don't know.
I voted Quid.
I
Yon
voted
had a really
Quid.
good game.
I gave it to Yon.
Yeah, Raz gave it to Yon.
Okay.
Chat spamming their votes.
I feel like everyone's going to go. Because Quid had, in terms of just like eye-popping plays, that Herald fight with the Recon ulti, just like steamrolled, or at least the early part of that fight.
Yeah, well,
in terms of consistency, there was for Yon.
Yeah, for me, Team Liquid from playoffs all the way into MSI to now has really like re-unlocked Quid.
Yeah.
Because he was a previous MVP. Everyone thought he was a big acquisition of the offseason. It was kind of whatever early on in the year.
You're the only
now,
Yon vote.
I was overthinking it.
I take responsibility for this. We were talking about our player of the game votes. We're like, we call it a voting block.
Yeah.
When there's more of us than there are casters.
And we want to give the casters some
a
rights
little bit
here.
of power.
Yeah,
So
some power.
It didn't sound like
you
you
actually
did
have
earlier
Yon as your
today.
second pick, but you put him up there just to, in case we miss something.
Just to give the casters some freedom.
Yeah. And they chose Quid.
I should just stick to my gut and make it a clean sweep.
Could have been.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Could have been.
But like at the end of the day, like Quid just played out of his mind, and last week was the same thing. Complete snowball off of his lock play, and I believe his Syndra, and then he goes into this week, immediately starting off this play. I think so much of the strength of Team Liquid has been it's great team fighting. The setup has been there.
Yeah.
I think the team fight power has absolutely been there. They look like a unit. I know last split was a big question mark because it was like, it just seems like Jose Diodo is the one that's a consistent performer, and we need to see more from the actual carries themselves. This game and last week has been a great example that their carries are absolutely stepping up.
I have some fun stats for you.
I'm ready for they better be fun.
His last 5 games on Silas. He's 5-0. It goes all the way back to the LTA days. He is 37, 8, and 43.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It excludes international play, but in LCS, really
That's
impressive. And to your Jose point, Jose nearly won MVP in spring.
Yes.
Before they lost towards the end of the split.
Here's
And
my
I felt
vote.
like in those games, he was playing well, but he was kind of playing his own game. So he'd get fed, and then it was hard to have the team actually get to victory. And I feel like what they've been doing since the playoffs has been Jose playing more for Quid. So even when Jose is playing extremely well, Quid is the one that gets to manifest that strength.
Yeah, and I think I like what you brought up there in terms of jungle, mid, and how they can play for each other. This is where the play starts that really breaks open the game. It's literally just Quid stealing Rakan ult, right? So when he backs, after this, he's in base, immediately TPs as they're setting up the play, and this is the massive difference between the response TP coming in from Impact on the bot side.
Oh, so nice.
Already has the stolen Rakan ult. The rest of the team is already there, save Morgan, whose TP was a little later, but then just ends up taking over the fight. I just love how well thought out this was, right? Like, he already has the Rakan ult, he backs, he bases, you're looking for angles to challenge this Herald, and it's just so well coordinated and well thought out in terms of they see like so far ahead to the end of the play.
Yeah, I didn't even know where he ended up getting that stolen Rakan ult until that point. And even last week, he had a really good TP on his lock to be able to find a play off of like a player on top side. So it's like, I think the setup has been pretty damn good. Anytime they find an angle, they'll just get a solid TP ward so he can find a play like that.
Yeah, it's crazy. That play was like 14 minutes. The game ended like 8 minutes later. Either way, don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. And when we come back, we will be hearing from last week's LCS Player of the Week, who was also Player of the Game.
True.
Sir Quiddington.
Quid. See you then.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
welcome everyone and congratulations on your week 1 player of the week, Quid. You are steamrolling. You go to MSI, you 3-0 K-Corp, then you come back, you take out Cloud9. How has it been on your side?
It has been pretty good. We learned a lot from MSI. We enjoyed that tournament, like during the moment, and I think our team has been pretty positive, and yeah, we're just being happy with each other.
I mean, you guys look incredibly coordinated, and you've been on fire personally. So, you got Player of the Week. You know how this game runs?
Yeah.
All right, then I'm gonna count you down in 3, 2, 1, go. How to stop Lock from snowballing? Because Cloud9 could stop you.
Win hard in lane.
Oh, that's all it takes? Okay. Cloud9 has to make a choice. APA or Loki? What would you choose? I'm sure you're friends with both, especially with APA.
APA.
There it is. Tips on beating K-Corp. What do you have to do?
Play better than them.
You made it look easy, okay. Top 3 mids right now in the LCS. You can include yourself as well.
Saint, Quid, Quad.
Like those options. Rate Yon's mages, because now 80Kers are starting to play mages here.
That's interesting one.
Yeah, rate it out of 10. It's tough, isn't it? You can flame if you want.
I would say 6.
Okay, what does he need to do to improve?
Play a little bit safer.
What's the worst and best part of the current meta?
Current meta. There's more action in this meta, more than like just no more ADC laning. But worst thing is support roam to mid a lot.
A lot.
I don't really get to lane.
That's actually crazy. What's your thoughts on the matchup going against your former coach in Golden Glue?
Not sure. Good luck.
Good luck.
I guess.
All right, that's all we need to hear. Congratulations one more time on the Player of the Week, and good luck on the matchup.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LCS for what is our last series of the weekend and potentially our last game of the weekend if this one goes like that last one did. It's TL versus Sentinels. We got Big Dokes joining us here for the TriCast of this next one now. Game number 1, Dokley, even when you walked in here, you were like, yeah, you had other obligations behind the scenes you were having to do. You got to see the start of the game. It was pretty close for a while. And then you seemed shocked when Kobe was like, man, it ended at 23 minutes.
Yeah, I was actually surprised I got pulled in. I was like, wait, I was just watching. It was an even game. And then right away, it just ended. So very fast-paced.
Well, you see, the 2 teams playing didn't give us enough content in the first game, so we decided we got to bring Dokes on to give us some more content here.
That's why I'm here.
In this series. And we'll see if it does end up going the other way or if Sentinels can bounce back. You know, hopefully they can. I think maybe we approach this draft and we add you to Sentinels. You're going to be their 6th person to try and help them come back.
Golden Glue definitely needs all the help he can get with the draft. So let's try to predict what he's going to pick here.
Yeah, your shiny Golden Glue card did nothing in game number 1, by the way.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, that card was a fake reprint from like a knockoff seller in a warehouse somewhere. That was not good. But we have Vi, Nocturne, Cassio banned out by TL. We've got the Poppy, the Jason, the Akali banned out by Sentinels. Sentinels taking the first pick, and they're going to deny the Jose Diodo Lee Sin by picking it for Hamba.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Dokla, how do you guys view Jose's Lee Sin? Is that like a never give it to him, or we could work around it?
You know, he's definitely proven that he's extremely good at Lee, so probably just I'm on the more side of never give it to him. And yeah, or just take it away, and I think that's what Sentinels has the plan of just, you know, if you can't beat it, just take it away. And it's still a strong champ in the meta, so
I feel like he always
can be able to play it as well.
Dang, he already picked it. I was gonna say, I feel like he always goes to the Fury after Lee is picked. You know, they talked about it a lot where they really like him on champions that can snowball, that can like invade and stuff. And Fury's really good with it, and it's also just good versus Lee Sin.
I don't know why they would ban Akali if they plan on picking Lee Sin, because now if you're playing into Ori Neferi, you don't have a champ that can.
Yeah, you want to pressure her.
Yeah, and Lee Sin's going to be good into Akali in the game, so. You know, this is what I mean, Golden Glue drafting. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
No, I'm just kidding. I mean, Galio's good. I mean,
the Dokla roast.
I love it. Roast love.
It's all love. It's all love. I like him. That's why I'm just roasting.
Yeah, I know. He's
dude, it's good.
He can take it. That's why.
Yeah. Okay. Galio makes sense here into the Ori Neferi. Gives you a bit of tankiness in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And Impact going to be playing the Rumble here. And Mbessa is out, so that's one of the best matchups available. So I'm curious to see what Morgan will pick here.
Yeah, you know, with them,
I mean, if it was up to me, I mean, Olaf looks pretty good in my head, but they do have a bit of mobility. So I'm not sure. I think a tank just makes sense here because they have double AP soul lane, so they don't really have a great way to burst you.
There you go.
There you go, a tank. Cassante or Ornn, lock it in.
I feel like we've been saying for maybe like 2 years now, every time Rumble gets picked, we're like, well, Galio and Ornn are good takes.
Or you can pick Cassante and Kainic Rooker and Wowee. Yeah, that's kind of been it forever.
Never before seen matchup. I wonder how this is going to go.
But it's not your favorite. You would prefer the Olaf here because they also have the Galio.
I think Cassante would be the best tank since it gives you a bit more damage as well as a stronger lane phase than the Ornn. But Ornn is fine. It gives you really good scaling. Right now, I think Sentinels is on the clock because they're going to get outscaled. So they need to pick champs that can stack dragons, at least in the bot lane, and try to get this game in the mid game and where they have a gold lead and try to win through team fights in mid game. Because if it goes late, then I don't really see how they're going to win.
Yeah, we saw the bottom lane for Sentinels struggling in game number 1. They were losing out in the 2v2 skirmishes, and then the Kai'Sa that they pick into the enemy Ezreal ends up losing the 1v1 against the Ezreal and ends up needing help. It all kind of just, the parts fell apart.
Well, this is where you need the goldfish memory, Captain Flowers. You gotta forget about that game and don't bring that bad karma into game 2 here. Fresh mindset and try to get the best bot lane matchup you can because you're definitely gonna need to play around bot lane for sure this game.
Yeah, so if you're on Sentinels, and you are,
correct.
Our 6th man.
What bottom lane do you want for Rahel and Huhi? You know, I think the Caitlyn ban was quite good from Team Liquid because Sentinels have had a lot of success on that. Is there any other champion or any other combination for bot lane for them?
I'm gonna have to defer to my AD carry player Rahel here, but you know, I'd like a champ with some mobility because they do have the Orianna and the Fury combo, so maybe some mobility or someone who can build Zhonya's later into the game that can get out of the combo. That's kind of where my head would go right away, but I'm not sure what is up because Ezreal's out, Kai'Sa is also out, so
yeah, and those are like the good AD carry Zhonya's builders.
Yeah, exactly. So right now I'm not too sure. Maybe I mean they banned Lucian, so they can't go for like a Lucian lane.
Yeah.
So I'm not too sure what's gonna come out here.
Ooh, okay, so now whatever AD carry Rahel picks, he's going to be pressured in team fights because Ornn, Neferi, and Orianna, and he's going to be pressured in lane because he's against a Kalista. So that seems tough.
Yeah, I mean, I would drop lobby right now if this was a scrim because I don't really see the value of picking Galio plus Rumble. I think you should just 5P your top in this case because the tank value is too high already. But let's hold off on that up until the game gets played out.
Jin.
Bro, how the hell are we ever killing Ornn?
Hey, don't say that. Positive mindset here on Sentinel side, okay? Well, let's keep the vibes up.
Okay.
It's already locked in, so we can't change it now. We're committing.
Impact is going to kill the Ornn early with the Rumble and the Lee Sin's going to gank from them. Maybe that's the time that you kill the Ornn flowers. They're like really early in the game, maybe.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I'm trying to think of positives here, and I don't really see too many because they have 4 melee comp into a pretty short-range comp that TL wants to play into, where it's like Kalista can hit pretty much every target she wants. Ornn's going to be able to CC a lot of people that are melee. So obviously, I'm going to say TL has the better draft here, but we still have a full game to play, and it's not over yet. Like I don't want to say it's over yet, But TL for sure had the advantage from the draft.
He's not going to say it's over, but you can see it in his eyes.
But you're saying if you currently had a collection of holographic gold and blue cards, you would probably sell them off before the result of the game.
Hey guys, it's still a game to be played here.
Okay.
All right, so then.
We're going to switch it now. Here you go, Flowers.
Yeah, so what I'm going to say then is obviously I feel like we have a consensus here on the desk that Team Liquid won the draft and they won it pretty solidly. So what is the play then from Sentinels if you're playing into this powerful scaling, if you're playing into this difficult composition? How do you navigate those very few opportunities to make this really get off the ground?
Well, while TL does have a stronger scaling, like still early in mid-game, it's still contestable here by Sentinels, so it's really up to them to snowball, get a good fight at Grubs, get a good swap timer with the Rumble, and try to stack the Dragons because they did have double counterpick in bot lane, so hopefully that can get you some sort of advantage. And mid lane is also a counterpick, even though the lane is roughly even. I mean, you're just going to have to set up ganks here and use this Lee Sin well, and just move around the map and try to cosplay Jose Diodo on the Lee Sin here and try to get a goal lead going and make a montage.
So a lot of pressure on Hambach individually then to really get the maximum
value. Yeah, they first pick the Lee Sin. You know,
the
game is for sure going to ride on him, and he's going to have to play well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do it. We're back on the Rift here, game number 2. Remember, our first game ended with a final score of 15-2, 23 minutes into the game. Team Liquid with a dominant victory. Sentinels, like Dokla said, it's time to engage the goldfish memory, flush all that away. We don't need to worry about that. Game number 2 is a new chance to bring this one all the way, try to bounce back.
Well, I've got some positive graphics for you then that can lead into your story here. Maybe we'll take down the Impact one and we'll put up the Hambach one. Because you have the magnifying glass on the Lee Sin for Hambach. He had a really good week 1. He had an outstanding week 1. Jose also had a fairly good week 1, but Hambach was really on fire for Sentinels and definitely did deliver there for them. So when they need him a lot in this game, maybe he can create some action there with the Lee Sin.
He is going for some creative pathing already, starting Raptors into Wolves, probably going Gromp and then looking for a level 3 timer. I mean, the level 1 as an alley lane, you know, you're not going to be winning from this position, so nothing here. Yeah. And I do want to highlight Morgan with the refill tech start, so you can buy the Doran's item in the lane. So nice Ornn mechanic there out of him to get a bit of a lead in the lane.
Yeah, big brain. Easy mechanic to execute.
Just don't buy the hat at the start. Okay.
Think about it.
I could do that one.
And then I do also, you know, I like that whenever junglers are going to kind of not just go for a straight full clear, you know, like you're saying, the super straightforward one, and have an altered path here for Hambach, especially on a champion like Lee Sin. Because in you know, a setup here with the draft where you really feel like they do need to change up what the expected early plays are going to be, maybe that's going to be their angle.
Right now, a bit of a slow early game, kind of how it was game 1. Not too much going to happen for a while, so it gives us some time to talk about stuff.
I mean, it was, so the Lee Sin does go mid. Hambach is kind of on the other side, just finishing his clear.
Quite a bit of time here. I mean,
yeah, Quid could be in some danger. Hambach closes the gap rather quickly. Flash away from the taunt comes out from Quid, but Hambach still got Resonating Strike ready to go, and there it is. First blood for Sentinels. They even get it through the flash of Quid. Yes, it costs Hambach's flash, but they're feeling good about that on the Sentinel side.
And the Hambach
there we
set
go.
up the
Yeah.
graphic.
Unexpected jungle pathing leads to Quid getting surprised by the gank. Loses flash on it as well, so it's going to be a good setup for Galio, who can just flash taunt and look for repeat gank. So it's really up to mid jungle right now to get more of a lead, press his advantage here that Sentinels already got.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely huge for Darkwings. He had sustained a lot of damage and was out of sustain. He didn't have any extra money for sustain, but he did get the null magic on top of a Dark Seal.
Right.
So that was quite nice.
Gonna set him up well for the lane.
Meanwhile, down here on bottom side, though, Alistar is not having a whole lot of fun against the Kalista Renata combo. As you can see, though, it is another game. This is now 4 AD carry picks between these two in 2 games, which normally is something that in the past would sound very normal to say, but not in the current iteration of League of Legends.
They've defied the mages all summer long, last week as well.
Yeah, Riot put a call out saying, you know, we're nerfing the mages, and then everyone's scared and starting to go back to the AD carries here. You know, I think everyone's preparing for the meta shift again, and everyone's getting a little bit of an early jump on it.
Yeah, I was actually talking to you a little bit early before the game started too. Do you get happy when you see them in patch notes say, oh, hey, you know, we're going to buff up some AD carry champions in a couple ways to try and help out with the mage's bottom lane? As a top laner, are you like,
I'm like,
yes,
that's great for me. Every time I actually read the Varus changes, I'm like, wait a minute, isn't this just better for on-hit Varus top? Like, everyone forgotten about this, and it continues to always be better for, oh, here we go.
Ooh, Huhi flashing in, looking to set this play up. A lot of damage to CoreJJ, who tries to flash out. Hambach's already got the kill as Huhi tries to continue his escape. But it's Sentinels again coming out on top. 1 for 0 thus far when they want to get even more. Call the pack from Jose Dioto to deny the damage there from Resonating Strike. Yon with a sidestep on the Deadly Flourish here too, as Huhi's still hanging on with about 200 HP. But it's Sentinels now with 2 good plays before 5 minutes.
That was beautiful setup right there. The combo into the Deadly Flourish right there to lock him up as Hambach is coming down the lane. Another Lee Sin play for you, Dokes.
Right, I mean, that's exactly what they need to do. Ali, that's exactly how he can lane. You know, just flash pulverize. Can't really outplay that unless you're just completely God. So good setup here, and this is exactly what Sentinels need to do to, you know, build a lead like this, get to the mid game, sack some dragons, and fight before you get completely outscaled.
All right.
So they're in a good spot right now, and let's see if they can keep it up.
Well, there is still, despite the fact that that play worked out in the bottom lane, both kills have gone so far to Hambach. The Lee Sin has been the main beneficiary. Yon is still up in gold individually over Rahel because of the lane dominance that he and CoreJJ have had. But now Hambach and Darkwings in the enemy jungle, trying to put the pressure onto Jose himself. They're going to steal away the Gromp. Feels really good about that. Hambach, if they manage to steal this blue, Hambach will just be level 6. He does not have his smite, though, and Jose Dioto is ready with a smite of his own. Ornhorn is summoned up. Hambach knocked up into the air, and Morgan's ready to follow it, but the equalizer has been delivered. Hambach staying alive for now. Impact makes his way down into the fight, and Morgan gets cooked. It's a 1-for-1. Hambach dies, but Morgan's the trade.
Yeah, I mean, they have the Alistar roam timer here, so supports are on the opposite sides of the map right now. Maybe Core can do something, but no, it's a teleport back from Huhi as well. So he covers his own play, goes to help with the invade, and then can just teleport right back.
Damn, I'm really surprised Lee Sin actually died there. That was really close. I thought the Triumph might have been able to save him here in this fight, but Morgan did an excellent job of trying to help out on this blue buff and hit every bit of his CC to make sure that Lee Sin gets traded 1-for-1 in this fight. And then Lee Sin does have the item advantage here, so he wants to fight, but Morgan with the great ult, flashy, can't juke out of anything here. And Lee Sin is focused. Orianna also hits the shockwave, so everything landing here on Team Liquid's side to take the Lee Sin down and make it a 1-for-1.
Yeah, barely gets him there because, and actually, jungle getting kill credit is even.
Wait, was it even a 1-for-1? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was a 1.
Okay.
It was Jose's Darkened Dagger over the wall that finished off the last little bit of HP on Hambach.
Him getting kill credit is actually quite nice here. You mentioned their combo earlier with the Nefiri and the Orianna combo. That one is extremely dangerous, and especially if he gets ganked right now by it.
Yep, there we go. Hound's Pursuit jumping in after Darkwings. Call the pack to make sure he can continue that chase forward. Darkwings with a flash out, though. The little hot dogs can't chase him down for far enough. He gets away with barely any HP.
I mean, that's honestly a pretty good trade because Neferi won't have ult for these grubs here. So honestly, using your flash to get the ult down, and then if you can secure the grubs off this advantage here, pretty good play by Darkwings to be able to survive that and then come back in lane and still be fine. So up to Sentinels now to just pressure this lead and keep the game going.
Yeah, how are you rating them right now? Because so far, they've accomplished pretty much everything you've asked.
I think they're doing good. I don't know how the balling CS is this big of a disparity here. But besides that, we're in a decent spot. I don't know about giving these grubs here. I feel like you should try to match since you definitely have the ult advantage in this fight, but they're electing to stack the dragon here. So playing the dragon stacking game, which is fine as well. So now it's up to them to, almost stole that one. But now it's hopefully we get to Soul and can win the game off the Soul fight.
Darkwings tried to steal both Grub 1 and Grub 2 away with Winds of War. Slightly late on the first Grub, slightly ahead on the second Grub. So Jose manages to play patient and accurate enough to get all 3 Grubs, traded for that first Drake that Hambach was on the entire time. But yeah, the bottom lane CS is a bit of a problem. It's 4 waves worth of minions that is the lead for Yon here on this Kalista. Should be able to make quite a menace of himself once we start to get to the larger fights. Yon is the only meaningful lead individually on the Team Liquid side, while the largest leads for Sentinels remain for Impact and for Hambach. However, you can see that you've already got the Spectre's Cowl there in the inventory for Morgan, so halfway to the Kanik Rookern, and we all know once that item comes online, the trades with the AP top laners are kind of just like whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, still a very solid gold lead here for Impact. 800 gold in this lane is very, very good. So he's doing quite well in this lane, and it's going to be up to him once he hits that Leandries to try to help this rest of the map out, because right now 1v1 is going fine for him, but potential gank happening. Oh, just... Okay. I'm going to take the base here, yeah.
I like the tension from the observers.
Yeah, that was good.
Gotcha.
It got me. I was like, oh, what's going on?
Yeah, they like to keep you guessing. In the end, are you a believer in always going with the first strike rumble, by the way, into these tank matchups? Because we've seen, you know, some people still going for like even more damage with like, you know, comets and stuff like that to try and like get kills or like fully punish people out. Are you a gold farmer with your first strike?
I think it makes sense to go first strike because there's really not. You're not really going to kill him, so just get the gold. You can also take the cashback ruin, so you can build a gold lead just off buying items. So you just want to maximize how strong you are for these fights. And okay, close ult going to come out.
Yep, they immediately want to try to engage onto Core JJ, but that's not a valuable target when Fate's Call is ready to go. Yon continues tossing spears further and further forward as Hambach wants to go for the kick on Jose Diodo, but the Call of the Pack immediately resets his position, but now TPs are arriving from both the top laners. Impact looking for a little bit of damage, but he's in danger now. Turns the Electro Harpoon back onto Jose. Not quite going to find the kill. Meanwhile, Darkwings joins up with a heroic entrance. Bail out on Morgan, but they can't get a kill to save him. Hambach's going to go ahead and grab the first kill. A nice shockwave arrives. Hambach tries to flash away, but he's still dead. Nice 3-man knockup coming out from Huhi as Jose Diodo tries to dodge bullets, but it's a double kill back to Rahel's Jhin. Sentinels come out on top 3 for 1. They've got blinking health bars, but close doesn't count in League of Legends, and Sentinels is up 2,000 gold.
What a team fight by Sentinels. It looked really iffy in the start, but they trust their mechanics, outplay this fight, and Jhin lands some big ults at the end as well. Let's see how it starts.
When Jhin opens up, it is huge, and Huhi saw the angle to like re-engage and get the combo onto Yon. But take us through the beginning of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, fight starts, Ali's already ulted, and the TPs come in, and Impact lands a 3-man ult here. By the time, baits out a bunch of cooldowns that brings Team Liquid forward into the fight, and Gala's able to ult the Lee Sin, get behind them, and the fight is just, it's just, everyone just play well from this point on, and Sentinels definitely hit the outplay here. So close from both sides, 3-man knockup. Ooh, these snipes were really good.
Yeah, even...
And then Quid flashing in, not able to get either of these kills, and miss it. Oof.
That was good. Uh-oh. Morgan flashing away there as he tried to jump in. So there's another Summoner Spell
burn. I think he probably said the same thing again right there.
I was going to say, replay those comms. He's getting an Alistar from behind his tower. Now, Lee Sin is still behind his tower, but just taking away the Grom.
Yeah, so the gold lead, you know, shrank a bit on the 80 carry, where Jhin was able to pick up 2 kills here, so he's going to really appreciate that. And Sentinels with the 1.6k lead, Dragon will be spawning shortly, so I'm sure they're going to go fight over that for sure. And let's see if they can execute like last fight, because they're going to need to keep fighting like this and keep outplaying in this team comp to have a chance to win.
Yeah, do you think they're still on the projected
I think
curve?
They're on pace right now. Obviously, if Jhin was a little bit ahead, had 1 item right now, you know, it'd be happier. But given the game state, I think it's definitely playable, and you can definitely win from this position.
Okay. Well, he just picks up his Hex Optics now. So maybe they'll be able to keep on pace. Dragon is coming pretty quickly here, Flowers.
Yep, we've also got the Kanik Rookern fully purchased now for Morgan. Going in with a Call of the Forge God. Remember that Impact has no flash after that big bottom lane play. So when Team Liquid throws the whole kitchen sink into the top lane, they are guaranteed to get there, man. I feel like this was the counterplay, knowing what you were talking about, Dokla. Dragon's about to spawn. Surely Sentinels wants to fight for it.
Yeah.
We don't want to fight them in open ground, so overload topside instead. Pick up the free kill. Hosdioto prowling around the jungle, looking to grab whatever else he might be able to find. Trades a bit of blows back and forth with Darkwings here, as Sentinels will be able to acquire themselves that next Drake uncontested, but at the same time, Yawn getting plenty of money, getting turret plates up here in the top lane, trying to remain accelerated on the Kalista.
And we talk about this a ton when we're talking about Lion, actually, Dokla, where, you know, if you're the team, you have some pretty good scaling. You guys are very frequently very okay with, like, giving up some of these mid dragons. And when enemy team is going to take dragon, you're going to, you know, send 4 top or something like that. Is this...
yeah, this is a great macro rotation here. Punish no flash on the Rumble. And you have 3 grubs, so you definitely, you know, can... willing to trade plates for this second dragon. You're not going to lose a game over second dragon. It doesn't make sense here. Ori didn't even have 1 item in the fight, so just good play by Team Liquid. Punished no flash. Got the bounty as well off the Rumble, so really solid here by Team Liquid, understanding what their win con is. Just get the gold, get to late game. You can fight the soul fight if you have enough gold, even if you're in a bit of a deficit, so just good understanding by Team Liquid of how they want to play their comp out.
Follow-up question. Has it changed at all when Inspired's not here and you guys are constantly fighting 24/7 every lane 1v1ing people?
I think we're definitely taking a bit more risk in that sense. For sure, a bit more loose. And, you know, it gives us a bit more freedom. Yeah. And it's regular season too, you know, so just see what works and what doesn't work.
I respect it.
Yeah.
Well, Hambach's seeing if this angle might work here in mid. Once again, eyes on the Orianna. Quid's flash only has a little bit of that cooldown timer left before it's ready to go, and that's what Hambach is trying to play around. Hit him before the flash is available once more, but Quid is staying safe enough that he will not find himself vulnerable to that. Hambach is an entire level of ahead, of Hosdioto right now. Level 11 with the level 2 Dragon's Rage. Hosdioto has only just ticked over to level 10 on his Nefiri, and the Rift Herald is ready to go. Jose going to go ahead, secure the Scuttle Crab first, begin the objective himself, but as soon as Hambach shows up, Jose's got to be careful here. Dark and Dagger hits, Sonic Wave does not, but again, Hambach still with a full level feels stronger.
Yeah, and they have different lane assignments too, with Jhin already being in mid, so gives Alistar here some possibilities of roaming to the sides, whereas Core JJ is really linked to the Kalista.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid also want to look to trade the gold here for this Rift Herald with their bot lane and bot side. And Sentinels trying to match, not giving the full trade opportunity, while also trying to contest this Rift Herald in top.
Hosdioto is like a dog constantly sniffing something he's not supposed to get into with this Rift Herald. He keeps going over there, thinking about it. The rest of the team says, no, get away from that. As Sentinels now seeing what might go down here in the top lane. Just a little bit of a trade back and forth with Morgan versus Darkwings. Not really a whole lot of damage is going to happen either way in that head-to-head. But this top lane tier 1 turret for Sentinels is barely hanging on.
And TL are rotating everybody up from bottom lane. They completely left bottom lane open now. As they send Quid up the top, then they rotate their bottom lane into mid, and they're even diving tower a little bit here as they try and finish it off.
And they will. Hosdioto coming up now as Darkwings has to create enough distance between himself and the squad of Team Liquid that has forced down this first turret up here in the top side. Gold lead for Sentinels that was about 2,000 before, shrank down to half that now, as it will reinflate just a little bit as Impact is left on his own here in the bottom side. Hambach making that play on Yawn here in mid. Nice kick to set it up. Hambach's going to take the kill. Bottom lane tier 1 turret will remain alive thanks to a TP coming out from Morgan, and it's going to be a 2-man play. Quid arrives first down here as the Call of the Forge God summons up. Impact flashes, but he flashes still in range of the second half of that Ornhorn. However, Quid didn't have the positioning to be able to hit him with the Shockwave for the follow-up after. So, yes, Impact is still going to stay alive. Sentinels is still going to get themselves that Herald.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinel's doing a great job. I thought it was a bit slow on the Rift timer there, but Hambach, give him some time. He's going to find the angle, finds it onto Yawn with a great flash kick, and secures a Rift. And third dragon coming up now, so another big fight moment going to happen. And I'm wondering if Team Liquid feel like they have to fight at this point, or are they going to try to trade again? If it was me, I think... I mean, Kalista doesn't have 2 items. Orianna's kind of strong. I'm not sure. It's pretty close. I think you can posture, but without the Ornn ult, I'm not sure if you can actually take this fight.
Yeah, no Ornn ulti, no second item on either Quid or Yawn, like you're saying. Hosdioto does have his Black Cleaver now fully completed on the Nefiri, so there is that. As you can see, the Sundered Sky plus Eclipse combo done for Hambach now as well. Team Liquid, they are committing a lot of bodies down here. It's all 5 players in blue jerseys. Trying to steal away that Gromp. Hosdioto again. Last hitting through the winds of war, just like back at the Grubs. 8 seconds until the Dragon spawns. Sentinels has Impact pushing in the top lane. Thinking about what they want to do here. They do have the teleport to bring Impact down to the Dragon if they want to fight for that. But it is TL with control over the bot side river as Sentinels trying to get mid lane pushed up. They still have the Herald ready to summon in Hombok's inventory. Impact still getting those last few auto attacks on the top lane tier 1 turret. Isn't going to be able to clear it out here just yet. So it will be Team Liquid securing this Drake. No fight from Sentinels.
Yeah, I think Sentinels realize they have no position in the river, and it's going to be hard for them to face check throughout, just their vision. So made a decision to trade some gold here, which is still fine. You're still in a good state in the game. You have Rift Herald again to try to break this mid tower, which will open the map up quite a bit. And TP on bot side, they do have the TP advantage, so they're using it here, looking for Quid.
Yeah, going in after Quid, but Hosdioto was right there as Impact arrives. Call the pack, manages to get rid of most of the Flame Spitter damage, and then the Electro Harpoon is eaten by one of the little hot dogs. So honestly, Impact doesn't do a lot of damage to Jose right there. Jan with a flash away. The threat from Hombok remains ever present.
Oof. How much momentum do you think Sentinels have lost in the last 2 minutes of play here? They're still trying to make something happen, but with delay on Dragon stacking, with the teleport being invested, not being able to get a kill.
Yeah, I mean, the game definitely slowed down. I think they should have for sure tried to fight the third dragon.
Ooh, nice knock up there from Morgan. Now Hombok getting juggled around here a little bit. Jan putting a ton of damage into him, and Hombok's a pin cushion before Sentinels can get in position to try to stop TL. Nice pick there on the Lee Sin that was otherwise causing problems all over the Rift. Team Liquid, that's just, again, going to halt the Sentinels' war machine.
Great play by Team Liquid, and that's really going to slow the game down. They got the dragon, got a kill. This game's going to go quite the distance where they can be comfortable getting their items and look for that late game team fight with the ornaments coming in, with Ori hitting 2 items, Kalista Renata combo.
That's good. That's good. Guys, we're getting everything.
Yeah.
Be the wave, be the wave. I don't want to fight mid if you can. Can you guys just defend?
Yeah.
Hombok clearly did not listen to that. Nope. He had the Lee Sin syndrome to the max there. Oh my god.
That was such a good comms listen.
Don't fight mid.
That's something I would do too, so honestly,
we've all
Hombok.
been there. Everyone's been there before. Like, yeah, I know he said don't fight mid, but I'm Lee Sin. I'll just jump in, hit him real quick,
I hit
jump
my
back
Q.
out.
What else am I supposed to do?
He says, I really don't want to fight mid if we can.
We couldn't. There was no other option there. But obviously, bit of a blunder there by Sentinels, but still with the gold lead. So still in a position where they can, find some angles, maybe get a bit of a creative kick again by Hombok onto Jan, who has no flash for the next couple minutes. So Sentinels definitely need to look for some opportunities here to kind of keep the tempo of this game going.
And Rahel did go second item into Lord Dom, so he is gonna try.
I like this. No Yomu's Ghost played Rapid Fire. Please God,
you don't like Mosquito Jin?
I really don't. He's building correctly. And, it's a good sign. He does have a gold lead now, so definitely found his way back into this game. And Jin in the late game will be, unironically, able to carry some of these fights.
And the damage amp from Imperial Mandate on mid Galio, too, is really nice in trying to get through that because he can apply that pretty easily to a lot of frontline champions.
Right.
All right, those second items are online in a lot of places now. Bloodletter's Curse for Impact. With the Abyssal Mask on Darkwings, they're both helping each other out with their inventories here. As you can see, the Chovy Belt for Quid, extra little bit of mobility and burst there. Blade of the Ruined King, of course, for Jan on that Kalista, as Darkwings manages to get himself away with a Justice Punch before that Volcanic Fissure can create an obstacle for him to get stuck on. 90 seconds left until we get our next Drake this game. Still only a 2-1 Drake state, so nobody's going to get sold no matter who takes it. As Huhi on the left side of the fight here, looking for some kind of a potential angle against TL. Quid with a flash away, but he's still vulnerable to the curtain call shots. However, a nice interrupt from Call of the Forge God flies through from Morgan, and now Sentinels are separated. Darkwings here off to the right on his own. Immediately, TL is going to continue the chase, going after the enemy mid laner, and Jan takes the kill. It's a bit of a messy fight, but it's Team Liquid coming out on top.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels felt like they had to take a fight in that position. They thought had a good look. Oh,
Morgan in some danger here, but he's shielded up. Hombok wanted to go for the play there on the Team Liquid straggler, see if he could get the pick, but the rest of the team is close by.
I mean, good save there from Corjay. Comes in with the heal and the shield as well there too. Kind of
Chovy belt really paying off there for Quid there, able to position himself a bit differently.
Yeah, but CoreJJ's positioning is now in a little bit of danger. He tries to throw out the ultimate, but now Jose the Odo in the middle of everybody is going to get cooked. Sentinels have found a massive moment as Yon tries to go forward and grabs one kill, but the Callista is terrorizing the fight. When it finally looks good for Sentinels, Yon's ready to turn it back around, but he does finally fall. One last auto attack from Morgan to take down Impact as Quid's in the middle of everyone, and Morgan is the only man standing. Sentinels having that huge team fight in the enemy red side jungle. They might just get the ace. Good God, it takes so long to kill him. Surely he eventually dies.
He's not dying.
Morgan's still living with a two-man knockup underneath the turret. He gets kicked back on the wall. He might find one more hit, but no, the ace finally goes through for the Sentinel side.
Dude, if he got that auto off, that was brittle. He was going to kill Huhi.
That was so close, but what a fight by Sentinels. I thought they really messed up the game, but they find another angle here by Huhi. Just sends it onto CoreJJ, and somehow, miraculously, they get an ace out of the situation where they lost the initial fight.
Yeah, I feel like Impact does so much work on the Rumble.
Yeah.
Comes in, roasting them. Yon then made me believe as he stacked a bunch of spears in Rahel, got the big rend into the shockwave from Quid to help peel from him, and he almost had heroics, but the harpoon
was so clutch by Impact. Because I think if he doesn't hit that, then Yon is going to stay alive, and maybe they can do something in this fight with given how long Morgan survives. So,
this part is silly.
Great fight that needed to happen for Sentinels, and they pick up I'm sure they're going to pick up their dragon on top of this. So, really, really clutch fight.
That's a tanky boy. What do you have?
Tanky boy. True. If only one other person was alive with him, then maybe they could have made it a different story. But Sentinels, they did get that third dragon. They've retaken the gold lead here. And Yon, congratulations on
1,000 kills. Only the 18th player to ever accomplish that here in the LCS. So well played there for him. As yes, Sentinels now with Soul Point. That's going to be a problem here for TL. 4 minutes from now, but we'll talk a little bit more about that as it gets closer. Right now, Baron is still on the map. 3-2 turret count favoring Sentinels by +1. Team Liquid, we are continuing to scale. The unending despair, part of that unending Ornn teamfight presence. Now for Morgan. Mid lane, deadly flourish, roots up Yon. TL knows they got to protect that Callista. Handshake to knock Huhi back away. Hambach wants to make some sort of a move, but he can't quite find it. Morgan here in the front line. Darkwings with the taunt, but he doesn't find a whole lot of value. Darkwings gets shot down. TL's got themselves a 1-for-0, but Morgan, unfortunately, thanks to the root, does not have the timing he needs to fire the Forge God back to the enemy team, so they won't find anything more. It's a 1-0 for TL once more.
Yo, good snipe from him, though, onto the charge on the wall onto Galio on the side.
Yeah, a bit of comedy of errors here. The Lee Sin flash kick, the Ornn coming out, but Sentinels feel like they want to defend this mid tower here, looking to punish Team Liquid as they overstep. And what's this?
He was upgrading Yon's item to start the fight.
Oh, we're already back live, though. Jose the Odo and Quid looking for the kill onto Impact. Won't quite be able to find it. Now Hambach looking to run some interference, but Yon chasing after the Lee. Okay, so Hambach and Impact both barely get away.
Close.
Yeah, that's a nail biter. That's way too close for comfort.
Yeah, I mean, Yon is doing a lot of damage in these skirmishes very, very quickly with his Ornn upgrade. I want to see on the approach to the next dragon, because TL really have stabilized. As long as they don't give up the final dragon for the Cloud Soul, do you think that this is going to be the point where kind of secure comp takes over with the team fight that they have?
I think right now it's still going to come down to execution. I think Sentinels looked a bit confused of what they wanted to do in that last fight, where it's like the Rumble's coming out, but Lee Sin's not going right away. The Gallo's kind of posturing on the side. I think Sentinels need to really coordinate on how they want to fight, and they can still win the fight. The Jhin has IE. He's going to be doing a lot of damage. Just make sure you kite the Callista out best you can, and it's still winnable from this position. It's going to come down to execution, which they should try to contest for setup here on this dragon, because it's going to come down to this in the next 2 minutes here.
Yeah, the only thing Sentinels is missing is their flash for Hambach. It is a big playmaking tool,
Right.
but still very mobile champion and still can create that
I think
big play.
Impact would love to pick up his Zhonya's here, so he can buy a bit more space in the fight, try to avoid the Ori combo, the Ornulf, and he does pick it up here, so he's going to be strong for this team fight. And right now, positioning in River is going to be key. If Team Liquid get this position first in River, then it's going to be hard for Sentinels to retake. And Huhi doing a good job patrolling the area, but Quid does have the bot push here, so going to be a little bit pressure as he walks in from the bot side.
And Quid also has his Void Staff fully completed. He's got his Ornn upgrade. That Terminus for Yawn also fully upgraded. So deceptively tanky here on this Kalista with the resistances that item stacks. You can see the Giant's Belt also in the inventory. Kalista is not an easy target in these fights. Team Liquid also recognizing it's very important for them to play around him. Seeker's Arm Guard on Dark Wings will be ready. That stasis can be popped in this next big soul fight. Huhi waiting off on the left side, goes in after Quid. That's going to be their target as Team Liquid's mid laner flashes away immediately. Huhi still trying to run a little bit of interference with the hostile takeover, flying out through the middle of everybody here on Sentinels, making space. Darkwings goes golden. Huhi goes down. TL have already found the first kill, and the Justice Punch will not allow Darkwings to escape. Hound's Pursuit ready to keep it going with a beautiful combo with a shockwave. Rahel is next to die, and Sentinels will follow him into the grave. Impact just getting chased down by Yawn. This was the fight that would come down to execution, and the blade falls on Sentinel's neck. Hambach's the only one left, and he can't do a thing about this TL Drake.
Well, I mean, good try, good attempt by Huhi, but Quid has a Proto Belt or Rocket Belt and the Flash, able to make enough distance, get away from the combo, and Team Liquid are able to play the fight much better on the back end of it. So I think, it was a good try, They had the good idea of what they wanted to do. Maybe if Lee Sin was also included in that flank play, then something could have happened. But now, Team Liquid have the gold lead, delayed the soul for Sentinels, and everything got committed in that last fight. So it's going to be hard for them to find another engage like that, even if Orianna is no Flash.
All right, let's take another look at how it started.
Yeah, from that side here, Huhi goes for the flank, but, as you say, Orianna gets the safety on the outside, and then once you've stabilized the fight, look how many spears are already stacked up for Yawn.
It's also so hard to dive into the Renata ult, so, and the Renata W in case Quid gets really low in one shot. So just a really tough way to execute here for Sentinels, but this is their comp that they picked for, They have to play like this, and they did make their Hail Mary attempt there, and unfortunately it just didn't work out.
And the rewards after this team fight are pretty much the game. It's not for sure the game, but stopping the next Dragon Soul, then getting Baron. Now they have a lot.
Yeah, it's going to be a long shot from this point on. Ooh.
Well, Hambach goes in for the kick.
On to Quid. He's in a bad spot here.
Quid, but yeah, the heroic entrance from Darkwings isn't doing a whole lot here just yet. Quid staying alive for now. The curtain call opens up. Team Liquid trying to protect the mid laner. They're keeping him alive for now. The bailout saves him. It's a double kill over to Yawn. If the game wasn't over after the Dragon Soul fight, it's over now. Triple kill for Yawn. Team Liquid killed everybody except for Huhi, and with 40 seconds on the death timers, gentlemen, I think they're just going to walk it in mid.
Talking about a miracle, that looked like the miracle that could have happened, and it was still not enough. The Renata able to keep Orianna alive, even though no Flash in front of the Jhin ult. Just nice try, Sentinels.
Well, Alistar is nothing but some celebratory burgers for the Team Liquid boys. They'll knock him down. It's an ace for TL. A much closer contest here in game number 2, but it's all for the same result. TL gonna sweep Sentinels out of here in the regular season. That's a 2-0 win.
Well deserved from Team Liquid. Understood their comp, played for the gold, and executed in the fights that they needed to take this win over Sentinels.
Really nice from them, especially in these clutch moments, being able to retake control. Analystes, who is your player of the game? Actually, Dokla, first, who is yours?
I'm going to have to give it to Quid. The plays were really centered around him. He did a good job of staying alive, and ultimately, the whole team played well, but if I had to give it to one person, maybe Quid, but maybe also Yawn. He played exceptional in these fights too. The carries did a good job.
It's tough to call sometimes.
It's tough to call. It's really hard because I think it was a whole team victory. Everyone understood their role in the comp, so just a good team win for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I really like CoreJJ's Renata as well. A lot of clutch saves from him, but now we'll give it over to the analysts to see what they have to say about it.
Dilka's getting pretty good at casting. He knows how to play both sides. Well, actually, it's Quid, but you never know yarns that.
Also, yeah, I do that all the time.
Well, I'd say if it's a team victory, the 80 carries team gap, 80 carry gets it.
Yep.
Yep.
Usually.
They have the front line.
Let's go, Jan.
Hello.
You got a nice Callista game in a dreaded meta.
Yeah, I mean, their comp was too good to not pick Callista, though.
Yeah.
Why?
Just like 4 melees.
Yeah.
It's simple.
Really fun game. Terminus instead of Jack Show. I know Tactical played it yesterday, went with the tankier build.
I do think that the Terminus buffs were quite good, and everyone does build Terminus third normally anyways. The HP is nice, but I do think Terminus is quite strong.
Yeah, especially you weren't really taking damage in those fights either, so just do as much damage as possible. That was fun.
I am interested in your viewpoint of the meta because there's a lot of mages bot lane. We got a word with Quid in his Player of the Week interview. He rated your mage play 6 out of 10. Said he needed to play safe more.
To be honest, I am just inting in scrims because I'm trying to find my limit.
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm not even happy with the Callista game. I couldn't even glide a couple times. And I'm just thinking, it's too many mage games, man. But yeah, I would say my mage is decent. I'm trying to find my limit during scrim, so I probably look like a dirty inter.
How has it been to basically be running a lot of practice and seeing people kind of expand, not just mage play, like Diablo playing Aatrox? It just feels like you can play literally anything, Mundo, whatever it is.
For me, my stance has been quite similar still. I think if you have a good idea on how to win the game, it's fine. But if you do it without a good reason, obviously you're just doing it. But as long as you can find one reason at least, I think it's fine.
I think that's why we've seen a lot of 80 carries losing on mages because they pick them at inopportune times. I like what you said there though, because I feel like one thing, not just you, but the entire team has done since MSI is that you seem to see the end of a play really well. So your setup is good, but also you see it all the way through. Can you talk to me about what happened in your low bracket run, but specifically at MSI to kind of unlock the TL we're seeing now?
To be honest, I don't know. We just memed that the Koreans were in Korea. I mean, besides that, I do think that we've been more open-minded in general.
Okay.
Which is quite good.
Something that I've noticed is in spring, it felt like Jose would get really fed. And then around playoffs, when I heard you guys were doing a lot of discussions about how to unlock Quid, it felt like Quid started getting more fed. And now in this game, you ended up getting more fed. Has Jose changed the way he's playing a bit to be somehow more supportive of the carries, or is it just coincidence?
I do think it's a little bit more coincidence, but I would say we do just try to play around our champions that we do get in the game. Because we will draft on Jose if he's playing a really strong champion, and make sure we try to make Jose as happy as possible, or Morgan or anyone.
Yep.
Also, I mean, talking about the meta a little bit, it feels like it's very much a CoreJJ meta because he is the type to roam anyways and want to see angles. How has that been? Because it's been a joke. How has it been processing your support leaving you nonstop?
I mean, to be honest, there has been a couple games where I start the game 0-2 when I just get dove and then I TP bot just TP bot and insta die.
Yeah.
But for me, it's quite fun. I enjoy playing the 1v1, and it's just a bit sad when the game just FFs at 15 and I don't get to do anything.
Oh, yeah.
I really do feel like I'm a top laner at that point.
This game, you scored your 1000th kill in the LCS. I'm not sure if you knew. Only 18 players have done it. So first of all, just congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. What is the highest?
That's a good
Wild
question.
Turtle is rank 1, I think.
It's Turtle, and it's really...
He's 1,800 or
Yeah.
something, if off memory. Could be 2,000, it's around that number.
I was going to ask, you've been in the league a while now. Do you feel like a veteran, or do you still...
A little,
Yeah.
a little bit. I've been here for what, 4 years now?
Yeah,
fourth
I
year?
think so.
I feel like half a veteran, half not. Maybe it's because I act immature.
It's funny
you also
that you
have
say
Core.
that.
He's
Yeah.
him and Impact, I think, are the two unks.
I mean, to be honest, being near the old guys does make me feel younger. I just act like a complete troll, so.
every year there's always like I feel like a different goal or a different view on your role in competitive. Now that you're in like, I guess you've been around year 4, how have you felt personally? Like what's something that you've been putting work on in either a team environment or just in the game?
I mean, normally I just do try to fill in what I should have to do in the game, but not sure. I think the meta's always changing. I do think that the meta's going to change the next patch too, so you'll never know.
Yeah.
So you just have to keep practicing on what's good right now.
Okay.
Yeah. You win player of the game, by the way, for Callisto.
Nice.
Congratulations. Lots of damage.
Lots of gliding.
Does this feel correct?
I mean,
gas yourself up a bit.
I was not happy with the Callisto game. There's too many mage games. I needed a little bit more. But yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, nice. It was really impressive to watch. How do you feel like your team is trending? Because it's a bit strange to start the split. Lion swept you guys in the finals. You did smash KC, like pretty much anyone not named T1 you were smashing. How are you feeling like you guys have progressed from the end of last split to now?
I do feel like our performance is based on our players' like form, and I do think when we're on point we are top tier. But when we stop, like when we are not on point, then we like don't really do anything, which is quite bad. And I do think we're fixing that.
Yeah, you're really active. Okay, we're gonna let you go. Thank you for joining us, Jan, once again.
Thank you, brother.
Congratulations on the win and the 2-0 start. We're gonna take a look at today's player of the games. Jan, obviously the most recent one, but we've had a whole day of games. So Saint, Berserker, Quid, and Jan in our quick double 2-0 Sunday, Raz.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of expected these two teams to be the two best teams going into this split, and they're already smashing, even with the handicap going in there for not having inspired for Lion. It doesn't seem like it's been much of a problem, even with what Saint was saying. So I'm interested to see if they can kind of push that, and I want to see them go up against each other personally. So
yeah,
we just have to wait.
We need to wait a
We
while.
have to wait until they play.
I'm not a patient
in
man.
Lion's homestand in week 6.
Yeah.
But here are your Samsung OLED power players for the week.
Did our boy Armeo
Pull
make
him
it?
up. Pull him up. Where's Armeo?
Hambach did.
Yeah.
Armeo not farming fast enough.
He needs to, I mean, he's helping too much.
There's some speedsters in there.
Once again, Berserker with fastest kill. He's just getting in there, you know? He had it last week. He has it this week with the Lucian. Last week, I believe, was the Casio.
Yeah. Just non-stop scrapping.
I mean, I am saying, Raz, that Hambach was the 3rd fastest level 6, and who had the fastest support item transformation. So does that
Maybe
make
that
him a better
means
support?
Hambach.
No, I don't know about that one.
I don't see Corday on this list.
I think it's going to be a rough
Too busy
time
winning.
for me.
Yeah.
I
Fastest
think
to top
it's going to be. I think it's going
I'm
to be.
not going to let you
rough
accept
time.
victory when the prediction is by the end of the split.
It was
and
by
it's
the end of the
week 2.
split. You have to wait.
You have to give it time.
I think you should. If there is a bucket that's out there with some ice water.
If she lets you get away with it, sure. But
I'm not letting you go
ridiculous.
with it. I'm holding it out to the end of the split.
But you're the one that's okay. All right, fine. All right.
Mainly because I have to do pros after this. And
that's
I'm
fair
sure
enough.
Lorena does not want to have to dry my hair.
And usually my predictions don't scale well to the end of the
True.
split.
True.
Usually
Who was
they-
wearing clown makeup?
Yeah, not great.
Yeah.
Not great.
Because you
the weather
decided
is
to
good for an ice
stick
bucket.
to your.
Yeah.
Actually, it was TL that. TL that. screwed
Yeah,
you
TL
over with
doomed
that.
me last split.
They did. I will say, now that I'm not playing
I'm
not to
loyal.
lose in fantasy, I'm doing way better. I'm actually playing fantasy to win. I just didn't want to have the clown makeup.
I've
been
Well, you can take more
fantasy.
risks, but they've been paying off.
Exactly. But that's how you play to win. Either way, player of the week this week is a man we talked to after last series, Say. Massive Ahri performance, very solid Annie game. Personally, it was the number of picks he created in that Ahri game that needed to happen to make them win that game 1.
The angles he finds for Ahri charms are so inventive and so creative. He always manages to like weave it just within. And then very quietly had a great Annie game. His setup for a lot of those Armeo dives, especially the first one in topside river, was really, really nice.
The setup for this play was incredible. It's what notched them the win. Of course, 3rd highest goal difference for mid lane in LCS history is still something that you can't take that away from him until someone takes that away from him. Until someone out there, but you're gonna take, I think you're gonna need a few years to do that. Saint has just been on a tear. And from him, talking about playing a little bit more stably being his goal, if this brother can have stable play, can consistently play at the level that we know him for, easily the best LCS mid laner. So
yeah,
Would love to see that from him.
I feel like his personality, it's growing on me. I feel like it's growing on the fans.
Yeah.
Him.
He's really funny.
On the team of Inspired, everyone just thinks it's going to be this civil war. They're going to blow up. They're going to flame each other. But winning obviously helps.
It does.
It's fun flame.
Yeah.
Like, he's confident in himself. He's willing to talk back. And he's really good. So it's been a really fun combination to watch here on the LCS. Here's the standings after 2 weeks of games. Still got 5 weeks of games left. A lot of League of Legends left to be played to decide our top 6 for the playoffs. But we have a couple of undefeated teams, a couple of winless teams.
Yeah.
ESG and Dignitas.
But breaking news from Sheep Esports.
Not official from the LCS yet, but if you trust GP Sports, then it would be official.
I trust them.
Okay.
Wait, Raz, you have to do your radio announcer.
Yeah, that Dardock is coming in for Dignitas. That's the leak that they had out
To
there.
play Lion right away.
Oh my God!
If Inspired's not back, we're gonna get Dardock Armeo, just like the old days.
Insane.
Just like the old days.
That's fun.
So funny.
That is real
Raz,
fun.
oh wait, you want to pick your match of the week
Let's
based
do
off
it.
this?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Raz's match of the week.
It's gonna be Dig versus Lion. I'm just gonna take it right now. I feel like there's probably better out there. What about you?
I'm going FlyQuest TL.
Emily's match of the week usually better.
FlyQuest. FlyQuest had a really nice bounce back. It was great to talk to Cryo yesterday and hear, like, he was like, yeah, we were mad. Like, we were mad at ourselves for not winning when everything seemed to be set up so well for us. Had a huge comeback week. And then TL are just looking like the best team. Like, they are just looking so good.
There's a lot happening. I'm glad there's a little bit of drama in our league. LCK and LPL, we're getting all of them. So now we're getting at least
Just take a
some.
look at my team.
KT Roaster roster changes,
The
BLG
VHLE
roster
last
changes,
night.
and Dignitas roster changes. You know,
Yeah,
everyone's changing.
exactly.
their
Everyone's
rosters.
switching
Kinda
their
the same.
rosters around.
Okay, that'll be it for us this week. We'll be back next Saturday at the normal time, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for C9 versus DSG. And once again, we're going to be rating Sneaky over on Twitch TV, so make sure to say hi. And
Hi,
if you came
Sneaky.
from the LCS, say Dig Dardock when you join us chat. See you then.
Dig Sneaky?
Yeah, middle mid. Right foot.
I'm going.
Yeah, I'm fine.
No flash.
Yeah.
We are far now. We're far now.
I'm coming. No flash. Go.
No flash and res. Eyeball.
Can you go? Yeah, go. I'm coming.
I tank.
The Kings of the Jungle quell the rebellion. Lion take the series 2-0 against Shopify.
I think we all saw them right. Alista, not bad. Not bad. We should win front to back, guys. Slow. Cross again. I think we win.
Give me ball quick.
Alista no flash. Galio.
Galio
no flash.
You still have ball quick, no?
Yeah, I have.
Let's go.
Go Dragon. Fighting you guys.
Gino flash.
Ako pa gusto. I'm taking. I have W step. W. I have W. You have W now.
No flash. Dog tank.
He's gonna hold me.
This was the fight that would come down to execution, and the blade falls on Sentinel's neck.